Hi, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of WordCamp LAX. Good morning. This is Los Angeles' 11th annual WordPress conference. So give yourselves a round of applause for waking up and joining us today. I'm going to give a little bit of an intro and tell you what to expect. It'll only take about 3 minutes. Our conceptual theme this year is WordPress Tricks of the Trade, and our visual theme is Retrofuturism. We first started talking about retrofuturism in February, back when we were planning an in-person camp. We were penciled in for both Cal State LA and UCLA. We wanted a Mars landscape, Wapuu mascots steering rocket ships, and retrofuturism sunset colors. Little did we know that the future wouldn't turn out the way we were anticipating. Within a month, we chose to become the only WordPress conference anywhere in the world, the first one, rather, to plan a fully all-virtual experience. In the 1950s, people imagined Rosie the robot cleaning their homes, but life didn't quite turn out that way. They adapted, and we adapted. We pivoted our retrofuturism theme and brought it a little bit more down to earth. Our new look is grounded in local sunset-tinted landmarks you might recognize if you live here, but they might not be as familiar if you're further away. And they're set against a Martian red sky. Instead of astronauts, our Wapuu mascots represent the tradespeople of LA. The great thing about our conceptual theme, Tricks of the Trade, is that they can be applied even in unusual circumstances. Even if you don't consider yourself a web professional, it's still important to have an online presence. These tricks of the trade still matter. Our talks by 27 internet professionals are accessible to people of all skill levels and backgrounds and include actionable takeaways. We have a top-of-the-hour live show during our break, an unofficial hallway where we hang out together and watch the live stream and ask speakers questions after their talks wrap face-to-face. And also, if you register, we have an event Slack chat room. We ask you to register for safety reasons. I'm so excited you're joining me and my giant team of 11 organizers, 27 speakers, and 13 volunteers. I know it's going to be a great day. Yesterday was phenomenal. And as a reminder, we're going to be highlighting your 60-second tricks of the trade if you tweet them with the hashtag WCLAX. So thank you so much for being here and have a wonderful weekend.
Hello, everybody. For this session, please welcome Pablo Postigo presenting Frontity Framework, Introduction to Building React for WordPress. If you have any questions, submit them on YouTube, and Pablo will answer them at the end of his talk. Have a great session.
Well, so good morning, everyone, for those joining us from the States, and good evening for those joining us from Europe, where I'm based right now. It's a pleasure for me to be here in this WordCamp. For me, it's the first time being part of a US WordCamp, so it's great. I've seen the talks from yesterday, and there were some other talks talking about the future of WordPress, headless WordPress. So that's what we're going to be talking today. Today's talk, it's going to be all about building React frontends for WordPress. Well, I'm Pablo Postigo. I didn't introduce myself. I am the co-founder and CEO of Frontity, and that's what Frontity is about. Frontity is a tool to build React frontends for WordPress, and our mission is to make it easier to create modern user experiences with WordPress. So let me explain you a bit why are we building this framework and what's the story behind all these words, right? This React frontend, headless, all these things I just mentioned. I'm gonna give an explanation. So at the end of my talk, I hope everyone understands all these geeky terms, right? So well, how did all this started? Frontity Framework was not our first product. We started with another product called Frontity Pro 3 years ago. Frontity Pro was a product designed for big media publishers using WordPress. Back then, a bunch of big media publishers came to us with one request. They wanted to improve the user experience of their websites on mobile devices because they were having, and they still have, more than 80% traffic, 85%, even 90% traffic from mobile devices. So they wanted to improve the mobile user experience. So they came to us, and what we did was to do a lot of research in order to build the best mobile theme for WordPress with a great user experience and some nice features such as instant navigation, swipe gestures, offline support, push notifications. And we came out, or we came to the conclusion that the best way to build this great user experience, this great UI for WordPress, was using React. So I think it's better if I show you a little demo. And this is one of these big WordPress sites that came to us asking for help. So let me show their website. Okay, so this is, as you see, it's it's a mobile version of this website because Frontity Pro was only working on mobile devices. So as you can see, this website has some nice features, like this swipe between articles. Then everything loads instantly. Once you are in an article, you can swipe to the next article. So the goal with this, our goal was to provide the same sweet user experience that you have with a native mobile app, but on the browser, okay? So I think we did a great job. Everything is working smooth still. And well, so as I told you, some big publishers came to us. We created Frontity Pro, which is this mobile theme for WordPress based on React with these sweet features. And this was the result. The result was that every every KPI was impacted with this new theme. The page views increased, the organic traffic also increased, people was spending more time on the website, and as a result, also they were engaging more with the website, right? So everything was great, right? But there was one issue with Frontity Pro, or one challenge for us. And this challenge was that Frontity Pro, the theme I just showed you, is a mobile theme proprietary. It's closed, so the publishers didn't have access to the code, and they were requesting custom features and modifications all the time, and we were kind of a bottleneck for them. In the end, they chose WordPress because they have control over the code, and then when they were using Frontity Pro, they were losing this control over the code. So that's why we decided to take one step backwards and take all of our knowledge, all of our technology, and release Frontity Framework. So Frontity Framework is the same technology that we were using to build Frontity Pro, but open sourced and free to use. So we wanted to provide with the same tools and the same capabilities to any developer willing to build a React theme for WordPress, and that's what we did. So in February last year, we decided to transition from Frontity Pro to Frontity Framework, and then in June last year, we launched the framework. So what's Frontity Framework? Frontity is the React framework for WordPress. Is the easiest way to create lightning fast websites using WordPress and React. And before going more into detail about Frontity, I want to give you the basics about what's React, what's headless, what are all these technical terms. So first of all, I'd like to explain what's the meaning of headless WordPress. So when we decided to build a React frontend for WordPress, what we were doing was to take WordPress, the content management system, put it on the backend, and in the front end, we built a different app with a different stack. In this case, React with JavaScript. So headless WordPress, or decoupled WordPress, is this architecture where you take WordPress and to the backend. So your content editors keep using the same dashboard, the same WordPress experience, but the visitors don't go to your WordPress installation. They go to a different place that collects the data using the REST API. In this case, with Frontity, these visitors go to a site built with React. And this is just one way of using headless WordPress. You can create different front ends. For example, you could also use WordPress in the backend and connect it to a native mobile app, for example, or connect it to a different platform. Now that I'm talking about headless and Frontity, I'd like also to mention what we call the Frontity embedded mode. It's a new way of building React frontends for WordPress that we are releasing. And with this embedded mode, you kind of install Frontity inside your WordPress. This means that you don't have to move your WordPress to a different domain in the backend, or like everything, it's in the same place, right? So the way this embedded mode works is it's a small plugin that takes control of the template. So when a visitor is visiting your WordPress asks for the theme, and then our plugin takes control. It makes a call to the node server. It retrieves the HTML, the React app, and it echoes it. So WordPress doesn't know that. It's not using their PHP rendering engine. It just outputs the HTML, which comes from from the Frontity server. And this has many advantages, because when you decouple WordPress, when you use WordPress as a headless CMS, there are many things that you are breaking. There are many things that work out of the box with WordPress, and when you decouple, they stop working. Like, for example, the DNS, the HTTPS, the robots, the sitemaps, also the previews, the redirections. There are many things that on a decoupled architecture break, and you have to fix. And if you want to use React and WordPress, and you don't want to take care of all these things, you just use the embedded mode, and all these things just work. I've been also mentioning React, which is kind of a new thing for the WordPress ecosystem. In the front-end world, React is well known. It's really famous, but I know that it's quite new in the WordPress ecosystem. It's been around just for not a lot of time, right? So I'd like to explain why we think that React makes a lot of sense, and what are the advantages of using React for the front end. The first reason is that React is based on components. So when you are programming your front end with React, you are creating small components which are kind of building your own HTML tags, but customized for your project. Okay, so components are small pieces of code that are reusable, so you can combine them and reuse them among different pages and different projects. React also comes with hooks. Hooks are small pieces of logic that are reusable. So for example, with Frontity, we have created a infinite scroll hook. So in your Frontity project, you will install this hook, and this hook takes care of all the logic for infinite scrolling. So the hook does all the logic, retrieves the next pages, the next post, and provides you with an array. So you just have to iterate this array, and as a developer, it's really easy, because you just take the hook and it works, right? And there is a cool thing about this component and hooks approach. It's that they are reusable among your own projects, but there is also a huge library called npm, which is a package manager where you can find other packages created by others that are available for your project as well, really similar to WordPress plugins. So when it comes to React packages, there are already more than 100,000 packages. This means that when you are building a front end with React, many of the challenges you're going to face are already solved by the community, and you will be able to just install one of these packages and start using them. There is a second thing which is great with React. It's declarative code. Let me explain what's the meaning of this. When you are building a WordPress theme and you are using some logic in JavaScript, you usually use jQuery in the front end when you want to do some transitions or change some things on the screen. And this is what it's called imperative code. In imperative code, you are the one in charge of saying to the browser which elements have to change and take care of all these transitions. And this is really easy when your app is simple, right? Like when you just want to close one pop-up, it's easy, right? You save on a variable pop-up closed or pop-up open, and you just change, and that works. But when your application gets a bit more complicated, it becomes really a challenge, really, I think, really difficult to manage, and it also becomes the source of many bugs. And React, instead of using imperative code, it uses declarative code. So what's the meaning of declarative code? In React, what you are coding is different states. So you have your screen in one state, and you tell the browser, you tell React what's the next state, what's the next page, and React takes care of all the transitions and all the DOM manipulations, and it will make the more optimized transitions. So this is great because it also affects your in a positive way your performance. And there is another advantage. For me, this is a huge one, which is the single code base. So React is a JavaScript library, and you are able to run JavaScript on your server using Node. So this means that when you access to your page for the first time, your server will generate the React code, it will send it to the browser, and then React also runs in your browser. JavaScript runs in your browser. This means that every time you have to generate the new HTMLs of the new pages, you don't have to go back to the browser, to the server. Sorry, your browser is able to generate the next pages instantly. Of course, you need to collect the data, so you have to do some calls to the REST API, but this is much faster, right? So this is the reason you don't have to have one code base on the server and another code base in the front end. Like when you are building a PHP theme, you can only use PHP in the server, and then in the browser, if you want to do some small transitions, you have to build a new code base based on JavaScript, and then on every change, you have to go back to the server to ask PHP to generate the HTML. With React, this doesn't happen. You just have one code base, and this is a huge advantage, again, in terms of performance. But these are like technical advantages, and there is a higher reason why we really like React, and it's because of its developer experience. And when we say developer experience, we don't mean happier developers or less bugs. We are talking about building better websites in less time and at a lower cost. And I'm sure that this sounds familiar to you because WordPress already revolutionized the developer experience once, right? Like that's what we do with WordPress. We build websites in less time and at a lower cost. And that's what happens with React in the front-end world. So React, with React, it's easier to build a better UX with a better performance, and React is easier to maintain, and building frontends with React costs less. And we don't want to impose React. It's just that React was created to build these modern frontends, and what we want to do is to build a bridge and bring this possibility to the WordPress world. So let me explain why combining React and WordPress makes so much sense from our point of view. As I already told you, thanks to React, it's really easy, or it's easier to build a great UI and a great UX for the visitors of your website. Also, as I already told you as well, thanks to React, it's really easy to maintain a great developer experience for the tech team in charge of developing the site. And last but not least, thanks to WordPress, we can provide with a great content management experience to the content creators. So these are the three reasons that makes combining WordPress and React so powerful. So now that we are all on the same page, right? Now that we understand what's headless, what's React, and why Frontity makes sense, let me give you a brief introduction to how to get started with Frontity framework. It's really easy to start with Frontity framework. I invite you to take a look to our website, to our docs, or to our community. Those are the three best places to start with Frontity. And using Frontity is really easy. If you go to our documentation, you can go to our quick start guide, and then you will have a really easy way to start with Frontity. And using Frontity is as easy as installing the npm and doing Frontity create and running Frontity. This will launch a developer server, and you will have a website built with React and pulling data out of a WordPress in seconds, and then you will be able to modify it and create your own project from there. As I said, the React application pulls the data from a WordPress site. We provide you with a test site, so you don't need a WordPress if you don't have one. If you already have a WordPress site, that's fine, because Frontity works with any WordPress site. It takes data from the REST API. And also, if you want to use WordPress.com instead, Frontity is also compatible with WordPress.com. So you could use any of these three data sources to start playing with the Frontity framework. I also like to talk about some of the key features of Frontity, so you understand what's the value of using a framework instead of doing React on your own or from scratch. Frontity provides a zero setup experience, so everything comes configured and works out of the box. Babel, Webpack, the routing, the state manager, everything just works. We take care of that. In addition, Frontity is also SEO friendly. We have solved the server-side rendering challenge, and this is really important when you are building a JavaScript frontend, because you don't want your SEO to get penalized. And using Frontity, you have server-side rendering, so there is an HTML created on the server, and the Google crawler understands it without any extra cost or doing any JavaScript thing. Also, Frontity is extensible. This means that you will be able to use and reuse packages from the community. We have some themes. The community is already creating more themes. You also have extensions, which are similar to the WordPress plugins. And Frontity is designed to be extensible and really easy to use by the community. Really easy to use and to take advantage of the community, so people will be able to share and reuse things, packages. And other key feature I'd like to mention is that Frontity is battle test. What do I mean? I already told you the beginnings of Frontity. Frontity framework is the same tool that we use to build Frontity Pro, this mobile theme that I showed you at the beginning. And Frontity Pro is being used by big media publishers and has already served millions of page views. So Frontity is ready for production, and it's being used by big media publishers with no problem. This means that you can use Frontity if you're a big media publisher, a big WordPress site with a lot of traffic. And of course, as a consequence, you can also use it if your site is smaller, with the confidence that it will work without scalability problems. And also, I like to mention that you can use Frontity with both WordPress.com and WordPress.org REST APIs. So even it doesn't matter if you want to host your content on a WordPress.com installation, or if you have a more complex or you have your own WordPress installed everywhere else in your own server or in a WordPress hosting, Frontity will able to work with both APIs. And we are not the only ones doing React for WordPress. We are not the only React framework that can pull data out of WordPress installation. So I'd like to compare a bit Frontity with Gatsby. Gatsby is it's been a reference for us, and we like a lot all the job that Gatsby has done spreading the word. Gatsby is not only a React framework, it's also an static site generator. Okay, Frontity is not a static site generator. So I'd like to mention what are the key differences between Frontity and Gatsby. The first one is that Frontity is 100% focused on WordPress. This means that everything that we do, every design principle, every technical decision is made to work better with WordPress. So this means that, or the consequence of this is that Frontity is a bit easier to use for developers because there are less concepts to learn. Frontity is an opinionated framework. This allows us to provide much better optimizations. Frontity, as I said, is not an static site generator. Frontity is dynamically rendered. Frontity is dynamic, which means that every time you change your content, you don't have to wait for a build to deploy your new site. Your Frontity is running same way as WordPress is running, and every time there is a request, Frontity generates the HTML on the fly. No need to wait for build times. The extensibility is pretty different between Frontity and Gatsby. As I told you, in Frontity, you can install themes or packages and configure them, and they just work. No need to code. And last but not least, we have created a state manager for Frontity, which already takes care of all the data management. So you don't have to learn GraphQL or write difficult queries. Frontity takes care of pulling the data, and it's available there for you. Of course, if you are in control of your React application, so if you want to use GraphQL or call any external APIs, you can, but there is no need. I mean, the basic data comes from WordPress and is there. And before I finish, I'd like also to show some showcases, like some examples of Frontity sites. This one was launched a couple of weeks ago. Well, they transitioned to Frontity a couple of weeks ago. It's already it's an already established media publisher that is hosted on WordPress VIP, and they wanted to build a more modern user experience in the front end, and they decided to go with Frontity for it, and you can take a look at it. It's a full site. I mean, at the beginning of the talk, I was talking about Frontity Pro and mobile. That was only Frontity Pro. With Frontity Framework, you are able to build your whole front end, no matter if it's for mobile or desktop. So this is an example of a decoupled WordPress big media publisher using Frontity. The second one, it's our own website. I know it's weird to showcase our own website, but the reason is because this website is built using Gutenberg, and also it's open source, so you can take a look. If you go to our GitHub repo, you can take a look at the code and use it as an inspiration. Indeed, I think the next talk in this track is from one of my colleagues, Mario, and he's going to be talking more in detail about how we build this website using Gutenberg, WordPress, and Frontity. So if you are if you're interested in this, tune in for the next talk. And there is a new example, a third example. Sorry, I wanted to show. It's a crowd farming blog. So this is a really particular example, and it's special because this company don't have any PHP developers. Their main product is built with React, and that's their expertise. But their marketing team wanted to have a WordPress blog because that's the tool they are used to for content creation, right? So the solution they came out was to use WordPress.com for the backend. And then for the front end, they are using Frontity. So this way, they don't have to maintain any PHP or any WordPress infrastructure. They just can focus on their main business, which is an e-commerce built with React, and they have their marketing team happy because they can use WordPress for content management, and they have their dev team happy because they don't have to maintain a different code base than the one they have in their main product. Those are just 3 examples of Frontity showcases. You can go to our documentation, and there are more there. Okay. And also, if you go to our community, in the community there are many people showing what they are building with Frontity and helping others build similar stuff. And before I finish, I'd like to share with you what's our vision regarding the usage of React and in WordPress or headless and all these things I've been talking about during my talk. So WordPress, it's a great content management system. It has been here for 17 years, and we are sure that it's going to be here for other 17. But it's true that there are new needs, and there are new ways of using WordPress and using new ways of building frontends, and React is just one of those. So we don't want to impose React. We just want to make it possible for the people who wants to use WordPress and React that they can stay in WordPress. There is a lot of people who want or need to use React in the front end, and they are being forced to leave WordPress. And we don't think that should be the case. So that's why we are building Frontity. We want to make it possible for WordPress and React to stay together. And if we make WordPress a great headless CMS, it will be people using WordPress will be able to keep up in the future with new frontends or new things that come up, and that will mean that WordPress will be stronger, future-proof. So the better headless WordPress we build, the more future-proof WordPress that we will have. And I think all of us want to have a WordPress for many years, right? So I think this is what we want to build with Frontity. And well, this is what I wanted to tell you today about headless WordPress and React and Frontity. I hope you have enjoyed my talk. You can reach me on Twitter. That's my Twitter handle. And also you can check out what we are building at frontity.org.
Okay, we have some questions, Pablo. So we've got some good questions for them. So here's the first one, and it's from Oracast, and he says, or Oracast says, does Frontity work with Preact? Maybe not React.
Okay, yeah, that's a great question. No, Frontity uses React instead of Preact. That's a great question. I invite you, if you are interested, I invite you to join our community and start a discussion there. As you know, Frontity, or as I said, Frontity is open source, so we are building it together with our community. So any suggestions or tests that you want to run, we can take a look all together. But going back to the question, Frontity uses React.
Okay, I have another question, and this is from Saeed Abbasi, and his question is, with the embed mode that makes a call to a node server, is there a performance compromise from this approach versus using 2 domains?
Okay, that's a great question. So you will need to put your cache architecture right. But there is no performance issue, because if your WordPress site is cache, and any cache system that you previously have will still work, then the call that you do to the node server it will retrieve the HTML, and then your WordPress cache system will be able to cache it. So no, there is if you have everything in place right, and your cache layers are where they should be at, there is no problem, no performance problem.
Okay, we have another question from Auracast, and Auracast asks, is Frontity compatible with GraphQL?
Okay, that's also a great question. So as I mentioned before, Frontity comes with a state manager that already takes care of all the data management. Like the state manager, you ask when you are programming in the state manager, you just provide with a URL and it takes the data. In any case, Frontity is modular, and you should be, and if you want to use GraphQL, you can create your own data source for WordPress, for Frontity, sorry. So instead of pulling data out of the REST API, you could create your own data manager to pull data out of the GraphQL. And in addition, in your React application, if you want to use GraphQL to call to any external API, you could do it as well.
Okay, excellent. We have another question from Saeed Abbasi, and he says, it returns an object that has the data of WordPress API. Wonder if it can be used with GraphQL.
So I'm not really an expert on GraphQL, so I'm afraid I'm not gonna be able to answer to this question. In any case, I'll get back to you. I'll ask for help to my team, and we will get back to you regarding this.
And Saeed Abbasi, you could also, after this talk, go into the unofficial hallway, and he might have an answer by then. Okay, I have another question from Auracast. Auracast says, is Frontity able to use WooCommerce, or do we need to use a React e-commerce solution?
Okay, that's also a great question again. So WooCommerce has a REST API, so you can indeed all the products in WooCommerce are available in the REST API, so you could use Frontity to build a React frontend for WooCommerce. The only limitation here is that WooCommerce doesn't have a public API for the checkout and the cart. So you will have to build the cart on your own on React, but you will be able to still use WooCommerce and WordPress in the backend. There are some examples on our community. If you go to community.frontity.org and you look for WooCommerce, I know that there have been some community users building their own WooCommerce, combining WooCommerce in the backend and Frontity in the frontend, and they have came up with really great solutions for this checkout cart issue. So yes, you can use WooCommerce in the backend and Frontity or React in the frontend.
Okay, great. Saeed Abbasi also asked, as a WordPress developer, I'm using plugins. If I want to custom fields to add Google Analytics, use OST, add a timeline, etc., when do you use plugins and when?
Okay, so plugins are a challenge when it comes to headless WordPress and React frontends, and there are different kinds of sorry.
So I didn't get the end of the question. It says, so when do I use plugins? When do I use NPM packages?
That's
sorry,
it.
Sorry about that.
That's fine. I got it. So that's what I was gonna to explain. So for some plugins, you will be able to keep using the plugin. It depends on what's the plugin about. So if the plugin modifies the content and exposes these modifications in the REST API, then you are good to go with your plugin. One good example is, for example, the Advanced Custom Fields plugin that creates custom post types and or custom fields, and those are available in the REST API, so no need to use a npm package. But for example, a Google Analytics plugin that only adds logic to the front end doesn't make sense anymore on a headless architecture. So for example, I'd say that plugins that change the front end don't work anymore, and you will have to look for an alternative either in the npm world or either in the Frontity official extensions. We have extensions for analytics, for Google Tag Manager, for comments, for ads. So all those, you have to replicate them in the WordPress, in the React world. And for those that are more in the backend, they change the data or they add something to the WordPress dashboard. Those are fine, and those will keep working.
Okay, I have a question here from an anonymous person, and it says, do you have any plans to make Frontity accessible to non-developers?
Okay, so yeah, as you have seen in this talk, right now Frontity is a framework, is a developer tool. So right now, if you want to use Frontity, you need to be a developer, or at least being willing to code your React application. But our vision goes further, and we want to make Frontity available also for non-technical people. And the way we want to make this possible is with the extensibility. We think in the future it's going to be possible for anyone to just go install the Frontity embedded mode on WordPress and then navigate a catalog of themes, install the one theme that you like, install the extensions that you need, and that's it. You're not going to be forced to know React or coding. So that's how we envision the future for Frontity.
Okay, there's another question just came in from Oracast. If I understand correct, if plugin information is posted to the REST API, it is available to Frontity.
That's it. You got it. So Frontity, what Frontity does is to collect the data out of the REST API. So as long as the information is available in the WordPress REST API, you will be able to use it in the React frontend. One example, for example, is Yoast. The Yoast plugin in the latest version, the 14 version, I think it is, they added support for the REST API. So now Yoast is populating the REST API with all the tags, meta tags, and all the things they do. So in Frontity, there is an official package, an official Yoast package that takes care of pulling all this data. And you could be able to create the handlers that you need on the React part to pull any data that you need that is available on the REST API.
Okay, well, that looks like quite a bit of questions, by the way.
I'm happy to have.
Okay, so thanks, Pablo. Everyone, let's give him a round of applause.
So thank you everyone. It's been a pleasure.
And okay, well, Pablo, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, so stay right here for our unique live show coming up next on the hour, every hour, or you can continue the conversation with Pablo personally in our unofficial hallway. To enter the hallway, go to our website, la.wordpress.org/2020. And remember, you have to register for free to access our event Slack chat room. But yeah, just go into, if you want to talk to Pablo, it'll be on an official hallway Zoom meeting. And if you have any additional questions, everyone have a great weekend. Thank you.
Welcome back to day 2 of the WordCamp LAX live show. I am Joey Dowd, your live show host and wrangler. We're off to an awesome start for day 2. Thanks to Pablo for your presentation on Frontity and Marique on SEO copywriting. If you'd like to chat more with the presenters, head on over to the hallway Zoom. The link to join is on the camp homepage. You can also join the conversation over at the camp Slack. You do need to be registered to join, but you can still register until the end of the day. A reminder about captioning: if you would like captions for the live show, head over to WordCamp LAX's Facebook page. You can find the link on the WordCamp LAX page, or just go to facebook.com/WordCampLAX. You don't need to have an account or be logged into Facebook to watch the live show. I know they are auto captions, or auto craptions, as Meryl calls them, so they're not perfect, but it's the only option we've got since our human captioners need to take a break. And I was surprised at how well it could decipher my low-key or monotone voice. Next up, we got sponsor messages or sponsor events. Our wonderful sponsors are back at their virtual booths today and have a few have some events happening. Nexus is having Nexus, Nachos, and WooCommerce at noon today. Unfortunately, I don't think they figured out a way to send nachos over Zoom, so you'll have to BYON. At 2, they'll also be talking about 5 go-to WordPress plugins for 2020. Also going back to noon, WP Engine will be hosting a game of Kahoot, which is a trivia game. I have not played that, so I did not know that was trivia. First place gets a $100 food delivery card to their service of choice. A lot of our sponsors have their virtual booths open right now, including Yoast, Green Geeks, EasyWP, and Bluehost, so go ahead and check them out and chat with them. Remember, they are real humans who also love WordPress. And lots of our sponsors are offering some type of digital swag, and you can find all of that, including links to the rooms, links to the swag, all that stuff, over at the sponsor hub at la.wordcamp.org. Next up, tricks of the trade. So as Christiana said in her opening talk, this morning the theme of our camp is WordPress tricks of the trade. We got a couple new tips in from Tracy. Sorry, your Twitter name threw me off. Organizer Tracy, who did all of these wonderful designs. She's got a bit of a curveball here that is actually very relevant for WordCamp, but we'll count it. Trick for today: if you got caught up in conversation in the hallway, you can catch up by adjusting the playback speed on the YouTube embed. That is a great tip. You can click the little gear icon and adjust the speed. Yeah, it's nice that YouTube added that because I was using a Chrome plugin for a while where you could, it gives you a little bit more fine control over speed, playback speed on online videos, but having YouTube have it built in definitely makes things a lot easier. Other tip that we've got from Christina: embedding a YouTube video into your WordPress website. Okay, so the kind of API device that I'm using here to pull in the tweets is not the most, let's switch here, it's not the most sophisticated. So she posted a link there too, so I encourage you to check out the hashtag WCLAX to see the links. But I do know what she's talking about because I do know something about video. So if you are embedding a YouTube video into your blog post or something, you might think in the past you'd go to YouTube and you'd get the embed code and embed the code in there. But with Gutenberg blocks, I think that was when the update came out, all you have to do is paste the URL. If you paste the URL for most of the main videos, YouTube, Vimeo, possibly some other sites, it will automatically embed that for you and turn it into an embedded video. You don't have to find the code, you don't have to deal with the code, you just copy and paste the URL into your post and WordPress will do the rest for you. So those are two super handy tips. Thank you, Tracy and Christina. Keep sharing your tips on Twitter with the hashtag WCLAX, and I'll pull in the best ones to share with everyone. They don't have to be technical. In fact, please don't make them technical unless you enjoy seeing me trying to decipher what your tip is, like Sarah. It could be design, writing, marketing, accessibility, community related, kind of anything. As you saw, one was even WordCamp related. There's a lot of latitude. So leading up to the camp, we had some guests on the live show, and I asked each one beforehand to think of a tip they could share in 60 seconds. Mendel from Nexus misread that and came with 60 tips. So to help get your brain going and kick off day 2, here is Mendel's 60 WordPress tricks of the trade.
Joey emailed me. I gotta say this live, right? Like Joey emailed me and said something about 60 tips, and so I'm like, well, 60 tips, that seems extreme, but I guess I'll do it.
I think that was a typo for tips that you could deliver in 60 seconds. But if you have 60 tips, we can start going through the
should we see if I can get them done in 60 seconds? Here we go. So I have them in 3 categories, right? We have your business, your website, and 4 WordCamps. So if I can do it, not all in one breath, but here we go. For your business, always have a client agreement, ask for referrals, give referrals, be honest, over deliver, find your niche. Don't be afraid to change what you're worth, charge what you're worth. If you don't enjoy it, don't do it. Keep learning. Your website, always keep a backup. Don't cowboy code, don't cowgirl code. Use a quick theme like Astra, use a quick host like Nexus. Always update your plugins. Keep up with PHP updates, optimize images, optimize CSS, optimize JavaScript, build locally with a tool like MAMP Pro. Don't edit core files. If you like a free plugin, support the developer. Keep your own website up to date. Talk about successes on your website. Always import products, customers, then orders. Stretch yourself. Reuse code when possible. Use object caching. Use page caching. Use a CDN. Manage multiple sites with a management platform like iThemeSync. Stage before going live. Always use multiple PHP workers on your store. Have a strong call to action. Have a homepage with a single focus. Preload fonts. Load assets concurrently. Optimize your site before applying cash, there's usually always a way. Have off hours, schedule time off, schedule time on. Go to non-WordPress events, learn about other CMSs, learn how to write great content, comment your code, answer support tickets on WordPress.org. Take a break between time blocks during the day for WordCamps. Talk to as many people as possible. Share your knowledge. Pick your talks before you go. Listen to at least one talk not related to something you think you're interested in. Ask questions during and after talks. Meet the presenters. Visit the happiness bar. Talk to the sponsors. Volunteer. Bring a positive attitude. Try to meet people in your niche and share knowledge freely with the WordPress community.
I wish I had a round of applause, a sound effect like button that I could hit right now. That's, well done. I forgot I still have the card at the end there. You know when WordCamp is because you're here right now. Thank you, Mendel, for your tips. I hope you caught all of that because that was a lot. But also, as you see, there are a couple of self-care tips in there as well. And, you know, we all have to take care of ourselves. So, next up, on track 1, which is Modern JS themed right now. We have Connecting Gutenberg and Frontity, a case study. And on track 2, which is SEO themed, we have Creating Content for Everyone, tips for ensuring your digital presence is accessible. That wraps up this episode of the WordCamp LAX live show. Go grab yourself some more coffee, enjoy the talks, and I'll see you back here at 11.
Hi, everyone. Greetings from WordCamp LAX, the 11th annual WordPress conference. This session, as well as the others, will be recorded and made available on WordPress.tv. If you have any questions, please submit them on YouTube, and our speakers will answer them at the end of their presentations. Now, without further ado, please welcome Mario, Connecting Gutenberg and Frontity, a case study.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Michael. I'm Mario Santos. I'm product manager at Frontity. I'm based in Spain, and as Michael has just said, today I'm going to talk about the process we follow to migrate our web, frontity.org, to use Gutenberg and Frontity. I'm not going to explain Frontity in detail. Indeed, Pablo, the co-founder, has just given a great talk about that, so I encourage you to take a look at it later or reach out to him to ask any questions. But basically, for those who doesn't know, Frontity is a free and open source framework to build websites using WordPress and React. It fetches the content from the WordPress REST API, and it deals with all the setup like Babel, Webpack, all the routing, so you can focus on your app. Previously, we were selling a closed mobile React theme to big publishers, but a couple of years ago, we decided to open source the framework we were using internally, and we have been focused on that since then. So regarding today's talk, I decided to divide it in these 4 sections. First, I would like to talk about the goals we defined before starting the process, what we wanted to achieve. Then I would like to go with how we implemented it. I will be sharing some small pieces of code and some demos of our own web, so it's clear for everyone. And I would like to sum up talking about what we consider it went well and what could be the next steps, what could need some improvements. But before going into these sections, I would like to explain why I think that mixing Gutenberg and Frontity is a good idea. I think we all agree that WordPress is great. The content management experience for WordPress is awesome, and that's one of the reasons why it's being used for so many websites. Personally, I really like Gutenberg. I really like where Gutenberg is going, and I think that it really is even more the content management experience. So with this approach, with Gutenberg and Frontity, you would keep the great content management experience from Gutenberg, and you will be able to create more complex user interfaces using React while keeping a great developer experience. So I would say that are good reasons to mix Gutenberg and Frontity, and that are the reasons why we decided to migrate our web. So regarding the talk itself, first, the goals, as I said. Since we decided to open source the framework we were using, we hadn't redesigned the web, so we considered that Frontity wasn't properly explained. We had released new features that weren't included in the web, so our main goal was to explain everything better, redesigning the web. But apart from that, we wanted to keep some things in mind. We wanted to make everything editable from WordPress. Sometimes while you are developing a website, and even more if it's a headless setup, you can find it easier to hard code some parts of the content that you are not going to change frequently. For example, it could be the header or the footer, but we wanted to avoid that. We wanted to make everything editable so we don't depend on the dev team. At the end, this is what the CMS is for, and we wanted to achieve that. And related to this, we also wanted to be able to create new landing pages in an easy way, because we can start with some pages like the About Us or the Contact Us, but we were aware that in the future we would want to create new ones, and this should be easy, and not only easy pages but also good looking landing pages. And we thought that just by using the elements we were using in the homepage or in the initial design, we should be able to achieve that. So we don't depend on the dev team, and we are able to do that just with the initial design. And apart from that, we wanted to understand what was the best way to link Gutenberg and Frontity. In Frontity, we are looking to solve all the headless challenge, and of course Gutenberg could be one of them. So we wanted to learn from our own experience what was the best way to link Gutenberg and Frontity. If we find any pain points, try to solve them. So yeah, understand that part. Having said this, let's go now on how we implemented it. Before starting it, I'd like to mention that today I'm going to be talking about the code, how we translated a design into code, but there is a previous work of defining the sections of the web, defining the pages, defining the copies, defining the design itself that I'm not going to cover today, but are really, really important as well. So I'd like to start sharing with you the final result because I will be talking about some parts of the web and I think it could be interesting. This is the current status and everything here is made with Gutenberg and React. Everything is editable, the header, the copies, the buttons, even the terminal you can see here is editable from WordPress, and we are adding some real logic to make a more complex user interface. For example, these transitions are made with React and other things I will be sharing later. So knowing this, the first step is to understand how Gutenberg works. What is the common Gutenberg workflow? As you know, you have the WordPress editor, and there you can create your layout. You can add as many blocks as you want, and each block could have different properties. For example, there are blocks for almost everything. There are blocks for paragraphs, there are blocks for images, for videos, there are columns, there are a lot of them, and each of them could have different properties. For example, the paragraph may have something to change the color of the fonts. The image has a property to change the alignment. The video has properties to change the playback controls or to mute the video, to make it auto loop. So there are a lot of different blocks with different properties. And once you are happy with it and you publish the page, what Gutenberg does, it outputs the HTML and it adds some classes. It doesn't output the block attributes, it just outputs HTML with classes. And then Gutenberg adds two CSS files, the theme CSS and the style CSS, to match these classes. So imagine we add an image from the WordPress editor. We say, okay, I want it aligned to the right. What Gutenberg is going to do is going to output HTML that is going to be a figure with an image inside. And this image is going to have the class align right. And in the theme CSS or the style CSS, we are going to have the logic that says, okay, if you find an image and it has the class align right, you are going to align it to the right. And it's important to understand this because at the end, both React and Gutenberg are just HTML. So we don't have to link each Gutenberg block with React. We have an HTML that we can fetch from the REST API, and with React, we can hook into any HTML element and add any React logic, but just for the elements that we want to modify, where we want to add React logic. If we just want to fetch the content and add the styles made by Gutenberg, it's going to work. If we don't want to add any React logic, we don't need it. It's going to work with the style CSS and the theme CSS and fetching the content from the REST API. There are two special cases here that are the colors and the font sizes that are not included in the style CSS and the theme CSS. In Gutenberg, if you want to create your own colors for the WordPress editor, you can define them. For example, we could create the Frontity logo with our own color. And what Gutenberg is going to do is going to add the class has Frontity color or something similar, but that class is not going to be inside the theme CSS or the style CSS. So we have to match that on the Frontity side, on our Frontity theme. And it's the same with the font size. For example, if we don't want the default small size to be 12 pixels, we could change it to 14. But we have to match that from Frontity. Only those two things, the font size and the colors. So knowing this, we base our implementation in these four important aspects. As I said, Gutenberg blocks, we have been using only built-in Gutenberg blocks. We didn't create blocks on our own, and they work as I have just explained. Then we have the block patterns that are basically a combination of blocks. You say, okay, I want an icon, a heading, and a paragraph, and they are meant to be reused. It's combinations of blocks that you are reusing in different parts of your web. For example, if we go to our web, we have a web Frontity section with different features. So you can see that all of them follow the same pattern. They have an icon, they have a heading, and they have a paragraph, and they have the same properties. So instead of building each feature from scratch, what we are doing is we define the pattern and we reuse that pattern, and we just have to change the content. This way, everything is much easier. At the beginning, we were using reusable blocks that are kind of similar, but the goal is slightly different because reusable blocks are not meant to be changed. For example, maybe you want a reusable block, you have a widget that you want to include in different pages. So you create a reusable block, and if you change that reusable block, it's going to change in every page. But block patterns are different. We want like a structure of an icon, a heading, and a paragraph, and I want to use that pattern, but change the content. So block patterns are meant to be changed, but reusable blocks are not meant to be changed. And that's why we decided to use the block patterns for these kind of things. Apart from that, we are using template parts. That is a custom post type that Gutenberg is adding. I think this one is not included yet in WordPress core. It's part of the Gutenberg plugin, but we have found it really useful. We are using it for the elements that are common for all the pages, like the header or the footer. And we'll see later in more detail how it works. But it basically is a custom post type Gutenberg is adding. And finally, we have HTML to React, which is maybe the most important part because it allows you to hook into any HTML element and add any React logic you want. There are different libraries for this, but today I'm going to talk about Frontity HTML to React package because it's the one we are using in our web. Let's see each of them in more detail. First, the block patterns. As I said, this could be an example of a block pattern. We have an icon, we have a heading, and we have a paragraph. We can define some properties and reuse it. In order to create it, we just have to add this piece of code to our functions PHP or use a code snippet in our WordPress site. We use the function register block pattern, and we just have to define the slug, define the title, and define the Gutenberg HTML. To define the Gutenberg HTML, what I recommend you to do is to use the visual editor, maybe create a new page or a new post, start creating there your pattern, modify the properties of the image or the paragraphs. And once you are happy with it and you want to translate it into a block pattern to reuse it, you can change from the visual editor to the code editor and just copy and paste. This way, we found it to be much easier. So let's see again our web where we have already defined different block patterns that we have been reusing. So for example, if we go to the home page, let's see how we can use the block patterns we have defined. I have created a staging site to modify the content so we can do whatever we want here. If I go here, for example, to the bottom of our page, let's say here, if I click at the bottom, just clicking in the plus button, we have blocks and we have patterns. So if I click on patterns, I can search for any pattern that I have created by the title and the slug that we have defined in the PHP code. So for example, here we have one for a section similar to the Y Frontity section. We could click on it and it's going to be added by default. And here we can change the content. We could say here great or whatever we want. And just with this, we have used the pattern. It's going to have the same properties and it's done. For example, if I'm not going to publish it, but if I preview this, that section is going to appear at the bottom of the page and is going to look similar to the ones we already have defined. Here it is. I just changed this title, but the change is there. So that's it. That's how you define the pattern, how to use it. You can define as many as you want. There are some defined by default by WordPress. You can delete them or use them. Apart from that, we have the template parts. As I said, we are using them for the elements that are common to all the pages, like the header or the footer. As it's a common custom post type, what we have is that Gutenberg is creating a new endpoint W template part. And if we go to W template part / header, we are going to get the content of the header. If we go to WP template part footer, we are going to get the content of the footer. And what we are doing from the front-end side in the index.js file of our theme is we are fetching the content of all the template parts to populate our state, so the content is accessible and we can create the component or the footer component. So here we define the templates array with the different template parts we created in WordPress, and we are mapping that array to get the whole content. Once we have done this, let's see how it works in WordPress. I'm not going to save this. But here, if you have installed the plugin, you will see that in the appearance tab, we have template parts. And they work like any custom post type. We can add as many as we want, and we can edit them as if they were a custom post type. So we can use Gutenberg blocks. We can create them as if we were creating pages. For example, in the header, we are using the image block. We are using also the navigation block. We have even the submenus. So everything is here. Everything is editable from here. So this is it. This is template parts. And finally, we have HTML to React. That basically what it does, it parses all the HTML and it lets you hook into any HTML element to add any React logic, just to the elements you want, where you want to add React logic. So imagine we have this example of a post. We have a heading with an image. This could be HTML, normal HTML. So HTML to React is going to parse this, and it's going to change the elements that we want to change. It's not going to change anything, just the one where we want to add React, that are the red ones here. In order to understand HTML to React, there are two important concepts that are HTML to React nodes and HTML to React processors. The HTML to React nodes are the JavaScript objects we get once we hook into a HTML element. And then with the HTML to React processors is where we decide which elements we want to hook into and which React logic we want to add. Let's see each of them in more detail. First, the HTML to React nodes. Imagine we have this HTML. We have a div with the class WP block group that is added by Gutenberg, and I added a new one with WordCamp Los Angeles. And apart from that, we have a heading and we have a paragraph inside it. If we hook into this HTML element, what we are going to get is this JavaScript object with these properties. We have the type property that it will be usually element, but it could also be a string or a comment. We have the component that is the HTML tag where we are hooking into. We have the props property that are all the HTML attributes. Here we only have class name, but if it's a link, we could have the source, we could have the alt, we could have a lot of things, any HTML attribute. You can see here that in the JavaScript object, we have class name instead of class. And this is because here we are in React, and React uses class name instead of class. And finally, we have the children array. That it's an array of all the children objects. So here we would have the heading object and the paragraph object. As this is a simple example, we don't have it, but we could also have a parent property that it would be just the object of the parent. Imagine we grab this into another div, we would get the object of that new div. And that's it. That are HTML to React nodes. And then we have HTML to React processors. As I say, they let you decide which elements you are going to change and which logic you are going to add. And they have this format. First, you can define a name. You can set a priority. Imagine you are using two different processors to change the same HTML element. You can set a priority to decide which processor is going to run before the other. Then we have the test function. That is the if statement. We are saying, okay, if test is true, you are going to run the processor. If test is true, you are going to add this React logic. Here in this case, we are saying if the type is element and it has the class WordCamp Los Angeles, you are going to hook into it. And to add the real logic, we are using the processor function. Here we are saying, I want to change the styles, I want to add a new children, I want to change it for a full React component. We can do a lot of things here. And it will apply to the HTML elements that match the test. Let's see some use cases I found interesting that we are using in our web, and I think they could help to understand this approach. First is the lazy loading. We are lazy loading a lot of things in our web. We are lazy loading the videos, we are lazy loading the iframes, we are lazy loading the tweets, and we are not doing that with PHP. We are not using WordPress plugins, we are using React. So for example, if we go to our web again, if we go to the top, I'm going to network tab to show you how it works. We have a video at the bottom of the page, and we don't want to load that video since the beginning. We just want to load it once we start scrolling. So if I refresh this, the video is not going to load, but if I start scrolling, it should load. There it is. There is the video. We haven't reached the video yet, but it's already loaded. And it's the same with the iframe. We have an iframe with a demo of the 2020 theme, and we don't want to load all the JavaScript since the beginning. We just want to load it once we are close to reach it. So if I keep scrolling, it's going to load the JavaScript of the iframe. There it is. Here we have the iframe, and it's loaded. We are doing the same for the tweets, and we can do it with a lot of things. Another use case I would like to share with you is what I call web browser layout, and it's basically that in some parts of our web, we are adding like bar with the 3 dots that it gives you the feeling that the image is inside the web browser. In this case, these are showcases, so it makes sense. But we are using it also for the demo, or we could use it for any div. And we are not creating the image with this top bar. You can see that the image don't have this top bar. We are just adding this effect with React. We are saying, okay, for any element that has the class has browser window, you are going to add this layout. And that's it. Let's see how both the lazy loading and this effect works in the code that are really simple. First, the lazy loading of the video. We are using a processor, and it looks like this. We have the name, lazy video. We then set a priority, and in the test function, in the if statement, we are saying, okay, if it's a video, you are going to run the processor. And in the processor, we are just changing the HTML element for a lazy video that is a React component. If we go to the lazy video, we can see that the output is almost the same as the common video. We have the props, we have the children, but we are using a front entity hook named using view that allows you to say, okay, you are not going to load the video until we are 600 pixels above it. And this is it. This way, we are lazy loading the videos, we are lazy loading the iframes, we can lazy load whatever we want. And then the web browser layout, it's a bit different. We have here again a name, and we are saying in the test, okay, if it has the class name, has browser window, you are going to hook into it. And in the processor, we are creating a new element named top frame, and we are including it in the children array with this line. We are also adding some CSS, but that's really easy as well. And if we take a look at the component we are adding, we can see that it's just a div with the 3 dots and some CSS. And this way, we can add this kind of layout that makes it look like a web browser just by adding the class has browser window. Similar to this, if we take a look at the buttons of the web, we can see that we are using a button here, or also at the top of the page. And the default behavior is that it's adding the front entity logo. You can see it here, and it's also in the other buttons. So as it is the default behavior, we don't want to include the front entity logo from Gutenberg each time we want to include the logo. We are saying from React, okay, if you find the button and it doesn't have an icon, you are going to add the front entity logo. For example, in this other case, we have a button where we added another icon in the WordPress side, so it's not adding the Frontity logo. And all that logic is made with React. It's pretty powerful, this approach. Another example I wanted to share with you is the terminal. You can see that we are using different code blocks or terminals here, and also here, also in the connect side, on the styles, and they all look similar. We are also using here another layout with this background, again with the 3 dots and the top bar. But what is interesting here is that all these colors, we are not selecting from Gutenberg, I want this green, I want this red. We are using a JavaScript library named Prism.js that is a syntax highlighting library, and it's taking care of this. So we don't have to define for each code block which colors we want to use. It's Prism.js taking care of it. We could go even further. And if we take a look at this terminal at the top, if I refresh the page, we can see that the command lines are going to be loaded letter by letter. So the command lines are editable from WordPress, but this effect is done with a React library named React Typist. And yeah, that's it. We have the content in WordPress, but we can do a lot of things with React libraries. We call them themselves, or we can use any NPM package. So this is really powerful as well, because you can do a lot of things to change the HTML elements and to add any React logic. And finally, I would also like to talk about the newsletter, because I think it's the most complex example we have. Here, we are including the newsletter at the bottom of every page. And this content is editable from WordPress. But if I fill this form and I send it, it's going to load another form. And if I fill that form, it's going to load the thank you message. And it's going to connect with Google Tag Manager. It's going to connect with our email services. So that logic is not made in PHP, it's made in React. So the content, again, is editable from WordPress, but the logic is made in React. So this is it. These are the use cases I wanted to share. Of course, there are more. We are using more in our website. There will be more that we didn't cover. But I think with this, you can see the different things we can do mixing Gutenberg and React. You can take a look at them, but I think they are great. So having said this, let's talk now about what we think it went well and what we think that could be improved. First, we achieved most of our goals. We are happy with it. We think that Frontity is better explained now. I hope Frontity is better explained now, and that was our main goal. But apart from that, we really like the features we used in Gutenberg. The block patterns and the template parts, they are pretty new, and they really helped us to integrate Gutenberg and Frontity. So we are really happy with that as well. Apart from that, as I've been mentioning during the talk, everything is editable from WordPress, and for that was really, really, really important, because we wanted to keep the content management experience from WordPress, and we didn't want to hard code anything, so this is great. And also, right now, it's pretty easy to create new pages without the need of the dev team. For example, if we take a look at the About Us page, you can see it's not the most complex page, but at least for me, it looks pretty nice. We have some layouts that we have been reusing, and all of this was made without coding anything, just by reusing the different layouts that we had created for the homepage. We were able to create this About Us page and other pages we have been creating. So this is great as well. And finally, we didn't find anything we couldn't do. And with this, I mean that we already had tested HTML to React, but this use case was totally different. We were trying to do things that we hadn't done before. And at the end, it's great that just with Gutenberg blocks and HTML to React, we were able to cover everything. Of course, there are things to improve. Of course, we could ease the way to integrate Gutenberg and Frontity even more, but we are pretty happy that everything was doable. There will be some use cases that we didn't cover in our case, but it's a pretty complex web, so we are happy with that. Before going to the next steps, I would like to share with you why I think it's a success and how easy I find it to edit everything from WordPress, how easy it's to create a new page. So let's create a new page from scratch, totally from scratch in our own web. So you can see the use of block patterns, the template parts, how easy it is finally to mix Gutenberg and Frontity. So if I go here and add a new page, we have to define a title. Let's say WordCamp web Los Angeles. And in our web, we decided to include everything in sections. So we have to start adding sections and everything must be inside the section. For the top part, we created a pattern named top section, just with a title and a subtitle, but it has some properties to not overlap the header. So for example, here we can say the same, WordCamp Los Angeles, and we can create a subtitle, awesome WordCamp. And even if it's not in the block pattern, we could add new blocks. For example, we could add an image block. Let's add one from our media library. This one, for example. And you can see here that, I don't know where it is. Okay, it's loading that my computer is going slow, sorry. And here in the image, you can see that there are different properties. We have the different styles, we have the image settings, we have the size, we can align it to wherever we want, we can align it to the right. There's another feature, even to zoom in the image, to move it, to crop it. I'm not going to use that, but you could use it. That's it. This way we have added our top section. We could keep adding new ones. For example, if you take a look at our About Us page, this is a section we are reusing. It has a white background and it has this effect. So we can add this kind of sections as well. We name it polygon section, so we can add it. As you can see, I'm just clicking on buttons and searching for block patterns or blocks, and with that, it's going to be enough. Here, for example, we can create 2 columns. In one, we can add a heading. I'm going to add a code block, for example, so you can see the use of Prism and the layout. Here, I added a code block that is a built-in Gutenberg block, and I'm going to copy one of the samples of our web. For example, this one. And that's it. We can keep adding new sections. For example, let's add something similar to the white Frontity section we have, but maybe we don't want 6 columns. We only want 3. So we can go to the columns block and reduce it to 3. And again, we can change this. It's meant to be changed, so we can change whatever we want. Again, let's add a new section. I'm going to add a video so you can see the different things I've been mentioning. Here, let's add another polygon section with the 2 columns. And again, I'm going to add a heading and the video. You can see that everything is a built-in Gutenberg block. We didn't create any of this. So we can use this, for example, and you can see the different properties I've mentioned before, the playback controls. We can hide them, we can mute the video, we can make it loop, and we can make it autoplay, for example. And with just this, we have already created our page. We can preview it, and once we are happy with it, we just have to publish it. And as Frontity is a dynamic framework, we don't have to wait for a full rebuild. It's just going to work. We keep the same WordPress workflow that we are used to. You publish your page, it's available. You change your page, your update is available as well. So this is the preview. We have our image. We have the code block with this effect. And as you can see here in the code block, we didn't add the layout. We didn't select which things we wanted to be green, which things we wanted to be red. This is Prism.js taking care of it. And you can see that adding a code block is really, really simple with Gutenberg. Then we have our feature section. with just 3 columns and the changes we made. And also the video that is in autoplay and it's looping. Of course, it's also in lazy load because all the videos that we are using on our web are lazy loading. So this is it. It's not the most complex page because I've just created it, but you can see the potential of making this. And if we want to make any changes, it's really easy as well. We just have to go back to our page and add whichever we want. For example, we could add a spacer here. There's a Gutenberg block name spacer that allows you to add some space, of course. For example, 100 pixels. And let's add here a new variable. So you can see, again, that is not defined by default. If I say here paragraph, and this is now, if we are happy with it, I can publish it. So let's go to the page. You can see that the spacer is here. And this is the new variable we have created with the things pricing considered that has to be green and the statements are red. So it's this simple. Let's see now, for example, how to edit the template part. If I go to appearance to template parts, let's change, for example, the footer. Is this easy? You just have to use WordPress as you are used to use WordPress. So this is great. We were able to keep the content management experience for WordPress while adding the React logic that we wanted. For example, let's add a new link to the new page we have created. WordCamp. Well, I don't know which is the link, but I can create that. And if I update this, it's going to appear. It's not only going to appear in the page we have just created, it's going to appear in any page. For example, if we go to the home page, if we go to the footer, the new link is going to be there. And if we go to the About Us page, it's the same. It's going to be there because the template parts are used in all the pages. So just by changing the template part, the change is made in all the website. So this is it. I hope this shows you the potential and how easy it is in our case at the end to edit everything from WordPress and to create new pages. But of course, there are, as I've been saying, there are some things to improve. These are what we consider that could be the next steps. First, we would like to release Gutenberg packets to manage the CSS. Right now, the CSS is included directly, the theme CSS and the style CSS is included directly in our Frontity app, but we would like to release a package to manage this. Even you can select which Gutenberg version you want to use, or even more, we could create something that it loads only the CSS that is needed for that page, and it doesn't load the whole CSS. Apart from that, we want to create high-level APIs. As I mentioned, we didn't find anything we couldn't do, but there are some common cases that could be a bit simpler. For example, to check for a class name and add some CSS. It's something that is working, but we could create high-level APIs while keeping everything hackable. So if you want to go deeper, you are able to go deeper. And finally, we want to keep on top of Gutenberg. Gutenberg is evolving, they are releasing new features, we think they are great, so we want to keep updated and start releasing new Frontity solutions if they are needed, and keep working on making the integration between Gutenberg and Frontity as smooth as possible. So that's it. I hope you find it useful. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you didn't find it difficult. It shows the potential of mixing Gutenberg HTML to React and add any React logic to any HTML element. There are a lot of use cases. I've just shown you some of them. And I consider they are not difficult once you start working with HTML to React. Building processors is kind of the same, so you just have to get used to it. if you're interested, our own website is open source. So if you go to github.com/frontity/frontity.org, all the code is there, all the processors, all the components. And if you have any questions, I encourage you to go to our forum, to community.frontity.org. There are a lot of active users asking there, answering questions. Our own team is giving support. So if you start using it, if you want to test how we integrated Gutenberg and Frontity, and you have any questions, feel free to ask them there. Of course, you can reach out to me too. There you have my Twitter. But yeah, I'll encourage you to share them in the community because there are more people that know much more than me. So this is it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mario. A round of applause. We do have a few questions I'd like to ask.
Yeah.
In the functions.php example for creating a block pattern, you noted copy and pasting for the content value. Are you copying the HTML output or is that something else?
It's just the HTML. While working with Gutenberg, you have two different editors. Is the visual editor, that is the one I have been using in the examples, but well, I can show you if you want, but you can change from the visual editor to the code editor, and you translate that visual interface into code. So you can copy exactly that code and paste it in your functions PHP. Yeah, I can go and show you if you want what I mean with the different two editors. Maybe a page is too complex, but let's see it. With Visual Editor, I mean this, where you can see all the image, all the paragraphs. Is not HTML, it's just a common page. But if you go here to the three dots, you have here the two editors, Visual Editor and Code Editor. If you change to Code Editor, you have here the whole HTML that you have created. So you can copy and paste the pattern you are interested in.
Some of your pain points you mentioned during the presentation, could you speak a little bit more on, the interaction between the React nodes and the process?
Yeah, I'm not, well, first, I'm not a developer, so I cannot go too into the tech, but yeah, if it's basically what Gutenberg or WordPress outputs, you can go to the REST API, and there you are going to have the content. It's going to be HTML tags with classes, and Gutenberg is adding that classes, so you don't have to take care of that. With HTML to React, what you can do is, okay, I want to hook into this tag that it has this class, and I'm going to get the object, the node object. And in that node object, you are going to have all the information that is needed to modify that node. You are going to have all the information of that HTML tag, the attributes, the parent, the children. So you can do a lot of things. You can change the children, you can change the attributes, you can change the CSS, you can change any HTML attribute you want. All the information is going to be available in the node, and you can change that with the HTML to React processors. So basically, with the HTML to React processor, you decide which HTML element you want to change and which logic you want to use, and you have to pass the node which has the information about that HTML element.
Thank you once again, Mario. Thank you again
for the presentation.
For with that, excuse me. Stay around for our live show, coming up on the hour every hour. Or continue the conversation with Mario in our unofficial hallway. You may enter the hallway on our website at la.wordcamp.org/2020. And remember to register for free to access our Slack event chat room.
Welcome back to the WordCamp LAX live show. I am Joey Dowd, your live show host and wrangler. Thanks to Mario for your talk on Gutenberg and Frontity, and Natalie for your talk on accessible content. Want to have a two-way chat with them? Head on over to the hallway Zoom room right now. All right, sponsor events. Ew. We've got Nexus, Nachos, and WooCommerce at noon today, so it's coming up in an hour. And also from Nexus at 2, they'll be talking about 5 go-to WordPress plugins for 2020. And at noon during lunchtime, WP Engine will have a game of Kahoot. First place gets a $100 food delivery gift certificate. Other sponsors that are in their virtual booths right now are Green Geeks, Yoast, and Bluehost, so go check them out and chat with them. You can find all of this over at the sponsor hub at la.wordcamp.org. Next we have, not that, whoops. Oh, that is the sponsor booth thing. Yeah, I forgot my own updates. Yes, you can see all of these sponsors and their hours here. And also remember, sponsors have digital swag. Some sponsors that do not have booths, but you can still get some goodies from them at the sponsor hub. And now, officially next, Tricks of the Trade. I'm joined with a partner today, James White, our content and safety wrangler. Hello, James.
Hey, Jerry. How are you?
Good. Thanks for joining. You posted a tweet yesterday with a trick. That is not it. Let me pull it up, and you can elaborate a little bit more on that one. So your tweet from yesterday. Actually, how about you say it? Also, I know the formatting on this is a little off from your actual tweet.
Sure. Yeah, so this tweet was about the WordPress transients, which is a less known side effect of running a large WordPress site. So if you post a lot, if you do a lot of editing directly in the WordPress editor, if you upload a lot of photos, if you use like your media library to manage photos that may or may not appear on the site, you can end up with a large amount of something that WordPress calls transients, which are settings that WordPress records the database while you are working inside of it. So WordPress usually does a pretty good job of cleaning up those transients. But depending on what plugins you have and the exact configuration of your theme, lots of times I see clients with big sites that run slowly after they've been using them for a couple years. You tend to notice this particularly on the back end. If you're in the WordPress admin panel and you're trying to like filter your blog posts, or you want to view only drafts, or you want to see which posts have a certain tag, and the back end kind of churns and it's very sluggish. It takes a long time to figure out where things are. That's a sign that you might have an issue with your WordPress transients. So there are a number of plugins that you can use to clean those transients out. If you have development assistants, you can clear them directly in the database. But just something to keep in mind, if you have a site that you've been using for a while, you work frequently in it, you should take a look at your transients.
Would you say plugin route is the kind of better route? Or if you're less technical, is plugin route the better route?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of good options out there. It's a safe operation to perform. And it's the kind of thing where you can use a plugin, you can install it, run the cleanup, and then you can uninstall the plugin or deactivate it, turn it back on in the future.
Nice. And then we got another tip coming in, but I could use your help deciphering this one. They took me up on the offer of being technical. So yeah, use a central location for WordPress theme development with a symbolic link. You can take it from there, James.
Sure. So this tip is probably not applicable to everybody, but if you were doing a lot of custom theme development, or if for whatever reason you wanted to edit your theme template files directly, oftentimes people make a duplicate installation. They use it as like a staging zone or a development server. That can take a long time, and it can take up a lot of file space. If you have lots of images, lots of posts, the WordPress install itself can be very large. So I think what Thomas is suggesting here is that instead of making a duplicate of your entire WordPress install, you can have just one WordPress install, and then you can create a symbolic link between that central WordPress install and a development environment, like a code editor on your local computer. And that way you can make changes that will impact the central WordPress location without editing files directly inside of that location.
Nice, but I imagine so. Like this would be a more technical, but a lot of the hosting providers will kind of make it easier for you if you wanted to do a staging site, and with this kind of font.
Yeah, most hosting providers. Yeah, lots of good hosts are going to create a completely separate, discrete install. So that would be a little bit different than what this tip is suggesting.
And so, do you have any other tips you want to share? We got about a minute left.
Sure. On the topic of keeping your WordPress installs reasonably sized, I find that it's a good practice to edit images locally and make sure that they are cropped and sized correctly for your theme, and compressed using software like GIMP or Photoshop. There's a web-based application called Canva that's pretty good too. But just a good idea too.
Tiny JPEG?
I'm sorry?
Have you used Tiny JPEG? Or
no, that's a new one to me.
Yeah, it's just a website. I would use that one sometimes too. It just does some compression on the images, but it's super easy. You kind of just drag your images onto it, and it compresses them, and you can get them back.
Nice. Yeah,
I'll keep your image sizes low.
Yeah, it's just important to make sure that your image is as small as possible before you put it into WordPress. WordPress has its own compression software, but it's not the best out there. And that adds up over time.
Cool. Well, thank you, James. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. All right, wrapping up here for the next talks. Next up on track 1, which is now community themed, we have the future of WordPress. And on track 2, which is accessibility themed, we have much ado about captioning your videos for WordPress sites. That wraps up this episode of the WordCamp LAX live show. Enjoy the talks, and I'll see you back here at noon.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp LAX, Los Angeles' 11th annual WordPress conference, celebrating the tricks of the trade. We're streaming live from 9 to 5. All talks would be available later at WordPress TV. For this session, please welcome Francesca Morano, presenting the future of WordPress. If you have any questions, submit them in the YouTube chat, and Francesca will answer them at the end of her talk. And now, Francesca.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. It's 15 past 8 in Italy, where I'm from, and we're here to talk about the future of WordPress. So my name is Francesca Marano, and I'm from Torino, Italy. This is why it's night for me. I have been contributing to WordPress since 2015. So I am relatively new to this, and I started contributing when I was a freelance web designer. Then I was hired by SiteGround, and I was able to do more. And now contributing is my full-time job at Yoast, where we believe SEO is for everyone. And we also believe that giving back to the WordPress project is important. I am the team lead of an impressive group of people that also work full-time on making our beloved CMS better for everyone. So between 2019 and 2020, I had the immense honor to co-lead 2 WordPress releases, WordPress 5.3 and WordPress 5.4, with the role of release coordinator. This experience allowed me to observe the project more closely, and it's impossible to keep track of all the moving parts. There's a lot of them, but it was interesting to see how things actually happen, from how the ideas start, how changes get introduced, they get championed, and hopefully they move forward to land in a release. So first of all, let's see who and what are the driving forces behind the changes happening in WordPress that, as of October 2020, powers 38.5% of the web. Those are huge numbers. So every change is made with this in mind. So we have the companies that in the business ecosystem, they are worth more than $10 billion, as reported by Matt Mullenweg, WordPress co-founder and project lead at the end of 2019. Plugin companies like Yoast are part of this category, and so do hosting companies, theme developers, plugin developers, agencies, software as a service companies. And then there's the community. Anyone who uses WordPress, I'm sorry, I have a bit of a problem with my video here. So I'm gonna hide it so I don't get confused. The community. I was saying, anyone who uses WordPress and cares deeply about different sides of the software, or all of it, so much they decide to give back to the project with some form of contribution. It may be a bug report, it may be a test, a patch, a translation. It definitely is organizing WordCamps offline and online. So thank you, WordCamp Los Angeles organizers, or giving talks to increase everyone's knowledge. Sometimes this overlaps with the companies, but not necessarily. There are a lot of independent professionals and end users involved in this. And finally, the wish to modernize. WordPress is 17. It's gonna turn 18 in May. So almost ready to vote, at least in Italy. The World Wide Web is 31, and PHP just turned 25. So that's a lot of years in internet terms. The web industry is now changing at an incredible pace, with new technologies becoming available and affordable very quickly. So to keep up with all those changes, the project must change and evolve. So this together with competition from site builders like Squarespace and Wix, which seem very far away in terms of market dominance, but are also increasing their market share, and also the opportunities in untapped markets like the millions of small businesses without a website, were amongst the reason behind the introduction of the block editor, codename Gutenberg. Matt said it very clearly in one of the early posts he wrote about it. The block editor, and I quote, is WordPress' next big thing. The thing that helps us deal with our challenges and opportunities. The thing that changes the world. So no pressure there, right? This is why there's so much focus on it. And these changes are then translated into releases. For the next year and a bit, there are 5 releases planned. Next one, WordPress 5.6, is happening at the beginning of December. And the first beta is happening this Tuesday. So this will be the first time you will be able to test WordPress 5.6. For years, WordPress had a somehow predictable schedule between 2 and 4 releases per year. Then it took a little bit over a year to make WordPress 5.0, the release that introduced the block editor, available. And then contributors felt uncertain around the timeline. Having a predictable release schedule is very important. It allows everyone to plan ahead. And not only companies and website owners that need to test all the things, but also contributors that are working on the project can see in advance how this will fit in their life and work schedule. So I would like to highlight some changes that happened in the past few months or are planned in the near future. Features that, so to avoid turning this into a shopping list of things, I focused on features that have an interesting story behind it, and how they came to be and what is their impact in this massive ecosystem. So changes might be championed by different stakeholders, but the ultimate goal is always to improve some of the most important things in the web landscape today. So for example, auto updates, they are important for security. Outdated versions of plugins, themes, or WordPress core are potentially vulnerable and can be used to hack your website. Now, security is important for every website, no matter its size and visibility. Even if your mom is the only reader you have, it's important that the website is safe for you and for her. So auto-updating will help website owners to keep everything to the latest version and reduce the surface of hacking attacks. Anything that has to do with auto-updates, though, is tricky territory. I hear a lot of people mentioning Facebook and browsers and online services as an example where you don't know which version you're using. Like this week, I discovered I use Chrome 86 whatever because I needed to test something. So I needed to have all the specs. I had no idea. But those are, software as a service, or it doesn't matter how they work. They are not what WordPress is. A self-hosted application that might have been changed over the years. So in the previous release, WordPress 5.5, the first iteration of plugin and themes auto update was introduced. I think right now it doesn't have the best and easiest discoverability. I felt when it came out that it needed more design feedback. So I opened my first core ticket for that. And I noticed the other day, because I'm watching the ticket, that there are now designs approved to add a more easy, visible way to check if you want to enable or disable the auto updates. So work is ongoing. I don't know if it will land at 5.6, but it's there. But actually, the ability to auto-update everything has existed for 7 years. At the time, minor releases auto-updates were turned on by default, and by now we're all used to it. 5.6, WordPress 5.6 will add the user interface to opt-in for WordPress core major releases. So this means that beside minors, all the others are disabled by default. And I really understand the fear, believe me. At the same time, as a former employee of SiteGround, a managed hosting company with hundreds of thousands of WordPress installations on their web servers, I'm here to tell you it can be done. Plugins are pretty straightforward. Managed hosting companies have been doing that for years. Themes are a bit trickier because despite the existence of child theme, a lot of people, me included, keep putting code into their main theme. So that's where breakage happens. And I'm a big supporter of this feature. I believe as a rule in life that the less time we spend in tasks that can be safely automated, the more time we have to do different work, more meaningful and more profitable work. My only concern about this feature is the lack of tests and fallbacks that managed hosting companies have put in place for years. For example, they back up the website before they do the auto update, and some will let you pick how long after the release you want to do the auto update. And if something goes back, something goes wrong, they will roll you back to the previous version. None of this is part of WordPress core. So for now, I would really encourage you to test this feature thoroughly in development sites or staging sites before you opt in production. But I am sure that you're already doing this for every change in your website. And if you're not, now is the time to start. Support for PHP 5.6 is also a security matter, was supposed to be dropped in the next release of WordPress. It was dropped by PHP, the project, at the end of 2018, and many felt that it was time to drop it also on our side. But the numbers tell a different story. WordPress is famous for its commitment to backward compatibility. And over 10% of WordPress websites still use PHP 5.6. So what do you pick in a case like this? On one side, you have modernization because you want to drop old things and introduce new things. And on the other one, you have the safety of your users because you don't want suddenly 10% of this websites not to work anymore. So in the end, the safer solution for the users was picked, and the support for PHP 5.6 won't be dropped in the next 2 months. There is a proposal for a multi-year plan to drop older version of PHP as we go, because we want to do that without causing too many troubles for outdated websites. And if you go to your WP admin dashboard, you will see the site health widget, which is a very important one because it tells you it gives you useful information about your website. And if you need to update your PHP version, you will have instruction there how to do it. Educating user is definitely more time consuming and it's probably slower, but it is the right thing because it also empowers users and make them feel they're in control of their website. And if you ask me, that's not a bad thing at all. After security, speed is probably one of the most important factors to take care of when you work on your website. Speed matters a lot to all the stakeholders. I always like to quote some super scary numbers to get people convinced. According to Think with Google, who's a great resource from Google for mobile for designing and developing mobile websites, 53% of mobile visitors, so people that visit your website from their mobile, will leave a page if it doesn't load within 3 seconds. It takes longer to say 3 seconds than actually for 3 seconds to pass. So a faster and more secure web is a shared interest of search engines, hosting companies, e-commerces. So basically everyone is rooting for any feature that will improve loading time. 5.5, the previous version, introduced the native lazy loading of images in browsers which support it. This feature became a web standard at the beginning of 2020, and WordPress leveraged it as soon as possible. It's a great feature because it saves bandwidth by loading images only when you reach them in the website page you're visiting, and not preloading them all, because there might be some images at the bottom of the page that you will never reach. So it's great if they don't load. Now, a big change that it's on the table is the support for PHP 8, which, amongst other things, includes continuous performance improvements. Now, this is the third time I think I give this talk, and I keep changing this because this is how it works. It keeps changing, right? So at the beginning of October, I said WordPress 5.6 will support PHP 8. Today, I cannot confirm this will happen for sure in one form or another. I don't know yet. There is a lengthy debate about it. I will add links to all these resources once I publish my slides online on Noticed, which is a great website that I use for my slides. So there is a debate, okay? And it's made of a lot of different voices and a lot of different issues. And partly it's dependent on the decision not to drop 5.6. Partly it's tied to the technical debt that a 17 years old code base has inevitably accumulated. And partly it's due to the complex nature of the changes required. And then there are the semantics. What does it mean WordPress 5.6 supports PHP 8? WordPress core? The whole ecosystem? Plugins? Themes? Honestly, I don't have an answer. But actually, from tomorrow, one of my main tasks will be to work on this with my teammates at Yoast and other contributors. And I often refer back to Eric Raymond, which is the author of The Cathedral and the Bazaar, which is a founding text for open source and for WordPress. Given enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. Now, I am not even remotely suggesting that this issue is easy nor shallow. But I believe that with a wealth of skills and enough people working on the project, we can more successfully tackle this problem. And then there's accessibility. Every new version of WordPress comes with accessibility improvements, and 5.6 won't be different. These changes are driven partly by businesses and in large part by the community. Accessibility is unfortunately an afterthought in many cases, and it was the same for WordPress, but for the past few years, the project has been working to improve. Accessibility compliance is not only required by law, which should be motive enough to get you to care and invest on it, it's also good for business. So my background, WordCamp Italia. Yesterday, I was one of the organizers of WordCamp Italia. And one of the talks I listened to while emceeing was from Margherita Pelonara, who's an excellent speaker and an accessibility expert in Italy. And she was saying that over 20% of Italians suffer from some form of disability. It can be anything, temporary, not permanent. So can you afford to lose 20% of your potential customers right from the start? Because the more people can access your website, the more people will click on that buy now button. And it needs to be a button, not a div. So I think this is something we should all consider. So WP Campus, which is a community of networking, resources, and events for anyone using WordPress in the world of higher education, commissioned an accessibility audit of Gutenberg last year. The resulting report continues to help guide accessibility improvements throughout the project, not just on the block editor. The report from Tenon, which is the company that won the proposal bid, highlighted a number of issues and basically found that, and I'm reading from the screen with you all, Gutenberg has a significant and pervasive accessibility problems, severe in nature. Organizations would have high-risk profiles should consult legal counsel before using it and may want to choose to use the legacy editor instead, so the classic editor plugin. The good news is that of the 84 issues reported at the time, the majority have been fixed. But there is a but. New accessibility issues are introduced with each new feature, and this is less than ideal. And fresh off the press, I think it was the end of September, there is also the decision by the W3C, the World Wide Web Consortium, not to use WordPress anymore for their blog because, again, I quote, the delivery of accessible HTML, CSS pages that meet user needs is the most important part of this project. So yes, the W3C is prioritizing accessibility over picking an open source CMS. And as Joe Dawson, who's a prolific contributor and a leading consultant in the accessibility world, said, open source was never a requirement, but a preference. So if accessibility and the other concerns raised are more important, then probably we, as the WordPress project, need to take a deep look inside our accessibility practices, not the W3C. But all of the things that I mentioned so far are coming together beautifully at the end of this year, and actually next week in beta 1, on the new default theme 2021 that brings together accessibility, performance, and the power of blocks. I don't know if you had a chance to see it yet in action or just some screenshot, but here is a screenshot. I think it's beautiful. And look at those pastel palettes. I love it. And if you tried now, even before it's released for beta on Tuesday, out of the box, it gets top marks from Google Lighthouse. It gets scores 100 on performance, 100 on accessibility, 100 on best practices. And if you ask yourself why only 92 on SEO, it's because WordPress core doesn't have meta descriptions. But I know how you can improve that. It's pretty obvious from my t-shirt. It's beautiful. Honestly, I've been testing it for the past 2 weeks, and I'm having fun with it. As I said, this Tuesday, WordPress 5.6 Beta 1 will be released and the theme will be bundled. And I really encourage you to test it in staging or local, not in production, although I'm doing it in production. So up until now, we saw features that more or less were based on input from the business ecosystem and the community, and that either already happened or in motion. What will happen after WordPress 5.6 gets released in December? Well, first of all, let me clarify, active development of WordPress never stops. Every day, people work on hundreds of tickets and keep thinking about how to make it better. So the project is not only working on the things I'm about to mention, just to be clear. If you go to WordPress.org roadmap, you will see a very high-level roadmap with the direction the software is headed to. I don't think it will come to a surprise to anyone to see that blocks are the main focus for the next couple of years. The rollout plan is made of 4 stages. The goal of phase 1 was to introduce the block editor, which was merged in WordPress 5.0 and keeps moving forward as a plugin. So multiple versions of the plugin get merged into WordPress, each WordPress major release, about 8 to 10, depending on the timeline. The goal of phase 2, full site editing, is to utilize the power of Gutenberg block model in an editing experience beyond post or page content. In other words, the idea is to make the entire site customizable through blocks. So from this point on, everything you see is a block. A user will be able to edit their header, footer, add a menu, modify the widgets, and create page templates, and so on. For example, one thing that I've also been testing last week is the new widget screen. So when you go from your dashboard to appearance widget, if you have the Gutenberg plugin already installed, you will see a completely different experience. Everything is a block, and you'll be able to add in your widget areas things that previously you were not able to do. So that's pretty great. It takes a little bit to get used, but it's like, you know, those changes. Like when Gutenberg came out, I was like, oh, I'll never get used to it. Or when my hosting company didn't use the cPanel anymore, I was like, oh, I've been using this for 15 years. I'll never get used to it. And then the widget screen is absolutely the same. You know, the first thing is like, what am I doing with this? And then as soon as you start clicking around, it just works. So it's great. And I've become a major Gutenberg fangirl. When I first tried it before 5.0, I felt it was, as I said, weird. I was not used to it. It was a bit buggy, but it's incredible what a difference 2 years make. And so I'm thrilled to see it evolve. I do have a little bit of concerns about full site editing, the whole full site editing experience. The first one is a business-related one. What will happen to WordPress theme shops? This is something that I have heard many people mention, and so I know it's a common concern. So to me, it looks like full site editing is both a blessing and a blocker. It's a blessing because it will allow everyone to fully leverage the opportunities offered by blocks. So themes developers will be able to play with modern HTML and JavaScript. And at the same time, if they play their cards right, also in terms of marketing, they will be able to attract customers with these shiny new toys. So when I go to Facebook groups or forums, I see that users with no development skills really struggle with things like changing fonts, colors, things like that, but also, most importantly, element positions and the layout. So theme shops will be able to offer this a lot more easily and make it part of their selling proposition. So I really don't think that having more customizing options will make our end users, developers, or designers, because drag and dropping doesn't make you a developer or a designer. Otherwise, you know, agencies offering Shopify and Squarespace customization services would be out of business. But at the same time, there is a lot to learn, a lot, because full site editing is really changing everything. Also in terms of how actually to develop a theme. So let's assume that that full site editing is going to be ready for WordPress 5.7. Are theme developers ready for it? I really hope so, because I really want to see the ecosystem succeed. And the other question I had for me, because I have quite a lot of websites that run, in some cases, very old themes, is what will happen when non-block supporting themes, what will happen to them when full site editing will be introduced? So I reached out to the source, to Riyad Benguela, who's one of the leading engineers in the Guten team. And he told me that, and again, I'm reading, full site editing will be enabled only when a theme supporting it is being used. So if themes are not ready, they'll just work like today. And this is a major relief for me, and I hope it is also for you. You can stay in the loop with these resources that I put here. Don't worry if you don't catch a screen shot of this. I will upload my slides to Notice and make sure to communicate it on Twitter. Gutenberg Time is curated news by Birgit Pauli-Hack, weekly newsletter, podcast, Q&A sessions, whatever you need. Full site editing is an e-course by Carolina Niemark, who is one of the theme team leading contributors. And so if you have to create a block-based theme or convert an existing one, I suggest you keep an eye on that. It's free, but she's accepting sponsorship. So I think it's great if you could chip in. And finally, follow the blogs of the different teams that are involved in making this experience. It might be the core, accessibility, design, these are themes, these are the teams. And I will get in a moment to what are these teams that I keep talking about that are involved in making the full site editing experience. By the way, the core blog is super, super, super active, and I know it can be a bit overwhelming, but if you really want to follow only one blog and stay in the loop, that's the one that you need to follow. And I really encourage you to leave comments, because this is how the project gets feedback from as many users and makers as possible. So in addition to all that we've talked so far, there are a number of features that are not being worked on yet, but are incredibly exciting and promising. So phase 3 is collaboration. Matt Mullenweg talked about it in 2019 State of the Word, and he said phase 3 is where we take everything that you see in Gutenberg and make it so that you can real-time co-edit with anyone else who's editing the same thing as you are. So collaboration will allow multiple people to access content at the same time. First use case I can think of, blogging. So I founded a blog many years ago that has tons of authors, and every post we publish goes through many steps. And, you know, it's a constant, oh, did you finish editing that so I can go there? And you know, I don't know if you ever worked on this, you know what I'm talking about. You have to either take control from the user or, you know, ping them and say, hey, can you get out of the post? So this hopefully, this nightmare should end. And I really think that this will help everyone streamline your editorial workflow in a way that it will be similar to Google Documents. And finally, phase 4 is a major, much awaited change in WordPress. But right now, I don't think there's much concrete. My wish is for Core to include multilingual support out of the box, so users won't need plugins to translate their website. I am not sure WordPress will be able to completely substitute mature plugins at this point, but some basic functionalities to start with would be great. So hopefully work on phase 4 will start soon. But WordPress is not only made of code, and it's certainly not only made of what the WordPress core team works on. Currently, there are 18 teams involved in making WordPress what it is. And we really need all of them to work in harmony to keep making the platform, the user experience, and the community great. So if you go to make.wordpress.org, you will find them all, and maybe this will inspire you to get started contributing. So when I mentioned teams, that's what I meant. These are the Make WordPress teams. And if you're the owner of a company or work for one, or even if you're a freelancer, consider donating resources to WordPress in terms of time. This initiative, Five for the Future, was launched in 2014, and it encourages organizations to contribute 5% of their resources back to WordPress. So I have a whole talk about contributing to WordPress, so I don't want to go too deep into this. And honestly, it has changed my life completely, professionally and personally. It's a great way to learn. And for organizations, having employees contributing to WordPress can even be a cost-effective training. Also, how cool is it to contribute to the future of the open web? There are many companies right now contributing, already donating. They made this pledge, so-called pledge, to donate their employees' time to the process. I am very, very proud of what Yoast is doing, because despite us being a smaller, well, 100+ people is not very small, but let's say not being as big as Automatic, who's the main contributor to WordPress, we're doing very well. I didn't add my hours yet, but we're very close to 300 hours a week contributed back to the project. So that's fantastic. And I really, really encourage you to do the same. We really need it to make sure that the future of WordPress is bright. So there's more. Since I joined the contributors rank in 2015, I noticed that how we improved every day in fields that are not to be taken for granted, especially in tech. A lot of work has been done to increase diversity and inclusion in the project. So from a whole speaker training project to putting together an all-female release, which is a first, and it's going to be the next one. So 5.6 has an all-female team behind it. And finally, one thing that I really hope will become more and more present in the next few years is sponsoring individuals who are active in the project. Volunteering is great. And I did it for a long time, and I see a lot of my friends doing it, but sometimes it can be very expensive. So if you're not ready yet to pledge 5% of your company's time, of your resources to the project, consider sponsoring people that are already involved and are already making a difference and could really use your support. Again, for now, a very short list of people, but I hope it will grow, and I hope to see more and more people sponsor them too. Now, this is the last session. I really want us to go wild. And disclaimer, there is no promise behind this. This is just wild hopes and dreams. I asked some colleagues and some friends a few weeks ago to tell me what were their hopes and dreams for the future of WordPress based on emerging and established trends and patterns in the web industry. But I also have been keeping an eye on these two tweets that I saw from two active and very respected contributors. And going through the replies, it's very, very interesting, because really people go wild with their hopes and dreams, as it should be. And honestly, there is no hope, there is no promise that this can all happen, but everyone is allowed to hope and dream, right? So these were actually the replies I got from some friends and some colleagues. So they wish for WordPress to be translated into many more languages so that people from all over the world can use it and contribute to it. Another friend said multilingual in its core, including fallback languages. This is something very dear to anyone who's not speaking American English. Someone else said eco-conscious and sustainable. What do you mean by that? So WordPress mission is to democratize publishing, and we pretty much achieved that. So it's time to focus on making the information people publish more accessible and usable. So not all countries have access to high-speed internet, and lots of people rely on mobile phones with limited data to browse websites. So if to see your content, they need to load massive files, you're basically incapacitating them to use the web. And that's not cool. Other things, privacy, performance, SEO, more competition from other platforms, fully accessible. One especially geeky friend said WP Admin is a single page application, but also application of a blockchain. Now, let me be completely honest here. I have no clue what blockchain is. But if the European Commission awarded a 1 million euros award to WordProof, the blockchains for social good contest, it means that it's important and we have to start paying attention. But with all the replies I got, I really identify with this, which is from Marieke van der Act, who's my boss, and she gave a talk a couple of hours ago. She's the CEO of Yoast. I would love WordPress to become easier in the future. It is still rather hard for non-technical people to get started. Also, I think the platform has grown despite its marketing and not because of it. So in the future of WordPress, I would love to have a consistent story and a consistent strategy. So, based on what I said, in my eyes, the future of WordPress is bright, thanks to the willingness to innovate and not stay behind. But to be able to accomplish that, the project needs really a multitude of people involved at a personal level and a stakeholder business interest level. So I think we all should contribute selfishly and generously. And I know it sounds contradictory, but it's basically an invitation to pick one thing in WordPress that you want to make it better, invest in it, and take it to the end line, whatever it means. So for example, for me, it's outreach and mentorship of more women to help them get involved in the project. But after all, this is the base of open source contribution. As I mentioned already, Eric's Raymond, The Cathedral and the Bazaar book. That's the first lesson. Every good work of software starts by scratching a developer's itch, and not just a developer. Every user has a voice in this. So you need to start somewhere and starting from something that you need a solution for is a great motivator. So that's actually where the future of WordPress rests, in your hands. So thank you very much for listening to me. And my name is Francesca Marano, and I'm the WordPress core team lead at Yoast. And I hope we can continue the conversation. I'll see you around. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Francesca. It's always a treat to hear you speak. Unfortunately, we're a little tight on time, so the questions will have to be taken in the hallway track. So if you'll join us there, yes?
Yes, I will. All right. I will.
All right, so you can enter the hallway track at lawordcamp.org/2020. And thanks again, and we'll see you over there.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Welcome back to the WordCamp LAX live show. I am Joey Dowd, your live show host and wrangler. Thanks to Francesca for your Future of WordPress talk, and Meryl for your talk on captions. Remember, the conversation continues on Zoom and Slack, so go check it out. All right, sponsor events. Waiting for the teleprompter to load, but I do know where now because I've been talking about it. Nexus and WP Engine are both having events right now during the lunch break. That's cool. Teleprompter froze. Yeah, Nexus is doing their Nachos, Nexus, and WooCommerce event. WP Engine is doing their Kahoot trivia game. And then also at 2, Nexus will be talking about their plugins. Other sponsors that are in the virtual booth right now include GoDaddy Pro, Yoast, Green Geeks, and one more, Bluehost. So you can go check out all of them over at the sponsor hub at the website la.wordcamp.org. Now, instead of doing some of the tricks of the trade with the tweets, we had been doing, as I mentioned before, we'd been doing the live show leading up to the camp about a couple weeks up leading up to, and we had different guests on, and so they were all asked different tricks of the trade, some sponsors, some from our own organizer team. So here is a compilation video of all of the tricks of the trade that were shared by the live show guests.
My very quick one is just always check your permalinks. I feel like that's a common, you set up a new post type and you're like, why is it not showing, etc. So that's a freaking easy one. And maybe on the visual side, that like to kind of think about accessibility and have your alt tags filled out properly, or check your contrast and choose font sizes and type that will be readable to all people.
Do you have any tools that you use to help check contrast?
I have a Chrome extension, but I have to look up the name to be able to share it. But I can do that while Chris is going if you want.
Sure. Yeah, I'm always kind of curious of, accessibility is big, but I'm always curious of like extra tools to use to help.
Yeah, I think you could definitely use Lighthouse, like the which is in Chrome DevTools, as a starting point.
Sure, I've got lots of tricks in my trade. I would say, one thing that people notice very often after they put up their first WordPress website is that sharing a link to their site on social media or in a text message, something like that, the preview doesn't always match what they might expect it to do. Sometimes you have like placeholder text that gets installed as an artifact during the WordPress setup process, or sometimes you have auto-generated images and things kind of pulled at random. There's a good plugin called the SEO framework that you can use to control a lot of SEO values, which also impact preview text. And it's just one of those like 5-minute things to take care of after building a new site that makes it, helps you control the presentation of those previews.
Nice. Is that kind of, with that plugin, does that kind of check your boxes for all of your general SEO stuff, like optimization, like a sitemap generator? And
it does. SEO optimization is actually less important in 2020 than a lot of people think it is. But those SEO values are useful in ways beyond just your search presence.
I'll go down that rabbit hole. Why do you think it is less important now, or not as important?
Because fewer people are searching for things in Google than they used to. More people end up going to a website because they got a referral through email or social or something like that.
I think a lot about how content looks on a page, and header hierarchy matters. It matters because it helps screen readers, and it does help with SEO if you care about that, but also it's also really nice if you can have parameters when you're writing so that the text looks good on a page in a standard way. it doesn't even require you to make like a branding guide for yourself. Like if you can just remember that there should be one H1 tag, like one H1 on the page, and then the top of a section would be like an H2, and then anything underneath that would be H3, right? And then if you want to switch ideas, you go back to H2, and then you go to H3. So thinking about header hierarchy in ascending order. So if you have one H1, then you have an H2, then you have your H3s. Some people go to H4 and H5. I don't typically, maybe H4. And then you can start back at H2 and then go to H3s. But you would never order it like H1, H5, H3, H2, H4. Like you don't do that sort of order. So just remembering that with your headers on the page or the post, you go in ascending order.
Yeah, that's a great tip. And I feel like, so I'm usually with a default WordPress theme, H1 is going to be your, if you're doing a regular blog post, H1 is going to be your blog post title, right? Mm-hmm. By default, yeah. And then anything you add under that will be H2 to H6. And I feel like with Gutenberg, I can't remember these, I think if you click the I, if that's right, you can see it'll kind of show you an outline of your page or your article, and right, am I on the right path here? It'll show you the outline, and you can kind of glance at your structure to kind of make sure your H2, H3 tags have like a logical grouping as your.
Yeah, and this the doc outline that they added now. Yeah. Sorry, it's just
the doc outline. Yeah,
that's fine. This is also like with Google Docs, right? Like. In general, if you can build an outline into your story that you're telling, not only does it make more sense for the reader, but it also helps you when you have to quickly refer to something, if you have to edit it or go back into it. It helps you to be able to find information quickly. And whatever you can do to help yourself in the future make your job easier, then that's really good.
But now I feel like I'm just going to be copying, because my tip was always like SEO related, and James talked about SEO. And I'd say optimize, make sure you have like a good SEO plugin and set it up. But also I would say too, you kind of finish your writing your post, and then you're kind of ready to hit publish. But I would say there's a lot of, to make sure you kind of tick the boxes on the other metadata surrounding it, to make sure that you write out a good, at the very least, write out a good excerpt, and don't let WordPress just pull I think the default is pulling the first couple lines from your post, but it's definitely better to craft out a custom excerpt that summarizes what your article is about, because that's what Facebook and Twitter, maybe Twitter, but that's what kind of the social graphs will pull from if people post your link and they get the little preview card. So you want to make sure that is more of a teaser and a description of your post, rather than just whatever the first couple sentences that you wrote were.
So I have one tip that's probably very usual, but for users, beginners, or even users that are a bit used to WordPress already, I would say keep your WordPress secure. It's very important. There are a ton of setup guides online for configuring your WordPress with some plugins and some stuff to be sure it's secure. Be careful when you choose plugins and themes to check the author, check how much they are used before you choose some shady plugin and theme. From my experience, a lot of websites got broken or even hacked when you don't follow some basic rules of security. For example, having an SSL domain, so it's also important that you choose the right hoster that also provides that kind of stuff. But exactly, WordPress security is really one big point.
My general WordPress quick tip, and this may seem a little elementary, but if you log into your WordPress admin and you go to settings and you go to reading, there's a little checkbox on the bottom part there that says discourage search engines from accessing the site or similar. Make sure that's not checked, because a lot of times when you're building a site, it's in development. A lot of people build it on a live domain. They put up a maintenance plan, and they discourage search engines while they're building their menus and pages and things. And we've seen it more than once, and I've done it more than once, forgetting to turn off the discouragement of search engines indexing the site. So that's my quick tip.
Thanks to everyone that came on the show and shared their tips. Remember to keep tweeting out your tips with the hashtag WCLAX. Got a few more shows left. Got a couple more slots to share out those tips, share it with the world. Next up, we have a video from one of our sponsors, SiteGround. Because of the time difference, they weren't able to join us live, but they sent a recording sharing a bit about their story and some tips.
My very quick one is just always check your permalinks. I feel like that's a common, you set up a new post type and you're like, why is it not showing?
Hello, my name is Christo Ponjarov and I'm manager of WordPress initiatives here at SiteGround. I'm very happy to be able to talk to you at this WordCamp LA. Unfortunately, I'm sitting here in the empty SiteGround building in Sofia and not being able to fly over to sunny California, but with the COVID thing happening, hopefully next year or the year to come, it will be better and we'll be able to meet in person on the SiteGround booth and not online. Few words. As I promised the organizers, SiteGround is a web hosting company. We provide managed WordPress hosting and we try to handle every aspect of the proper WordPress website hosting, from security to our specialists have developed a special WAF for WordPress. We provide services like auto updates. We constantly monitor everything that comes up in the WordPress ecosystem in terms of vulnerabilities. We offer special performance pack. The SG Optimizer plugin is one of the best performance plugins out there, and it really speeds up your websites to great levels. And of course, we have a knowledgeable 24/7 support at your disposal to help you out in case you have problems. This is what SiteGround does. I think one way or another you have heard about our company. We've been sponsoring WordCamps for roughly 10 years, and we've been around a very long time. My current story, because I've been asked to answer this question, what is my WordPress journey? I think it's a very interesting one. I started working for SiteGround as a regular support team member. I was closing tickets in 2007. So I'm now 13 years later. I manage our entire WordPress product, everything we do in terms of services, plugin development, our contributors, and it's been a great journey for me to grow from a regular support team member to a supervisor to the escalations team, and then start handling more the things more on the product side. Funny thing is that when I started at SiteGround, actually WordPress wasn't that big in the world as it is now. It was mostly Joomla and Mambo back then. So we were doing a lot of stuff about those two applications, about Joomla mostly, which inherited Mambo. And it was very interesting to be able to see how one project, when not constantly developed, when lacking huge support from the community, shrinks its global usage, while another WordPress grows exponentially and gets more and more traction, more and more business use, more and more volunteers and people who want to participate in the product one way or another. So that's been particularly interesting for me to be able to see how the web develops in a longer period of time, because there are certain processes that you can't really catch for a month or two. So this video is mostly me answering several questions that the organizer have asked me, and the last one of them is what is my WordPress tip for you, a tip or trick. I would say when you plan a website, spend a bit more time planning than actually starting to build it. Trust only reputable providers of your software, no matter if it's a team provider or a plugin provider. Always spend an hour or two trying to figure out whether this is the perfect plugin for your needs, whether this author provides adequate support for it. So for example, if you want to add something to WooCommerce, you like a payment gateway, for example, it will be the chances are there will be more than one plugin out there. Just go to the forums, check how many open threads they have and how fast they're answering customers, because you will need support eventually from the plugin developers, and it's a good idea to have software that is very well maintained, developed, and that keeps up to date with the latest trends and security measures. Another thing, the next question for me is to highlight things happening during the event. We have two speakers that are part of the SiteGround Ambassadors program. Joe Simpson is talking on Saturday, and Cole Evans is on Sunday. I urge you guys to look at both talks. They're great. I'm sure they have great content to share with you. So bye from me. Have fun at the WordCamp. I hope that next time we meet in person, and see you.
Thank you, SiteGround. All right, next up in about an hour at 1:15 on track 1, which is still community themed, we have 5 ways to make your events and projects more diverse. And on track 2 in accessibility, we have web accessibility and on-page SEO, why they are really like twins. So grab a bite to eat, get a shot of espresso, head over to the sponsor booths, hallway, Zoom room, and Slack. That wraps up this episode of the WordCamp LAX live show. I will see you back here at 2.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp LAX, Los Angeles' 11th annual WordPress conference celebrating the tricks of the trade. We're streaming live from 9 to 5. All talks will be available later on WordPress.tv. For this session, please welcome Ellie Nimmons. She is the community manager at WP Buffs. Before joining the WP Buffs team, Ali spent 5 years maintaining, troubleshooting, designing, and breaking WordPress sites for small business owners. She's passionate about tapping into what makes WordPress and the WordPress community so powerful, from human to code and back again. Welcome to the session.
Hi, Mark. Thank you so much for that fantastic introduction. Yes, all those things were true. My name is Ali Nimmons. I'm the community manager at WP Buffs. And today I'm going to be talking to you about 5 ways that you, as a member of the WordPress or general tech or general world community, can make events and projects that you are managing, hosting, organizing more diverse and more inclusive. So let's jump right into what is actually diversity, right? When we hear diversity, we think women, or we think Black people, right? There are some common misconceptions, or not misconceptions, but there are some common assumptions that come to mind immediately when we think about diversity. And I want to define diversity now to set the tone for the rest of these 30 minutes I'm going to be talking to you today. Diversity isn't just more of one type of person. Diversity is a range. It means variety. So when we're thinking about people, we want to make sure that we have an environment that anyone in the world can walk into and find people that look like them, sound like them, think like them. So that means variety in gender, race and ethnicity, sexual identification, disability, but it also means neurodivergence, the way that people think, age. Tech can be limited to a specific sort of age group. So we want to think about people who are on the younger and the older end of that spectrum. We want to think about language, right? And that's our verbal and our written languages, but also maybe the languages that we code in, right? The languages that we speak in terms of our professions, if you are a developer, you kind of speak a different language than somebody who maybe is purely a marketer, right? So thinking about it from that perspective. And then variety within our journeys and our backgrounds. So there are people who work in tech who have degrees in computer science and who have been coding since they were, teenagers. And there are people who are just starting out. There are people who are self-taught, like myself. And all of those journeys and backgrounds are valid, and they all need to be considered, and they all need to be accepted. So try to keep this in mind when we talk about diversity. It means some of everyone, not necessarily just lots of one type. So the first point we're going to talk about today is prioritizing diversity. And I know you might be thinking, well, duh, right? If we want to have a more diverse space, we need to prioritize it. But what does that actually really and truly mean, right? It means bringing diversity in at every step of your process and not moving forward until that bit of that process has been satisfied. It means every single facet of what it is that you're doing. How can you think about diversity within that subset of that project, if that makes sense? It means things like actually putting your money where your mouth is, right? If you are somebody who supports or sponsors events like this one, right? Are you sponsoring a wide variety of events? Are you sponsoring diverse events? Are you looking at the diversity of an event before you sponsor it? Things like that. More than anything, it means action and not just intent. It's very easy to sit and say, well, I support diversity, right? I'm not a racist. I'm not a sexist. I'm not ableist. I support diverse people. But what are you actually doing every single day? Those little things that help to push diversity forward, right? For example, one of the ways that we can accidentally deprioritize diversity is by saying things like, well, I don't see color, right? Or I don't see gender, or I don't see all of these other diversity monikers, whatever you might want to call them. But there's a danger in that. There is harm in that. When you're saying, I don't see color, you're saying, I don't see a part of a person. I am female, I am African American, and I identify as queer. So if you tell me, well, I don't see your color, you are completely erasing a large part of my identity. Of course, what makes me who I am is more than just my color or my gender or my sexuality, but those things are very important, and they actually make me better. They make me more of who I am, and they make me somebody that can provide value that I might not have been able to provide if I didn't have particular life experiences. So if you are somebody who says or thinks, I don't see color, rethink what you actually mean by that, and consider the fact that that can actually be more of a harmful mindset than a positive one. So the next tip is to make sure that you have an ability to widen your sphere, right? Widen your sphere of influence. And when I say sphere of influence, right, that means all of the things that we surround ourselves on a regular basis that influence the way that we think, the way that we work, the things that we buy, the people we hang out with, all of that sort of stuff, right? This means that you have to think about, if you are somebody who wants to promote diversity in your projects, in your business, whatever that may be, it doesn't just end when you're making that business decision. Widening your sphere and bringing all of these diverse people and ideas and experiences into your everyday life makes it so much easier when you're actually reaching out to accomplish something and you want to keep diversity in mind. You have this sphere, a diverse sphere that you can pull from. So for example, if you are a WordCamp organizer and you are doing outreach for speakers, you want people to apply to speak at your event. If your sphere is very narrow and limited, think of it like a bubble. When you reach out, you're only going to encounter people within that sphere. Typically, as human beings, right, we have a biological imperative to have people within our sphere that are like us, right? Back when we were cavemen, we operated in bands, and we only interacted with our immediate family, the people who are as much like us as possible. And anyone else was the other, it was the them. We don't live in that world anymore. We can't, right? This is a global environment in which we now live, especially people like us who work on the internet, right? So widening your sphere of influence to include people who think and act differently than you is incredibly important. And there are lots of different ways that you can do this. I created a Twitter list specifically called A Diverse WordPress. And anytime that I meet somebody who falls into what I consider outside of the norm, the stereotypical person who works in tech, you can define that however you want, but I think you probably know the kind of person I'm thinking of. Whenever I meet somebody like that and I think, wow, this person is really cool, this person is really smart, this person knows what they're talking about, I add them to this list. Note the second part of what I said. I don't add people to this list just because maybe I see a brown face or I see a rainbow flag in their Twitter bio. I try to find people who are WordPress professionals who are really serious about what they do, so that this list can be a robust resource for people to be able to widen their sphere of influence. So one thing that you can do today, right now, if you want, is go to my Twitter account and follow this list. And that will immediately inject into your Twitter timeline a bunch of more diverse people than you may have known previously. Shameless plug here. I'm also starting a project with my good friend Michelle Ames. We are launching a tool called Underrepresented in Tech, which is going to be a way for underrepresented people in the tech world to add their information to a database. And then if somebody who is starting a project or event would like to find diverse professionals to join that opportunity, basically, they can, for free, both sides for free, can search this database and get connected with people. So there are tools out there similar to this. I know that there are. We decided to build our own, but using something like this can help you not tokenize people, right? Tokenize meaning you reach out to somebody just because they're a woman, or you reach out to somebody just because they're Black, because you want to have that statistic, right? You want to up that percentage of diverse people in your project, right? It prevents that because you're not necessarily just looking at them as a diverse person. You're looking at them as a diverse person with the skill sets and the talents and the experience that you're looking for, right? So finding ways to do this is incredibly important. One way that you can also widen your sphere of influence is to reach out to specific groups. No matter where you are in the world, I promise you, well, that might be a big promise, but almost anywhere in the world, you can just run a Google search and search for blank in tech or blank in whatever industry you might be in. So if you search for women in tech, African Americans in tech, Latinx in tech, queer in tech, disabled in tech, ADHD in tech, you're going to find all of these groups, Facebook groups, websites, databases, Slack channels, where people who belong to these underrepresented communities come together and support each other and uplift each other and try to help each other. They exist. And the fantastic thing is that by finding them, you can promote them, you can support them. And when you would like to reach out and build these projects or these events or these teams that you're looking for, you can consider these groups as a part of your outreach to say, I know that this is a group of professionals in this industry. They offer a unique mindset to my own. I'm going to reach out to them and offer this opportunity. Here's a list that I actually keep myself of groups and organizations just like what I just mentioned. So if you're going to take a screenshot of anything in this presentation, maybe take a screenshot of this list and check out some of these companies. They are amazing. A lot of them are focused on women, Black individuals. I think there's even one or two in here that are focused on vets, like war vets. So they exist. They're out there. They're everywhere. You just got to search for them. So fourth is what I call finding ambassadors, right? This is probably the trickiest step of all the things that I'm going to talk about today, because it can be awkward, it can be difficult. I have often acted as an ambassador for other people. And what I mean by an ambassador is, for example, if somebody I know is about to start a podcast and they would like to bring more diverse individuals in as guests of that podcast, they might reach out to me and say, hey, I'm starting this thing. Can you please help me spread the word about it? Because I identify as a diverse individual. I follow lots of other diverse individuals. Like I said before, right, we have that imperative to tend to glom onto people who are similar to us. So me, as a Black female, I might have more Black female friends than a white male might. That's not a hard and true fact, but it's likely that a lot more of my friends are similar to me in how I look, how I think, blah, 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 blah. So the way that this can get tricky is, obviously, it is massively incorrect to assume that just because I am Black, I know all other Black people, right? Like, it is very incorrect to assume that I have some like secret password to tap into the entire Black community. That's ridiculous. But it is valid to say I might have more connections of diverse individuals than somebody who does not fall into a diverse group of individuals. So if you consider yourself a non-diverse individual, meaning that you don't really fit into the variety of subgroups of people that we talked about before, it is completely valid for you to reach out to somebody that you already know, that you already have connection with and trust with, right? And say, hey, I'm starting this thing. Would you please spread the word about it? Now, again, this can get tricky because we don't want to tokenize people. So if you do this, I highly recommend doing all of the previous steps that we just talked about first. This should be a last priority. This should be a supplementary step. This should be, I've done a ton of work already and I am building my diverse team, but I know that you have a network that I may not have found yet. So can you please help me, right? And that's kind of the tricky thing sometimes, is saying, I'm experiencing a deficiency. I'm experiencing a problem and I can't solve it completely by myself. Be aware that not everyone is going to be an ambassador for you. It is time consuming, right? For me to stop what I'm doing and reach out to people and try to talk to them about this opportunity, like, that's time and effort and energy on my part, and it can get exhausting. So if somebody says no, or I can't do that right now, take that at face value. Accept that decline and move on. Again, I would not ever say to start with this step, but to think about the people that are in your network right now that you know and that you like and that you trust. And consider the next time you're building a team or an event or a project, reaching out to them and just asking for their help. So here are some things that you can do to remove the potentiality of tokenizing within that step, right? So instead of asking, can you recommend anyone to me, right? Because then you're asking them to really think through all the people that they know and maybe, offer people up. That's very time consuming. First, look through the list of the people that they already follow. Because like I said, they might already have a deeper network of diverse individuals within their follow list than you do. Ask them to share the message publicly. Ask them to share a link in any groups that they might be in. Ask them how they find opportunities as a diverse individual. What resources or sites or databases do they trust that you could tap into to promote whatever it is that you're doing? And this is similar to the step of finding diverse groups, but there are tons of popular hashtags like Ally A11Y or Black Tech Twitter. And there are people that use those hashtags on Twitter and I think in other social media platforms, but primarily Twitter, to share opportunities and to share information with each other. So I'm not saying to add these hashtags to every single time you have a job posting or something like that and to commandeer that environment. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is to peruse those environments, to peruse those groups and those threads and those, those blocks of tweets and look for people that you think, hey, that person they really speak my language, right? Like they are within the same industry or field as me. They have the background and the experience in this profession that I'm looking for this project. They seem really cool. They have a great network. Maybe that's someone I can reach out to, right? But by using these hashtags, we are going back to that first step and we're prioritizing diversity. We are widening our sphere of influence by not just looking within our individual friend group, but going out and looking elsewhere. The fifth step is to make sure that you are supporting other diverse content, right? So if somebody reaches out to me about an opportunity, say like writing a guest blog post for them or coming onto their podcast or speaking at their event, I'm going to go look at their profile. I'm going to go look at the things that they've been sharing and liking and commenting on and all of that. And what really speaks to me is when I see that they have a rich and diverse and inclusive set of interests and community and network within the people that they interact with, right? I'm talking in terms of social media because a lot of the WordPress environment and a lot of the tech environment exists in places like Twitter. But this is for everything, right? This is for all over the place. Listening to diverse podcasts, watching diverse TV shows. Go watch Lovecraft Country. That has nothing to do with this, but go watch Lovecraft Country because it is amazing, diverse content and you will learn so much. Anyway, being able to support diverse content is good for you because it is going to provide you with perspectives that you didn't know that you needed. It is going to allow you to widen that sphere of influence, right? And find those other diverse people to interact with. And it is going to show that you actually support these people. It's going to be that thing where, like I talked about earlier, action, not just intent, right? So by actually consuming and supporting and promoting diverse content, you are showing that you are actually invested in that diverse content and those diverse people, right? A couple of examples of diverse content that you can go look up right now. The WP-MRR WordPress podcast is hosted by my boss at WP Buffs, Joe Howard, and co-hosted by Christy Chirinos from Liquid Web. This is the only WordPress podcast that I know of. Please DM me if you find another one because I will listen to it so fast. This is the only one I know of that is hosted by 2 people of color. The only one I know of. I want to say it's the only one that I know of that's hosted by people of color at all. And it's fantastic. It is a business-focused podcast. The focus is the MRR, but Joe and Christy talk about all sorts of other amazing sorts of things. WPMRR.com/podcast. Highly recommend giving it a listen. Hero Press is a blog website curated by Topher DeRoja. And basically what he does is he reaches out to people from all over the world and gives them a blog post that they can write their story and share the way that they entered into the WordPress community. And it is fantastic. It is an amazing way that it's an amazing example of how a person who is not part of an underrepresented group of people, Topher is a straight white male person, said, I noticed that there are all of these diverse people within WordPress. I don't ever see their stories being told. I'm going to use my privilege and my time and my energy to reach out to them and to curate these stories. Amazing. So I recommend running over to heropress.com and reading some of these stories and sharing some of them, sharing ones that move you, that you feel connected with. This is a great, great, great place to find and support diverse individuals within this community. And make sure that the events that you are sponsoring, attending, speaking at, volunteering at, promoting are diverse. The WordCamp system in general, like the flow of events, has been getting more and more diverse as time goes on. I've seen that in the past few years, and I'm very proud of it. But also make sure that you are looking at other events that prioritize diversity. Prime example being WordPress Accessibility Day, which happened a couple of weeks ago. I volunteered at that event, and I learned an amazing amount of information. And it wasn't even just information like specific facts. It was perspectives that I never thought about before, because I am an able-bodied person. I've never experienced a disability that has affected I wear glasses. That's the most like disabled thing, which is ridiculous. But I learned so much about how people with disabilities move through the world. And it shifted my perspective about what disabled means, and how people who have a disability navigate some spaces that I create. So making time and prioritizing attending events like this, incredibly important. And one final tip, bonus tip for you, is to make sure that you are looking beyond diversity. Remember that you are not just looking for a woman or a Black person or somebody with a disability. You are looking for a person who has unique experiences and values and perspectives versus your own, right? So a lot of these sorts of projects that we're talking about, events, if you're hiring, if you're trying to bring someone onto a team, whatever that might be, think about the amount of problem solving that you often need from someone, especially when you're hiring. Problem solving, right, is such a buzzword on resumes and things like that. If you are truly looking for somebody who is a problem solver, then you want to be able to have, or rather, let me back that up. If you are looking for a team that can solve problems, I argue that the more diverse that team is, the better they will be at solving problems. Because if you have everyone attacking a problem the same way based on similar past life experiences and similar perspectives and values, the problem's probably not going to get solved. But if you have people attacking that problem from so many different perspectives and viewpoints, that's how things get done, right? So look beyond the fact that somebody is a diverse individual and really look at what it is that they bring to the table. So that is all I have for you today, but I am really excited to answer any questions that anyone out there might have. And no question is a bad question. I know that this is a kind of tricky, uncomfortable topic. Like sometimes there are questions we might be a little bit embarrassed to ask because we think that it might be ignorant or something like that. That's okay, right? We're here to learn from each other. I am here to try to help widen perspectives. And so, yeah, if you have a question, I'd be really happy to answer it.
Okay, thanks, Ali. That was a really great session. I have a few questions here. How can you avoid making people feel tokenized when you reach out to them for help or invite them to join your event or project? Right. So we definitely touched on this a little bit, but we can go back a little.
preventing tokenization really begins with it begins in a lot of places, which is why I'm having a little trouble in answering that super directly. It starts in a lot of places. It starts with your intent, right? You're not, like I said just now, you're not just looking for a person to fill a box or check a box. You're looking for a person that solves problems. And so I'm going to tell an anecdote as an example when I felt remarkably untokenized. I was asked by Topher DeRoja ages ago to write a post for Hero Press. And we had some interactions before, but I didn't know him super well. So he asked me to write this post. And I was like, yeah, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much for asking me. And I asked him, why did you ask me to do this? Because I didn't really fully understand what Hero Press was at the time. I just knew it was like a blog of cool people. So I asked, why did you ask me to do this? Because I thought that I had said something or tweeted something that he thought was interesting. And so I wanted to capitalize on whatever that was that caught his attention. And he told me that he thought I was cool and that he appreciated a lot of the things that I had said and done. And he ended that by saying, and there aren't enough people who look like you out there telling their stories. And that made me feel so valued because he put me at the center of that. He put me and who I am, everything else stripped away, at the center of that. But he did acknowledge the fact that I am underrepresented. And, if he had just said, well, you're a Black woman and that would have felt terrible. Oh, okay, so it has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with what I look like. But it was the acknowledgement of both sides of that. So TLDR, in order to not tokenize people, look first at what they can provide as a human being, and then acknowledge that underrepresented tragedy, really, of yeah, you are an underrepresented person, and I want to make sure that whatever I'm doing, I'm supporting underrepresented people, and you are a great fit for that. So it has a lot to do with just kind of going back and looking at what it is you've written to this person and read it from their perspective. Is this tokenizing? And if you know what tokenization is, then you should be able to revise that message in a way that will prevent you from doing that.
Yeah, it's a great perspective. Another question is, what effect, if any, do virtual events have on diversity?
It's a really good question. I think it's sort of a mixed bag. I think that with physical events, it can be tricky for people like women or people who come from limited income households. It should be noted that in America, statistically speaking, if you are brown, if you are a person of color, statistically speaking, you probably make less money than somebody who is not brown. And so you are able to volunteer less of your time for free to go to an event, even if it's local, to travel to an event, to pay to travel to another city or state to go to an event. And so there were already socioeconomic gates in between underrepresented folk being able to travel to events, particularly for somebody who might be disabled. If physically you cannot go to an event because you are in pain or something like that, or if the location is not accessible to you, which unfortunately many locations are, that is a gate for you to be able to go to an event. All of that is stripped away with the virtual events, right? It doesn't matter if you are, a single mom with kids who isn't making that much, but you still want to be able to go to this event and learn. You can do that when your kids fall asleep in between, laundry loads or whatever. The fact that we can asynchronize all of these events means that people who are somewhat at a disadvantage, which, again, statistically speaking, underrepresented individuals tend to fall within those disadvantaged groups. Now that everything is virtual, I think it is better for diversity, or rather, diverse individuals have a much wider access to this sort of content and these sorts of events. And so I'm hoping that a lot of event organizers and leaders take advantage of that and keep that in mind and really try to make sure that we're not just always reaching out to the same people, but we are extending that hand to somebody who might not have been able to attend an event last year, but who would be able to now. So all in all, I think it's a lot better. I'm sure that there are some disadvantages. I can't really think of any right now, but that's primarily what comes to mind.
Cool. We have a question from chat by Joe. What underrepresented group do you see joining the WordPress community or growing fastest over the past year or so?
That is a good question. And I don't really know that I can answer that. Because I've been a part of the WordPress community. I've used WordPress for a number of years, but I've been a part of the WordPress community for only about a year and a half, meaning attending WordCamp events regularly and having friends and professional connections that are active members in the WordPress community, that sort of thing. And so as my sphere of influence grows, I find more and more diverse individuals, and I see that they are becoming more and more vocal. I don't think that I personally, honestly, have enough of a timeline as a part of the WordPress community that I don't have enough data, really, at the end of the day. I don't feel like I have enough data to make a positive assessment there. I have seen, just in the past year, however, I've seen more conversation about diversity. So what that tells me is that either we as a community are recognizing that there are not enough diverse people in this community, or the fewer number of diverse people in this community are becoming more vocal. I'm not exactly sure which is true. So yeah, I can't really answer that question very much, but I do think that that things are improving and that I'm seeing more diverse people speaking and being active on Twitter and things like that. And so, yeah, I can't really answer that entirely, but I do know that as a whole, it is improving.
Got it. Another question is, how can I safely speak out against microaggressions when I see them without being harsh or being afraid of calling someone out?
That's a really good question. Don't do it on Twitter, I would say, is my first recommendation. Twitter is a vacuum for nuance. If you need to have a nuanced conversation, or if you need to have a conversation with somebody that requires any degree of subtlety, Twitter's not the place for that. Maybe a DM is better. I would say don't do it in a tweet for sure, because tweets are designed to strip context. So once you move out of a tweet, calling out a microaggression is about educating someone, right? A microaggression, for anyone watching who doesn't know what a microaggression is typically something that is said as a joke or something that could be defined as a backhanded compliment that the person speaking doesn't really know that it's an insult. They don't really get that what they're saying is insulting because they lack context. So, for example, that's a good example of a microaggression. I had, as an African-American individual, I have very, very curly hair. And when I was small, I would always straighten it because I was made fun of as a child for having curly hair. So I would straighten it. And I remember one time going to school and not having straightened my hair for whatever reason. And so it was curly, it was a little bit frizzy. Think Hermione Granger. And somebody said to me, "What's wrong with your hair?" Or what happened to your hair? And they weren't making fun of me. They didn't mean it as an insult. I looked different than I usually did. So what's happened to you? But to me, it singled me out. It pointed out something about me that stuck out. It pointed out something about me that I was sensitive about. It communicated to me that the way that my hair naturally was wrong, or was bad, or was out of place. That's a microaggression. Now, for me to like yell at that person and call them like a racist or something, it's that's intense, right? If you notice that somebody has used a microaggression or has said something that can be considered offensive, the first thing that you want to do is point out that wasn't okay, right? There's a problem with what you said. I'm not saying there's a problem with you, right? Because that's when things get very defensive and people get angry, is when somebody comes and says, you are a racist, a sexist, a blah, blah, blah. Identifying that there was a thing that was put out into the world that you said that was hurtful. Here's why it was hurtful. Please don't say that again, right? That's how you call out a microaggression. That's how you approach that situation. Just try not to make it personal, is all I'll say. If this is like a out in the world situation, right, and somebody has said something that's microaggressive, yeah, in private, pointing out what they said was not okay, and asking them not to say it again, very valuable. If you are on a team, if you are at a company, it might be better to reach out to a supervisor or an HR director or something like that to say, give a screenshot, show your receipts. This is what was said. Here is why this is unacceptable to me. And I would like to have either a conversation with this person, or I would like you to have a conversation with this person to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Again, putting the focus on what was said and not the individual themselves. I think with a team or with a company, it's just a better situation to bring in a kind of mediative third party, like an HR person or a supervisor, so that it doesn't accidentally get super personal. But yeah, that's the core of my answer is make it about the thing that was said, educate that person on why it was wrong, ask them not to do it again, and move on.
Okay, great. As the final question, do you have any examples of events that are doing diversity well?
Ooh, that's a really good question. Hold on. I did actually see one recently, and I should have had it pulled up because I did want to share. Give me 1 second. It was, I believe, a Microsoft event that I came across. And I want to note that when I talk about a diverse event, it's incredibly subjective, right? Like, to you, a diverse event could look very different than it would to me. So the event is called Start Dev Change. So if you go to startdevchange.com, take a look at that speaker lineup. I see so many different kind of faces when I look through that speaker lineup. And what's important to note is I do see people who look like your typical person in tech, right? We all know what that person looks like. So it's not to say that, like, I don't believe that an event that is 100% women is a particularly diverse event, because there isn't a lot of variety. It's all one type of person, right? Still a valuable event, still promotes the concept of diversity. But what's important is, like, an event like this, I see a huge variety of different kinds of people talking about different kinds of things. And so, yeah, that's a great example of a diverse event.
Okay, great. I guess that concludes our QA session for now.
Awesome.
Thanks, Allie. Everyone, a round of applause.
Thank you.
Stay right here for our unique live show coming up next on the hour, every hour. Or continue the conversation with Allie in our unofficial hallway. Enter the hallway on our website, la.wordcamp.org/2020. Remember to register for free to access our event Slack chat room. Have a great weekend.
Welcome back to the WordCamp LAX live show. I am Joey Dowd, your live show host and wrangler. We are in the final stretch of WordCamp LAX. Thanks to Ali for your talk on diversity and Glenn for your talk on SEO and accessibility. As always, head over to the Zoom room for the hallway to chat with the presenters and attendees, as well as head over to our Slack. So we have a familiar face returning. Hey, Christiana.
Hello again.
Welcome back, our lead organizer. How's it going?
I believe I am really tired, also very pleased, because today is going super smooth. Yesterday was mostly smooth, but we had more bugs. Today we had very few bugs and issues, so it's been super smooth. And my organizing team is very competent at getting stuff done. So it's pretty rare that I have to get involved in fixing something, because everyone's so good at what they do.
Yeah, I'll
really
jump in
nice.
on the Slack, and then I'll sometimes see that there was an issue, and then it was resolved. And it's like, oh, okay, like everyone figured it out.
Yep. Sometimes I'll just message them and be like, let me know how you fixed this. Let me know if you need me, but they're totally fine, so.
Yeah. So I've been in a live streaming bubble, so I don't really know what's happening aside from Twitter. What's happening in the camp? I heard the hallway track's been pretty busy, or the hallway Zoom room.
Yes. So I will admit that we had a lack of publicity about the hallway track and other stuff. Like, I think it's just, I don't know. I was in this mindset of like, got to figure out a bunch of technical stuff this week, you know, because we didn't get trained on some of it until Tuesday. And so after that, we had to write guides and get used to it and all this stuff. So we didn't publicize the hallway track or a lot of the cool features on Friday before the camp. So people figured them out sort of like haphazardly on Saturday. So then early this morning, I wrote an email to everybody who's registered, because we have about 600 people registered. And then that doesn't include a bunch of people who aren't registered, but they're just watching for funsies. So I said, look, if you're registered, you are welcome to be in our Slack chat for our event. And that's a really big bonus, because we've got like a jobs board in there, and like legit companies are posting very good jobs, right? So that's nice. Yeah. But also we started a networking channel so that you can explicitly promote yourself or what you do, your company, which we didn't have yesterday because we were worried mostly about like people spamming us with ads. But we figured out a way to do it today so that it would be I don't know, refined and nice. And people have been really good about that. So I wrote a very careful email this morning to all our registered attendees, and I was like, if you join Slack, you have access to this, like the jobs board and the networking. And then also, the hallway isn't just for like going in after the speakers are done talking. You're welcome to hang out in there and watch the show with other human beings around. Like, you're welcome to stay put. You know, it's an all-day thing. And I don't think people realize that before. And then also today, we also taught everybody a cool hack to mute the audio in Zoom when you're in a Zoom room with everybody else, but you're watching a live stream through YouTube, which is how this is being streamed. And so we taught them the audio hack to mute Zoom. So now more people are in there watching, but being present in the hallway, which before people couldn't figure out how to do. So we have a much more busy hallway, and I think everybody in the cast and crew are like way more relaxed, because yesterday was pretty stressful in the morning, figuring out all the stuff, and then the sort of like, you know, it got better, and then today's been really smooth. So we can all just hang out together in the hallway, and we can all post who we are in the networking channel and look at the jobs board. And that's really nice, because those are the benefits of going to a conference. So it's like, you know, the human interaction, and also the ability to switch companies or make more money or partner and all that. That's really nice.
Yeah, and it also kind of pegs this to like a time and place, and sort of makes it the reason for watching it now and being participating during the weekend now makes that more relevant, because the talks are great, but like they're going to be available to watch later on, and you can stream them later on, but you're not going to be able to as easily talk to the speaker or connect with everyone else that's watching it, or kind of have that same vibe around when the talk is presented live and when everyone else is kind of in that mindset and like together virtually, in the variety of ways that we have. We were also trying to figure out too what the best way was to accommodate the virtual hallway track and the more kind of
the random chatter, right? Because we were like, how
like 1 to 3. We had like between 1 to 3 different Zoom rooms, and we were like, we're not quite sure how many we should have.
Yeah, that was it was but you were the one who was like, let's make an event Slack. Is it too late? And I was like, no, it's not too late. That solves so many issues. Oh my goodness, we should totally do that.
Zoom's great, but you can only really have one conversation at a time. So, it's not very good for one-on-one. It's not very good if you want to have side chats or random chats or like.
And you have to pay, especially if you have like a jumbo Zoom like us, you have to pay per user so they can all be co-hosts, so that in case like a spammer comes in, everybody has the ability to kick that person out. Because we have so many volunteers, and the volunteers rotate in with their speakers, and then the speaker and the volunteer come in together into the hallway at the top of the hour, and by the end of the hour they're gone, and so then it's like a new co-host for the next hour, and that's like every person that comes in who we want to co-host, we have to pay per person. And that's just, it's not super a lot, but it just adds up. And so yesterday we were talking, and someone was like, maybe we should have 2 hallways, and I was like, no, that's just too much money. But it's really nice to have the hallway where now, starting in the morning, this morning, I would go in at the top of the hour when the speaker would come in, like both speakers come in with both volunteers and both audiences, and I would say, all right, so just so we're aware, the volunteers are not going to be emceeing anymore. It's going to be the speaker just talking directly to the audience, and we're going to share the road by going back and forth. And once I made that super clear, things were they were pretty smooth yesterday, and they were fun, but they were better today, because I could come in and like be like, hello, I'm giving a top-down rule.
Yeah, you're like setting the lanes. It's like, okay, this is how the conversation is going to go, and these are your lanes. Here and here, go, and then I would just leave and let people do it. But it went really well, and that's like really great because people can interact face to face, but they weren't necessarily in the same talk, because there's 2 different talks that pour into the same hallway, which is super cool. So the first talks of the day, we had 2 European speakers because we scheduled them early because of the time difference. So we had Pablo from Frontity. He's one of the co-founders, and then we had Mariek. I don't know how to say her name. I feel a little bit dumb right now. I just talked to her for like half an hour today, but I catch the opening, and she had her name pronunciation, but I know I pronounced it on the show, and I think I pronounced it wrong after hearing her pronounce her name afterwards. So
I think I also did that. Same thing with the Polish speaker. I could not pronounce all the letters of his name either, and I actually learned it, but then I think I was just too brain dead to like remember it anyway. So she was awesome. She's the CEO of Yoast, which is a huge WordPress company, and Frontity is like also a really great company. And so we have these 2 European heads of these European companies, these global companies, on at the same time. So when they poured into the hallway, we first talked about what they had been talking about. Like we talked about their talks, and then it turned into like their lives in the Netherlands and Spain, and we started talking about trucks and freeways and wineries and like everyday life and how the people at Yoast bike to work and things like that. And it was super interesting. And it was just like really, that's like a real hallway of like a real conference, is you just get together. Yeah, like we should all just bike to work or work from home, either way.
And go play on WordPress.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that was really nice.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. What was the hack for muting the Zoom room without muting your computer? Because Zoom doesn't have an easy way to do that.
That's totally 60 seconds trick of the trade, isn't it? Oh, I should totally post that, and I'll post that on Twitter, but I'll tell you now anyway. So what you do is you go to the little, like, let me see if I can see. Yes, you go into the little lime green shield with the little check mark inside that's in the corner top left of your screen. Then Then you click on that, and there's going to be a settings gear icon, just like you'd see anywhere else. You click on the settings gear icon, you click the audio option, and then you pick a speaker that doesn't work or isn't plugged in or is turned off.
Well, couldn't you just do that on the bottom with the little arrow next to sound and click it, do the same thing?
I think you mean just for mute?
No, the little button, you know, if you need to switch your mic source, you need to switch your audio source. Maybe I'm telling you about another trick, but like on the bottom next to the video button and the sound button, there's like little arrows, and if you click the little arrows, that's how you can switch your.
Oh, you're right. I've only ever found it in the little green shield, but it goes the same place. It's the same exact, it goes to the same location. I just found it, mine's a little bit slower. Yours is better. I could repost it. I posted it all over, so I'll just repost it.
I was trying to follow the text version of yours, and then, okay, so now I realize it's the same, because that's what I do. I have like a million virtual speakers, but I realize that I have software that is like probably a lot of people don't have, just because they're like it's software called Loopback, and it's, if you ever wanted to like merge different audio sources, like put music on your microphone track or something for like background noise, Loopback's a cool app where you can create like virtual speakers and stuff. So I have these like virtual speakers on my computer all the time that don't go anywhere because I don't have them on, so I'll just like throw Zoom to one of those. So that sounds like the same thing.
That's really smart, because I happen to have a speaker that's not plugged in or something, or doesn't work as well, and so I just like switched it to, one of the attendees taught this to us. He's like, just change your audio settings, go to the
I'm just trying to think what would happen if you only have one speaker source. Like, how would you?
Oh, people haven't been able to do it, so they've been using like two devices, like one for the hallway and then one to watch. But for those of us who can, it's been great. So now we're all just hanging out and muting ourselves when we're watching. And then when the talk's done, we can all just like pop up again and be like, hello, I'm alive. Who are you and how are you? And it's really nice.
Yeah, that's cool. It's kind of nice sometimes to just have like that grid of people where you're like, okay, I'm not alone right now.
Yeah, you know, because everybody's in their rooms and offices.
Yes.
And we're all isolated. So it's just, you know.
Cool. All right, let's talk about the next talks we got coming up. On track 1, which is now beginner themed, we have the basics of hosting with Cal Evans. And on track 2, which is e-commerce themed, we have Woo Coffee and Beignets, the story of the Café du Monde redesign, which now makes me really want beignets and coffee.
Someday we should all get beignets when we can all see each other in person.
We should, in New Orleans.
Yes.
Cool. Thanks, Christiana. And thank you, everyone. We will see you back here for the next show at 3 o'clock. Final stretch. Bye.
Bye.
Hi again, everyone, and greetings from WordCamp LAX, the 11th Annual WordPress Conference. This session again as well as the others, will be recorded and made available on WordPress.tv. If you have any questions, please submit them on YouTube, and our speakers will be glad to answer them at the end of their presentations. Please welcome Cal, presenting the basics of hosting.
Hi there, everybody. Glad to see everybody here. I really hope you've had a wonderful WordCamp LA. I've watched several of the presentations and just wow. It's been a great weekend over here on the East Coast. I hope you've had a wonderful time as well. My name is Cal Evans, and I've been working on building the internet since 1996. Now, along the way, I've set up 2 different hosting companies, as well as worked for 3 others in various capacities. I've built web servers from scratch. I've built and run email servers, but my therapist tells me I don't have to talk about that anymore. I've configured and set up databases. I've pretty much done it all when it comes to internet and internet hosting. Now, in all of that time, I've helped friends, I've helped families, and I've helped customers get up and online and along their way with their website. I've answered questions, I've figured out problems. I've even occasionally babysat servers for 24 hours straight just to make sure things were solid and up and running. In all of this, I learned a few things. So today, I'm going to share with you a few of the things that I've learned in hopes that it will help you to make a more informed decision when it comes to hosting your next website. Now, we're going to be talking about website hosting, and there are 3 basic types of website hosting that we're going to be talking about today. The first is traditional hosting, and this is everything from shared hosting up through managed servers. A good example of this is Liquid Web. Another good example is my buddies at SiteGround. These are traditional hosts. Now, the pros and cons of this, the pros is this is a very well understood and stable platform. Everybody knows how to work with these. There's no surprises when you set up in one of these. It's usually a very easy process. Secondly, these are usually self-service. We've got it to the point where you can usually log in. If you've got a credit card, you can log in, create an account, set up a site, and spin it up without having to talk to anyone at all. That's a far cry from the first time I set up one of my servers. Matter of fact, the very first server that I set up, I actually had to build everything and compile all the software. And I was part of, I don't know if y'all remember it, maybe y'all haven't been on the internet long enough, but I was part of the embossed background craze back in the early, the mid to late 90s. Every website worth its salt had a medium gray background with an embossed copy of the logo just scattered around. It was horribly ugly, but that was the first site that I ever built. But these days we can do this self-service. And you can purchase a lot of different levels of support to meet your specific needs. And that's really good because there are some people, like when I go and set up a hosting account for a client, I don't need a lot of support unless something's really going wrong. So I usually don't have to buy extra support. But when I turn it over to my client, I usually recommend that they bump the support level up because I'm not going to be there hand-holding anymore, and they're going to want somebody to do that. You shouldn't need somebody, but you should always have someone that you could call and talk to. And that's so you usually can tailor the level of support to exactly what you need. And this is important. This final point, pro, is important for developers. You can usually, in traditional hosting, get access to the underlying platform. Most developers will do what we call SSH in, or secure shell in, and we can look at things, we can poke around, we can do a lot of neat things with the software if we can get access to the server itself. That's not available in some of these other platforms, and it's actually a limiting factor on some of these other ones. But on the other hand, depending on your perspective, having access to the underlying platform is a limiting factor from some perspectives. So I've listed that under pros because I'm a developer and I love being able to get to that underlying software. Now, the cons of traditional hosting, well, there aren't many. I mean, this is the hosting we've all grown up with. We understand this. Now, if it's shared hosting, well, yeah, we understand the cons of shared hosting. And honestly, there are very few instances where I tell people, yeah, shared hosting is probably the best solution for you. Usually, I'm going to want at least something like a virtual private server or something that is isolated. But there are times when, you know, even shared hosting can be done if it's done correctly. But we understand the limitations of traditional hosting. And if it's managed hosting, then really the cons that I hear are either it's too expensive or support's too slow. I want to take a little chase a little rabbit here with support. I've worked at a lot of hosting companies, and I worked at one a couple of years ago, and actually the support staff sat over near the developer staff, and I watched these people. And these are people that come in and sit in their cube day after day, and their only job is to deal with pissed off people, okay? I mean, nobody ever calls support and says, hey, you're doing a great job. At least nobody did in the year that I was watching them do this. So next time you feel like you're griping about support not answering you within 30 minutes or something, remember, maybe cut them a little slack, because regardless of what you think of the company, the support people are actually people too. There he is. Next is PaaS, Platform as a Service. Now, these started cropping up about 10 years ago. And on the surface, these look a lot like traditional hosting. A lot of them are even priced like traditional hosting. But under the hood, they're a lot different than traditional hosting. Now, the pros of Platform as a Service is they can usually be tailored to your exact needs, okay? And that means you can tweak things like storage space or bandwidth needed. You can get exactly what you need. Honestly, they're usually faster than traditional hosting. And the reason is that the company has invested in a custom platform designed just to serve a specific type of application. I worked for one that all they did was host Drupal and WordPress installs. And those are very similar because they have basically a web front end. They have a database, and they have PHP running. And so there's a lot of commonalities from them. And they had invested in some very serious high-end talent in building out a custom platform, a custom file system, all of this stuff, so that it would work faster than anything else on the market. And quite honestly, there for a while, they were the fastest thing out there on the market. But in general, Platform as a Service is a faster way of hosting. Now, you usually can't get access, your developers usually can't get direct access to the server, but all the ones that I've dealt with have tools that give developers most of the features that they normally have to have access to the server to do. So they give them tools where they can access these features without actually having to dial into the server itself. Now, the cons, there's usually no or very limited access to the underlying host. The two that I am most familiar with give you absolutely no access to the underlying host because it is built out in such a different way that this concept doesn't even make sense. They can't just say, I'm going to give you access to your website. It's not even built that way. And one of the negatives, at least in the beginning for a lot of developers, is there are strict rules for their workflow, okay? The ones that I have dealt with usually have a development platform that is on their system. The developer has a local platform, and they have a testing platform or staging, depending on which companies you're dealing with. And then you have production. And you can move data down from production, and you can move code and data up to production, but you can't just go in and FTP in and tinker with your site, okay? There are, in a lot of the cases with Platform as a Service, the underlying file system is actually read-only in production, except for a small portion of it. This is where you do your uploads and things like that. So the you don't have access to the underlying host, and sometimes that is a problem with developers. But the workflow and how you work with them, many of them require you to have a like GitHub or GitLab. GitLab's my favorite of the two. GitLab or some kind of version control, and that's where your application sits, and you update your site by pushing from the version control. Once you learn what their system does and how their system works, then you understand it, and then it starts to click. But there's a little bit of a learning curve, and especially for developers who, like me, who grew up doing the other way, it's a bit of a disconnect until you learn that. Once you get that, though, it will give you everything you want. And then there's static. Now, this is both a new and an old category. Way back in the early days of WordPress, and I've been working with WordPress for a long time. Way back in the early days, some of the first plugins that I ever installed were plugins that every time you would hit submit on a page or a post, it would create a static version of that page, and it would rewrite the rules so that it would look for that static page when somebody visited your site instead of looking for the dynamic one. And that was because processors on servers, even though they were faster than desktops, were still kind of slow, and we didn't want to overload them with a bunch of people hitting the same page and having to generate and run through all of that code each and every time. So we generate the static pages. That was the old way of doing it. I actually wrote a bash script one time that would spider my entire site and create a static version of my site for me so I could just put that online. We've been doing this for a while now. But these plugins, the early websites weren't as complex as modern websites are. And so those plugins were an option. These days, sites are a lot more complex. And so we've moved away from doing static sites in WordPress. But there's a spark of hope in this arena. There's a company that I just interviewed. I have a podcast called Voices of the Elephant that talks to PHP developers. And I interviewed the CEO and CTO of a company out of Israel called Stratic. And they have a system that you spin up a WordPress site, and that is your back end. But once you get everything the way you want it, you push the button and it generates that static site, and that's what they serve is the static version. So you get all the benefits of using WordPress as a content management system, all the speed of a static site. Now, if you think about this for more than about 30 seconds, you'll see the problems with this. Modern web applications are very complex, and it's very difficult to have a static site for some of our applications. But there are still a lot of sites out there that fall into the category, and we used to use this as a derogatory term, but I don't mean it as a derogatory term here. A lot of sites are still brochureware. Okay, their sole purpose is to introduce you to a company or a product or an idea, and they don't need all the fancy that we have in the rest of our sites. And for sites like that, where you don't have users logging in and doing things, a static site is a good choice because it gives you just an incredible amount of speed. Everything is localized. Everything is, you don't have any database calls. You don't have any PHP. Everything is incredibly fast. So it's a narrow scope right now. They are working to expand the scope of sites that can use something like this, but right now it's a narrow scope. Now, one of the other things I like about this particular company is if you're familiar with the history of PHP, one of the gentlemen that founded this company is named Zev Saraski, and Zev was very instrumental. He's been a core contributor to PHP since 99, I believe, 98, 99, helped with PHP, helped tremendously with PHP 3 and PHP 4, and has been one of the guiding forces all the way up through 7. So, and Zev's a good friend of mine, but it's good to see that the core PHP developers are still being involved in projects like WordPress. Now, There is technically a fourth method, and that's roll your own. But now, I labeled this talk as a beginner talk. So I'm not going to talk to you about standing up your own server, installing everything manually, running things yourself. The joke with PHP back in the early days is to be a PHP developer, you basically had to be a Jedi Knight, because Jedi Knights had to build their own lightsaber. And if you wanted to do PHP, you had to build your own server. And I mean, you had to compile everything. And most people just are not into this particular type of punishment. I mention it, though, so that you know that this actually is an option. And when you do it this way, you get exactly what you want and exactly what you need. But it is exactly up to you to make sure that things run smoothly. So that's the downside of it. I have a foot in both worlds. I have sites hosted in the cloud. I have sites hosted on platforms as a service. I have sites hosted on managed services, and I still maintain my own server that has, at last count, 10 different WordPress installs, because I'm one of those guys that collects domain names for fun. Don't laugh at me. I know some of you out there do it too. Okay, so those are our types of hosting. But the real question is, what's the best type of hosting? Okay, and we're going to get into that, and we're going to examine the different pieces of, or different aspects of hosting. And we're going to do this with the analogy of the big rocks. And some of you may have heard this story, but there's a story about a high school science teacher who gave this lesson. He put a bucket on the floor and said to the class, let's fill this bucket. He took 5 or 6 really big rocks and put them in the bucket until the tops of the rocks were sticking out of the top. And he looked at the class and said, okay, is this bucket full? Well, the class raised their hand and said, yeah, it's full. He said, fine. He reached back behind his desk and pulled out a bucket of gravel and started pouring it in. And of course, he filled it up with gravel. And then he looked at him and says, okay, how many of you now think this bucket is full? Only about half the audience or class raised their hand at that point, because they've already been burned once. He says, now you're learning. And he reached behind his desk and got a small bucket of sand and started pouring that in. Of course, there was space in between the gravel, so the sand filtered down. And he put the entire bucket of sand in there. And then he looked at the class and says, okay, how many now think this bucket is full? Well, only one student was dumb enough to raise his hand. It's okay, that's fine. We're getting there. You're learning. And he reached behind his desk and he pulled out a bucket of water and started pouring the water into this bucket of rocks and gravel and sand. And of course, there's space between the gravel, the big rocks, and the sand, and he is able to pour the entire bucket of water in there as well. The moral of this is there's always more room than you think, but you'll never get anything done unless you put the big rocks in first. So let's talk about the big rocks in hosting. Okay, it used to be the big rocks were transfer storage and shared versus management, or VPS versus co-loing your own server, co-locating. Co-lo used to mean I bought a server, I brought it into a data center, I put it in somebody's rack, I hooked it in, they plugged the cable in. That was called co-locating. I actually had several servers co-located at one point. But thankfully, those days are all gone. These days, we've got much simpler ways to, much simpler metrics to talk about. But as you'll see in our starting slide, they're pretty much an alphabet soup of acronyms for those that aren't familiar with them. So let's look at the big rocks. The big rocks are TTFB, HTTPS, and SSD. And if you understand that, then you can go hop over and look at how I think it's Adam did the website for Café du Monde, which is one of my favorite places on earth, over in New Orleans. If you don't understand these, let me explain. The very first one is time to first byte, TTFB. Okay, and that is quite literally the time from when the user hits enter or clicks that link on your site to the first byte is received to their browser. Not till they see it, but till that first byte is actually received. You've got to make sure that your site responds quickly to the request, or the user may simply click away. Worse yet, search engines these days take TTFB into account when they're ranking you, okay? The faster you can respond, the better you're gonna rank. So TTFB is just the absolute, this is the number one thing you gotta work with, but thankfully there are a lot of things we can do. Shared hosting. If you're on shared hosting, being on shared hosting can affect your TTFB. And if ranking is important to you, don't do shared hosting. This is not a dig at shared hosting. There are some sites that I have a site that I use to share pictures with my family. Okay, that's on a shared hosting account, because my family is not going to click away if it doesn't load in a second and a half. SEO is not important to this. I don't even have Yoast SEO installed on that one site because it's just not important. But if it is important to you, if user experience is important to you, time to first byte is going to be very important. How can you affect your time to first byte? Well, other than making sure that your host is sitting on a very fast pipe and is running the absolute latest processors, the one thing you can do to control it is make sure that you only have the plugins that you absolutely need, okay? More plugins, more problems, okay? Even if you've got them deactivated, they could still affect your TTFB, because the way PHP works, if it is somewhere in the path, then it's going to be included in there. Even if it's not run, it's got to be brought in and compiled and looked at. So if you don't need a plugin, delete it. Matter of fact, I've got an entire episode of my podcast, the Geek to English podcast, that we talk about, called the plugin episode, that we talk about the fact that don't just keep plugins laying around. If you're not using it right now, delete it. If you're going to need it later, write down the name of it. That way you can install it later. But get rid of the plugins that you don't want, because the less processing you have to do, the better off you are. And then you can also look at something like Cloudflare. Now, everybody should be using a CDN these days, unless you're like me and rolling your own hosting and you don't have all of that built in. Most modern hosts these days have some kind of CDN built in. And we're going to talk about caching a little bit also. But Cloudflare is a good solution if you don't have any of that. If your host doesn't have any of that built in, Cloudflare basically takes over your DNS. You point your DNS to them, and amongst all the really cool things they do, like for security and everything, they also cache a lot of stuff. So they'll cache your homepage, and their caching of your homepage could make the difference in site ranking speed, because it is that fast. So look at something like that, but you should be testing your time to first byte on a regular basis and make sure you know what it is. And if it's not where you want it to be, work to improve it. HTTPS. Okay. I hate to mention this as a serious concern, but I actually had someone on a webinar ask me recently, so I'm just going to put it out there. If your current host does not make it incredibly easy, and I'm talking 3 mouse clicks or less, to install a free Let's Encrypt certificate, find a better host. All the major players will do this, okay? Let's Encrypt is the new free, well, not new, they've been around 5-6 years now, but they're free certificates. Everybody recognizes them now. They are absolutely wonderful. Search engines have already said a couple years ago that security is one of the important things that they rank on. So if you don't have a secure certificate on your site and you're not telling WordPress to redirect everything to the secure version, then you are paying a penalty for that. If you're confused about when to use a free one versus a paid certificate, because you can still buy certificates and there are certain times when you want to do that, I covered that in an episode of the Geek to English podcast. And you can find that podcast at geektoenglishpodcast.com. But the very first episode is all on certificates. If you're still asking, should I install a secure certificate, then really you're about 2 years behind. I mean, these days we've moved past the should discussion, and we're now discussing the topic of which one is best, okay? And there are several options, and like I said, I covered that in the podcast. It's outside the scope on this, but make sure you do have HTTPS. Okay. SSD is what we call solid state drive, or basically RAM drive. It is a stick of RAM that looks and acts like a hard drive to your computer. Now, when I first saw my very first RAM drive, it was a full-size hard drive enclosure. Most of y'all probably don't even know what that is, but it was a big one about this big, and it had a bunch of memory sticks in it. But it looked like a hard drive, and it plugged in like a hard drive, and it acted like a hard drive, and it was about as expensive as a car. Okay, this was in the early 2000s. These things were god awful expensive, but these days, similar to HTTPS, SSD or a solid state drive, that's table stakes, okay? If you're looking at shopping around at different hosts and they're not screaming at you, we're doing SSD, then that means that they're probably doing old school spinning platters. Look for a new host. Don't even bother with a host that's going to be spinning platters, because it makes that much of a difference in how fast your site operates. You shouldn't really look to have to find this info. I mean, most hosts are pretty proud of the fact that they're all SSD. But if you don't see it and you really like the hosts, ask. Now, if they don't say, well, of course we use SSD, then no matter how much you like them, move on. Basically, SSD is the Brown M&M test of web hosting. Okay, for those of you who are not familiar with the Brown M&M test, that's the Van Halen, the rock band, used to have a clause in their contract that says there has to be a bowl of M&Ms in our dressing room with no brown M&Ms in it. And everybody for the longest time gave them crap about it and says, oh, you're just prima donnas. No, that was there because if they got there and the bowl wasn't there, or they found brown M&Ms in there, then they started going through the entire arena looking for what other problems they were going to experience, because that means that they didn't read the contract. And on those concerts, those small mistakes could cost millions of dollars. So SSD is your Brown M&M test. If you don't see it and you can't find it out, move on. Okay, those are the big rocks. But, you know, we've still got room to put some stuff in. So let's look at some of the things that are just as important. Most modern hosts have some layer, I've got some lawyer of caching. No, some layer of caching built in. Many hosts have tools like Redis that are installed. All you have to do is turn them on. Remember that the point is to get things off of your server and to the client as fast as possible. And there's several places you can store information. Now, ranked from slowest to fastest, there are your file system, your database, memory, and a CDN. CDN is going to be the absolute fastest. Memory is the next fastest. So you need to make sure that you minimize the amount of stuff that's stored on the file system and directly in the database, get things moving faster. Plugins. Before you get a list of... Before you lay down your cash, before you lay down your money, get a list of the plugins that the host will not allow you to use. This list is real important. Actually, the fact that they have this list is real important, okay? In any kind of hosting setup, if the host is restricting the use of plugins, then this means that you're usually in some kind of shared environment, and that a plugin that is on that list causes a problem. In an isolated VPS or a cloud container, any plugins you use can only affect your setup. So if they've got a list, that's a problem. I'd start looking and asking more questions. And the Gravel, the next thing that I consider important is the control panel. Now, thankfully, many hosts are moving away from these days from cPanel, DirectAdmin, and other panels that were built out in the age of shared hosting. Now, these were great tools for their time, and they're old friends, and we're all very familiar with them. But it really is time we moved on, because needs have changed. Your host should provide you a control interface of some type that allows you to do everything from turn on the SSL to set up emails. And yeah, every now and then I need to upload a file, but mostly those days are gone. Now let's look at the sand in the water, okay? Email. Your host should provide you with some kind of email. Now, all the hosts that I currently work with provide me with email for the domains that I'm working with. Most provide me forwarders and actual email accounts. Most of them don't provide me with lists. That's okay. I rarely use them for any of them, because other than for sites that I'm hosting for somebody else, all my emails flow through one central server that I maintain, and that gives me complete control over spam control and stuff like that. But your host should make it easy for you to set these up and control them and manage them. If you're setting up email addresses for the people in your company, it should be very easy for you to look and see who's in there, how much space they're using, all of that. So make sure that they're doing some kind of, you've got some kind of email access, because you don't want to have to use a third-party email unless you want to. Sometimes you want to, but most people don't want to. You just want to go ahead and use the one that your host provides. And then there's what I call bad actor control. And no, this is not how to keep Nicolas Cage off the screen. No, I'm kidding. Bad actor control. Different people call them different things. The term hackers has been way overused, so I try and stay away from that. But bad actors are basically anybody coming to your site that wants to do something bad. And we have a lot of them. I told you I run my own server, and I've got about 10 different WordPress installs on there. And I thought I was pretty safe. You know, I do most of the important things in security, and I thought it was pretty safe. And then one day I installed this program that just monitors things like people trying to log into my site. And it turns out that about 1,000 times an hour, somebody was trying to access one of my sites, one of the 10 sites, and enter credentials. And I had no idea that this was going on. And so I had to build out a system using a developer tool called Fail2Ban, or a DevOps tool called Fail2Ban. And I was able to put a total stop to it, because my server now blocks, last time I checked, it blocked about 400 IP addresses of the bad actors that have tried to do this. And if you start blocking them, they give up, because what they're looking for, most bad actors are looking for easy sites to break into. If there's any difficulty at all, unless there's a valuable payload to be had, on my sites there are none, they usually just don't bother. Cloudflare is another great tool for this. Like I said, they intercept all the traffic for your site beforehand. They know what a bad actor looks like. And so they will, I've seen them ask people for CAPTCHAs before they allow them to a site, or just simply block because the request is a known attack. These are some important things to deal with. Your host should have some kind of bad actor control. If they don't, there's some great plugins like WordFence and I'm drawing a blank on the others, but trust me, there are more than just WordFence out there. And I don't recommend any one particular one. I recommend the one that serves your need the best. But there's several plugins out there that will help you control bad actors. Have something in place if your host doesn't. But look for a host that has something in place already. Okay, we've talked quite a bit, and I want to leave a little bit of time for Q&A. Hosting has changed an awful lot since I spun up my first server in '96, okay? And most of it for the better. We didn't even touch on serverless, which for those of you who are confused about the term serverless just means somebody else's computer. That's all it means, okay? But we didn't even touch on hosting your site in serverless or anything like that. As with everything in tech, the only constant here is changed. That having been said, the best advice I can give you when it comes to hosting your website or your e-commerce store is don't look for a web host. Find a hosting partner, okay? If you are in this for money, and then you really don't want the cheapest one out there. You want one that's committed to your success. You want a hosting partner that understands that they only succeed when you succeed. You don't want a web host. You want a hosting partner. Choose your partner wisely. Michael, we got any questions?
Thank you, Cal. That was an amazing presentation. Definitely gave me some pretty good notes for my own business. As far as questions, we do have a few. First, what is the one thing that is most important when selecting a host?
Oh, that's a good question. Just what I said when I wrapped up. You want to find a host that you're comfortable with, one that you think is committed to your success. Now, if I'm in the process of spinning up a very small site, okay? If this business makes me $3,000 a month, I will be ecstatic. with this, okay? And so I'm not interviewing hosts to be a part of this, to host this, because it's not a big enough, no host is going to compete for this. But I still had to put some thought in, where do I want to put this one? Where's this one going to be secure? And most importantly, where am I not going to have to worry about this? Because it makes so little money, I don't want to have to get out there and make sure that I'm updating the server every weekend to get the most the most current patches. I want somebody to handle all of that for me. So I picked a host that I am comfortable with, somebody that has a proven track record with me or with my friends, that they will take care of this. And I selected this hosting partner, and so far I've been really happy with them.
Thank you for the tips and the recommendation. What is the one thing I can do to improve time to first byte?
Oh, that is such a great question. Okay, the number one thing you can do is minimize the amount of code that your system runs. And for most non-programmer site owners, what this means is delete plugins. In the Geek to English podcast, in one of the episodes, I talked to people about the fact that one of the things you should be doing is you should have a yearly audit of your site, or of every site that you have. And one of the things you should look at is, what are the plugins that are currently installed? Do I still need them? And if they're not installed, why haven't I already deleted them? And the same thing goes for themes, okay? Get those things out of there. You don't need that. That's that much less that PHP and your web server have to look at and identify before they can decide, do I want to include this or not? Get it down as simple as possible. And beyond that, just make sure that you have right-sized your hosting service, okay? The amount of RAM that you have, if you have the option to purchase more RAM, if your time to first byte is pretty high, that could mean that your services are struggling and fighting and competing for resources. So up your resources, whether that's RAM or hard drive or whatnot. You can, the more resources that you can give the server to operate, the faster it's going to operate up to a certain point. You do hit diminishing returns after a certain point on that.
Thank you once again. And I think we have time for one more question. Which kind of hosting is the best?
Okay, you're going to hate me for this one, whoever asked that. The answer is, it depends, okay? I am a PADI dive instructor, or dive master, scuba dive master, and students come to me all the time and say, which regulator should I buy, or which boat should I dive with, and all this, and the answer is the same. It depends. Depends on what you're trying to do, okay? Like I said, I've got a website that I use to share pictures of my family with extended family all around the US. I don't need high-end hosting for that. I need stable hosting. I want it to always be available, but if it takes the page 3, 5, even 6 seconds to load, who cares? Mom's going to sit there and wait on it, okay? On the other hand, this new e-commerce site that I'm spinning up, even though it's not going to make me a lot of money, I do want 3-second or less load time on that. And so I have to find a host. Number one, I've got to get a host that can, that either I have something with them and I can gauge the speed, or they got to give me a couple URLs for other sites that are similar to mine so that I can run speed tests on them and see if they're as fast as they say they are. So it really depends on what you're doing. Sometimes rolling your own is the best answer. Other times, turning it all over to somebody else and getting a managed server where it's just you on that server, but somebody else has to deal with everything but your application. Sometimes that's just the best way.
Thanks, Cal. Everyone, please give him a round of applause once again.
It's been my pleasure talking with y'all. I hope you've picked up some stuff. Hey, I'm going to pop over in the hallway chat the hallway track just for a little bit if you've got some additional questions that we didn't get a chance to get to. But thank you so much for your attention. I really hope that this has been a valuable investment of your time.
Stay around for our live show coming up on the hour every hour. Or continue the conversation with Cal in our unofficial hallway. You may enter the hallway on our website at la.wordcamp.org/2020. And remember to register for free to access our Slack event channel.
Welcome back, everyone, to the WordCamp LAX live show. I am Joey Dowd, your live show host and wrangler. This is the penultimate episode of the live show. One more set of talks left. Thanks to Cal for your talk on the basics of hosting and Adam for your talk on beignets and WooCommerce. Last few hours to hang out in the Zoom hallway if you want to interact with the speakers and everyone else, and also to hang out on Slack. And lastly, we have one final sponsor minute. So I'm joined by Allie Nimmons from WP Buffs. Hello, Allie.
Hi, Joey. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. So kind of real quick, tell us about WP Buffs.
For sure. WP Buffs is, we provide WordPress maintenance services to freelancers, agency owners, business owners, all sorts of companies. And that is really our bread and butter, is just WordPress website maintenance. So you sign on with us and we are your WordPress butlers. We perform updates for you, whether that's content updates or plugin updates. We take backups for you. And we work directly with you on any sort of projects that you might have. Need to build out a new page, need to troubleshoot an issue, need to add a new functionality. Like, we're there to help you out. And one of the biggest things that we do that we're most proud of is our white label agency program. So if you already provide WordPress maintenance and you are trying to scale or grow that business and you're not particularly looking to hire employees but would like to just offset a lot of that work to another team, we white label that whole process for you and take all of that energy and work and time off of your plate. So yeah, that's primarily what we do.
That's very cool. So yeah, I guess that's kind of a bit different than, do you do hosting as well? Or is it like, does someone have to have the hosting already set up and then you manage it? Or if someone was like, I don't have anything, can you like set me up from scratch?
Yeah, we do not provide hosting. They will have to, anyone who comes to us has to have their own hosting set up already. We can definitely give like recommendations of great hosting depending on, the size of your site, what it is that you need it to do, the type of traffic you're getting to it. We can help you kind of diagnose what sort of hosting you need. But yeah, the hosting is definitely on the customer side of things.
Cool. And then once they're set up, you just kind of can take over and manage and do whatever is needed to keep a good site running.
Right.
That's awesome. Do you want to tell us a bit about your WordPress story and your kind of journey into WordPress?
Yeah, sure. So actually, as Joe and I were just chatting about before we went live, I started my journey in theater. I was a theater kid from ages 5 to 22, and I went to Florida State. I majored in theater, the whole thing, and eventually I realized that it just really wasn't for me for a lot of reasons. And I thought to myself, what can I do with my life that will be productive, that will be creative, and that I won't have to be a starving artist, because there's sort of an agreement you make with yourself when you go into theater or the arts that you're not going to make very much money, probably. So I asked myself those three things, I remember. And one of the things that I found looking around was web design. And I was like, that sounds really fun. Like, the future, right, is through coding and the internet, right? That's what we tell the next generation. Super creative, very collaborative. And I will say, on average, I believe website designers probably make more than actors. So I started teaching myself HTML and CSS out of books from the library, and wasn't very good at it. I'm not very good at coding, but the design aspect of it was amazing to me. And so I started building websites using WordPress, because I realized that with WordPress, I could code as much or as little as I wanted, as long as I had a good theme to work with and a good page builder to work with. I could build almost anything that I could imagine as far as, a brochure site for a business. That's mostly what I created. And so I did that for about 3 years. And that was really, really gratifying, because I got to help small business owners and I got to help like women-led businesses and things like that. And last year, in the spring of last year, I joined the team at GiveWP, and I did tech support with them for a good long while, and that was incredibly enriching. And through that process, I learned about the WordPress community as a whole, and that there are all of these incredible people who use WordPress, but they don't just use it for themselves, they use it for other people, and they spend their time helping other people and encouraging other people. And I totally just fell in love with the community, the identity that we have as a community. And so through some really happy accidents, I got this role as the community manager at WP Buffs. And so I don't build sites with WordPress anymore, unfortunately. I do miss that. But a large part of my job is to be here and talk to people like you and support events like this, determine what kind of events we support and things like that. So yeah, my journey with WordPress has been, I'm going to learn HTML and CSS out of a library book. I'm going to build sites for people. I'm going to support a global community. So it's been a very, very interesting and fun and gratifying journey overall.
It's a lot of big stepping stones from how to books to global community. I'm curious, when you did do your work or when you're helping small business owners set up their websites, were there sort of like kind of common struggles or common roadblocks that a lot of like small business owners hit when they were trying to set up their WordPress site? You know, I mean, I don't know if it was just like kind of like just lack of knowing what tools were available, if there were other kind of things you saw that people, business owners struggled with.
I think a lot of business owners struggled with just knowing what the milestones were when you're building a site, right? So knowing that you can't have a website without a hosting and domain name, right? Those are not optional. Mm-hmm. And also, cheap hosting is not the same as good hosting, right? Like that is a very important distinction to make, that if you're going to spend money on anything when it comes to your website, spend it on hosting. At least that's what I think. So it was that kind of getting, what do I need to get started? What's in my toolkit for me to get started building a WordPress website? So that was really nice that I was able to kind of clarify a lot of that information for people. And the difference between a pretty website and a good website. So, you know, a lot of people want a website that looks a certain way, right? Like I've worked with companies before who are like, well, I want my website to look like this one. Like I want it to look like Apple's website, or I want it to look like Disney's website. And you have to explain to them that I could make it look exactly like that, but it will not be successful because you do not have the same resources or the same audience as these large giant brands and things like that. So really informing somebody that a website is not just like window dressing for your business. It is an extremely important and potentially complex tool that, used properly, I used to always describe it as like, if you build your website properly, you have built your ideal employee, your ideal sales person for your company. And as long as you take care of that employee and you know, keep them healthy and updated and happy, they will bring you business. But it's not enough that they just look nice. They have to actually be able to work. And so that's I think a huge misconception, that people think, well, if I see a pretty website, I will buy. No, you don't though, right? Like Amazon's website is ugly, in my opinion. That's not a pretty website, but it's like the biggest marketplace in the world. So, you know, what's more important there?
I like that analogy of an employee, because it's, I guess there might be some mentality of like, I just got to build the website and set it and forget it, and it's like a one-time thing and then it's done. But, you know, an employee is a better analogy, where it's like, yeah, you got to maintain it, you got to develop it, you got to like keep evolving it, just as you would with, you know, employee, to keep progressing and developing people on your team. So, I mean, yeah, it's part of your team. Do you have any tricks of the trade to share? Our theme is tricks of the trade. So do you have any WordPress tricks of the trade?
Oh, that's tough. I mean,
it is a broad category, so it can also be WordPress related, or even like business related, marketing related, SEO. What else we have?
I guess the biggest thing that like unlocked WordPress for me was the like adage of, what is it? Measure twice, cut once, right? So I'll say if you're sitting down to build a website with WordPress for the first or 100th time and you're struggling at all, invest more of your time and your energy into planning it, into researching what it is you're actually trying to accomplish, getting into the minds of the people who will be using that website. And I think this is an overall marketing idea too, right? Like doing that research and really making sure that any action you take is completely backed by a reason, right? Like, I talked a little bit about my background in theater. One of the things I learned in theater school was there is no right or wrong decision. Like, as an actor, you make the strongest decision that will communicate to the audience what it is you want them to be feeling. So I could do one of two things on stage. One of them is going to be stronger than the other one at communicating an emotion. And that was the approach I took to designing things and building things, is, okay, what's the strongest decision that I can possibly make? And if I don't know anything about my audience, or if I don't know anything about the people who are going to be using this tool, then I can't make a strong decision because I have no information. And so I really do think that there's a lot of benefit in planning, researching, talking to people about what it is that they've done, especially in the WordPress community. There's so little competition here that, like, if you're ever afraid to reach out to somebody and ask how they did something or how they would recommend, don't be afraid. Like, everyone is here to help you. So yeah, I think that would be my biggest trick, I suppose, is shifting that mindset into, like, I have to execute, I have to launch, into I have to make the strongest possible decisions that I can in order to save myself time and stress and energy and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I feel like that's a great tip. I feel like it's kind of like setting your compass and, kind of figuring out your direction first before you start going down it, and then realize that you, might have been building something that looks pretty, but might be not the best design for you.
Exactly.
Yeah, cool. Well, thank you so much, Ali. I really appreciate you coming on and sharing your tips. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Joe. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks. So it's time for our final two talks on track 1. It is still the beginner themed. We have Failure is Not an Option, What Apollo 13 Can Teach Us About Launching Websites. That's from 2 speakers. And on track 2, still e-commerce themed, we have Build E-commerce Sites with Confidence, Demystifying Commerce. That is a wrap for the live show. We will see you back here at 4 for a final wrap-up with the entire WordCamp LAX team.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to WordCamp LAX, Los Angeles' 11th annual WordPress conference celebrating the tricks of the trade. We're streaming live from 9 to 5. All talks will be available later on WordPress.tv. For this session, please welcome Jake Spurlock and Liz McDonald on Failure is Not an Option, What Apollo 13 Can Teach Us About Launching Websites. If you have any questions, submit them on YouTube, and Jake and Liz will answer them at the end of their talk.
Awesome. Thank you, Mark, for leading us in. Liz and I are both really excited to be here and to be sharing, to be back in LA, kind of, if not virtually. Liz and I are both USC grads, and so we're very excited to be speaking today virtually in the City of Angels. Liz and I are both technical account managers at WordPress VIP. In addition, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to introduce Liz. She can do that herself. But my name is Jake Spurlock. I'm a technical account manager at WordPress VIP. In addition to that, I'm the WordPress core security lead. And most recently, I was the 5.5 WordPress 5.5 release lead. So if your site broke with jQuery issues on that last update, you can blame me personally because it was my decision to pull that plug. Liz, do you want to introduce yourself?
Way to set yourself up there, Jake.
Yeah.
Everyone, by way of YouTube, as Jake said, I'm also a technical account manager. I'm actually based in Pittsburgh, but yes, I did attend USC. Very proud. I also am very proud of working at WordPress VIP, where we empower our customers to run WordPress at scale. So enterprise WordPress websites and launching those, that's our bread and butter for Jake and I. I've been using WordPress has been my preferred CMS since 2009, and it's really great to dig in here today and talk to you about all the nitty-gritty things that we have really loved about running major projects with WordPress.
Awesome. One of the things that over the last couple of years, I think that space has kind of rekindled a love this love of space has been rekindled in people. And I think a lot of that is owed to SpaceX. A lot of that is owed to NASA generally. And recently I was turned on to this book, Failure is Not an Option. Mission Control from Mercury to Apollo 13 and beyond. And this is the biography of Gene Kranz, who was the former flight director at NASA. And reading this book, there has been a lot of parallels in mission control that I see a lot in like launching and running large-scale web projects. And so the goal of our presentation today is to kind of draw a lot of these space parallels to launching digital products online. There is this great quote from Neil Armstrong. He said, "I think we're going to the moon because it's in the nature of the human being to face challenges. It's by the nature of his deep inner soul. We're required to do these things just as salmon swim upstream." So once again, we all have different challenges in life. Neil's was to go to the moon, to conquer space, to go where no man has gone before. Generally, everybody on this conference probably is not going to be stepping foot on the moon or likely going into space soon. But, you know, this is something, there's a lot of parallels that we can draw in careers and life and in working. And so we want to look at launches specifically. We want to think about site launches, and a site launch can be a number of different things. It could be a new design for your website. It could be launching a new theme. It could be a complete mobile rewrite. This could be a content or a feature release. You might lead WordPress core releases someday, and you might be thinking in that context. This could be software updates. This could be platform migrations. But once again, this is something that this can be applied to a lot of different things. And we want to talk about kind of the stress and that goes into it and how to create a good workflow that can carry you into a successful product launch. Now, NASA, they had mission control. It was in Houston. It's been in different places. But Gene Kranz, who's the former director of mission control, he sat on a couple of different things. They established a creed. They established their mission for mission control. And it was based on several foundations of discipline, competence, confidence, responsibility, toughness, and teamwork. And then the footnote was to always be aware that suddenly and unexpectedly we may find ourselves in a role where our performance has ultimate consequence. Now, hypothetically, a plugin update is not going to have ultimate consequences. Generally, you're not like holding someone's life in your hands when you're, running a WordPress core update. But at the same time, you want to be aware that we need to be responsible. At Automatic, where Liz and I work, we have the Automatic Creed, and it kind of goes to inform a lot of decisions that we make as an organization. And I think the same thing is done, that these same principles here from NASA's mission control could really be applied to a lot of corporations. And I think in hiring, I think in team building, that, focusing on these core values, discipline, competence, confidence, responsibility, toughness, and teamwork are both really, these are all great qualities. So kind of our focus for this talk, we're going to kind of hit on 4 major things here. First, preparation and contingency planning, how to get teams on the same page, how to ensure that you know what you're doing so that you can have confidence in the rest of your team and your group. Launch checks, how to feel great ahead of flipping a switch. You know, inevitably something will happen. You know, there might be a problem. Something might go wrong. What to do when that happens. And then lastly is landing safely. Obviously, we want to pop bottles, but first we need to land the craft safely. We need to make sure we can make it to the end. And so talking about postmortems, retrospectives, and ways to wrap up a project so that every project can be done better next time around. So Liz, why don't you tell us a little bit about preparation?
Thanks, Jake. So the number one thing about preparing is figuring out who is in charge of every step. Teamwork makes the dream work. We want to ensure that all the members are confident in the plan and the launch milestones. But ultimately, at the end of the day, someone needs to be able to give a green light. They need to give a green light for the launch. They need to give a green light and no-go for the different milestones leading up to the launch. Establishing who is responsible at each point of the launch is really important. You also want to think about what are the blockers to launch. So sometimes we'll have a really big project and something will go wrong with a very small part of the site, and everyone is working really focused to attend to that one small bit. But meanwhile, there's other things that are larger, that are brewing in the background that we may not be looking at because we haven't prioritized what we want from a specific launch. So you want to make sure that you're establishing what your blockers are, that you are prioritizing those in your QA processes, that those are identified early on. You want to know what your tolerance is for imperfection. If you're launching a website that has reliance on weather, and that's the primary reason visitors are coming to your website, you want to make sure that the weather widgets work. But if they aren't working, or if a social media share button is not working, you want to make sure you're not blocking that launch when most of the users are coming specifically for weather. As part of that process and determining the team, you also want to know who on your team has permission to roll back. What are your decisions for rolling back? Oftentimes we ask our customers to determine what person can make that call. And we talk honestly and openly, way in advance of launch, what would cause them to roll back? What would their rollback plan be? A lot of times you do want to think failure is not an option, but sometimes it makes good business sense to revert and to go back. Next, I want to talk about developing a playbook. Long before you launch a site, you're going to have a playbook. That playbook should look at milestones months in advance, not just at launch. You want to think months, weeks, days in advance. What are all the steps that need to happen? How have they been prioritized? So one of the things that you can think about months in advance are linting. What are your linting protocols for your organization? What PHP CS errors have to be addressed? Which ones are negotiable? Have you done load testing? At what point are you going to do load testing? Also, running through your launch with a temporary domain can be really helpful. So if you say, great, I've been given this temporary domain that I've been using as part of our development process, and now I want to change everything to example.com, and we're going to run through our playbook. We're going to test it. We're going to make sure it's seamless so that when we actually come to launch, we're giving it the attention it deserves. In terms of playbooks, I would say some of the things that have happened to us are we've had customers who haven't shown up at certain points. So we'll say customer should approve final import and commence QA. So we agree to join Slack and talk to each other about the final import at a specific time and a specific day. Our team has been QAing the import. We feel confident and we don't have anyone to turn it over to. It becomes very awkward if the customer doesn't understand exactly what their role is and where they need to be. And part of that is spelling it out for them and making sure that they then accept that is the plan. Internally, we've had a few situations where, we'll say, okay, Jake, it's your job to run the CLI command. Liz, it's your job to make sure that the SSL certificate is set up. And if we're not internally being very clear as to what person is responsible for what step, there also can lead to some internal confusion. Last thing I want to just talk about in terms of preparation is database and file imports. Sometimes when we're onboarding a customer, we'll ask, how big is your database? And they'll say, oh, great, you know, it's 40 gigabytes or it's 400 gigabytes. And we start having conversations with them about how long it's going to take to import the database, what their QA process is going to be. In many cases, the customers that we work with cannot check 1 million posts that are imported into the database. So we work with them to think about what it's like to have these larger websites they're working with. It's just important to know that size doesn't always equate to import time, because sometimes multiple tables can skew everything. So if you have too many tables, that will also impact your import time. Also, with your final import, you do want to try for the smallest possible import. This can just mean you might want to run a Delta import. You might want to think about running the import 2 days in advance and then running a final import 2 days in advance. You might want to think about content freezes and double publishing for a period of time. Whatever gives you the time you need to run your QA and playbooks is very important. And one thing that gets overlooked sometimes is how long it takes to restore a database. So we do want to make sure that when you're doing all the imports and you're testing all those and you're putting together your playbooks, you also know that if you have a no-go situation and you have to revert, you know exactly how long that's going to take. There is a limerick, which is very apropos for this conversation. There was once a TLS cert. It was approaching expiration, was covert. Such an important thing to renew that none of the IT admins knew until they were all in a world of hurt. Again, sometimes we do work with customers who don't think about SSL certificates. They're some of the top-notch project managers, designers, and engineers, but they're not key players within the IT department. And so sometimes you have a situation where a member of our IT department is not, or their IT department hasn't determined what kind of SSL certificate can be used, or if they want a custom SSL certificate, or they want to use Let's Encrypt. And so it's just really important to have those conversations early and not make any assumptions within your teams.
Something that can come up too when you're dealing with a lot of traffic is or when you're launching a new product is a sudden influx of traffic. Oftentimes this is called a stampeding herd, where your entire cache infrastructure isn't in place to, isn't braced to handle an onslaught of traffic. When you're thinking about big launches, you often want to think about how to prime a cache too. On a big launch that I did a couple of years ago, we knew that we would be getting lots of traffic to certain types of pages, video landing page, category pages, the home page, obviously. And so as part of the rollout plan, we actually built a couple of WP-CLI scripts that would go out there, fetch the remote data that was needed, cache it to the database, and then ensure that we could really dramatically lower the database calls that were coming in to absorb that traffic a lot better, because we wanted traffic. But the worst thing when you want traffic and you get traffic is when you cannot serve traffic. And so having a site go down because of a server failing over, that's obviously a terrible thing. So you want to be cognizant of the fact that, yes, we are planning for traffic, but in addition to planning for traffic, you want to be able to mitigate that traffic source. So think about ways to prime your cache. Think about ways to ensure that things are in the CDN ahead of traffic coming. Another thing just to be cognizant of is security. Are we safe? Is the platform secure? There's similar to a server falling over, finding a security vulnerability is like the next thing of just how terrible things can happen. You want to make sure that every time you are dealing with content, if it's coming in, you want to make sure that you're sanitizing it. If it's coming out, you want to make sure that you're escaping it. Make sure that when you're dealing with user-generated content, that you can avoid spam, that there's checks. Make sure to tie it to users. Be aware of ways to deny IP addresses if needed. Just be cognizant of the fact that not every actor out there has the best intentions at heart. Maybe there are bad actors out there. And especially at this time right now, both politically, national security wise, as far as different things like that, we need to make sure to be, careful and cognizant of security on gigantic web platforms. Liz.
Launch timing. So it only took one Friday launch for me to realize in my career that I will never launch a website on a Friday. The war stories are just horrendous when you think about what happens with Friday launches. We have seen a few situations that have happened that really make us opinionated for when you should launch. The first being everyone is ready to pop bottles, go to the local watering hole, get all excited. All they need to do is flip that DNS and walk away at 6 o'clock on a Friday evening. Something goes wrong and you're stuck until the wee hours of Saturday morning figuring out a specific bug that just didn't come up in your QA. Otherwise, you'll have an unhappy customer. Oh, that's just like a heartbreaking experience. The second thing that can happen is you're all excited, everything goes super well with the Friday launch, and then, sometime over the weekend, Monday morning, the website traffic goes up and no one is there to address these issues. So let's look at when we want to launch. The best time to launch is right before a peak traffic point. And why do you want to do this? You want to make sure that if you know that Tuesday at 8 a.m. is when you have the most traffic on your website and when your website needs to stand up, the code needs to work with this amount of traffic on a regular basis. If you were to launch an hour before then or 2 hours before then, you would still have the team that is fresh and ready to look at the code, the errors that might occur, evaluate performance, reflect on what's going on. You want to make sure that the right people are in the right place at the right time. And so you do want to make sure that you have the people who are most familiar with the code are available, fresh, and ready when the website launches. I can't stress this enough. So next we're going to look at checklists. Much like NASA, checklists aren't just about fancy, things that you complete at the time of launch. You want to think about your monthly, your weekly, your daily go decisions. You want to think about all the things that have to happen in advance. And one of those things is TTL, right? So TTL stands for time to live. And if your DNS record has not been have its TTL lowered, what can happen at your time of launch is that the website that you've just spent so much time working on may not show up. And if this happens, it's happened with some of the biggest organizations we've worked with. We just want to remind people that a week in advance, it's great to lower that TTL to 300 or less to make sure that there are no problems with DNS resolving and propagation. I want to turn it over to Jake to talk about incident response roles.
Yeah, thanks, Liz. When you're launching a website and kind of the other side of this is responding to an incident, whether this is downtime, whether this is a security related issue. You can also kind of think about this in the context of having an incident response team. PagerDuty, they've done a lot of work around kind of becoming the authority on incident responses. And they have this great little kind of flow chart that describes incident response roles. At the top of the chart is the incident commander. This is somebody that should have a good understanding of the project, but does not necessarily need to be a technical person. This is somebody that can handle the communications and just kind of manage the project at a high level. For us at VIP, this is often a technical account manager, somebody whose job it is to kind of maintain the relationship between the different groups. Sometimes we have agencies, sometimes we have site owners, we have our own engineering groups inside of Automatic, and then we also have the DevOps teams that are kind of representing the customer agencies and internally at Automatic. Secondary to the incident commander in that command chain is the deputy and a scribe. The scribe's job is just to ensure that everything is documented. A lot of times we put things into Slack or other chat programs, but it's up to the scribe just to ensure that everything is being covered and being documented. Basically, managing the information workflow. Past the command is the liaisons. You'll have an internal liaison where the incident commander can relay to an internal person and then also to a customer. Let those roles be separate. The incident commander at the top of the top of the org chart here doesn't necessarily need to be dealing with a customer directly. Let somebody else handle that communication workflow. Part of this is just to avoid burnout. There's a lot of stuff that can be happening in one of these, high stress situations. And so you want to make sure that the incident commander can be free to work with all of the things and let the customer flow happen through another person. And then at the bottom of this chart is the operations group. And inside of operations, you have all of your subject matter experts. Now, when it comes to launching a WordPress website, you might have a developer that's really good at PHP. They have a solid understanding of JavaScript, and they can handle anything that happens on the front end of the site. But when you go to launch your site, turns out SQL is having a really hard time. Now, me personally, I'm not much of a SQL person, and so I love relying on somebody from our DevOps team that can jump into, anytime there's a SQL-related incident, running traces, checking non-performant queries, doing different things like that. I would never be that subject matter expert, but you want to identify who that person will be internally. The reason for this, once again, is allow the incident commander to sit at the top of the chart and be able to deputize throughout the organization. Now, Gene Kranz, going back to him and talking about being the Apollo flight director, read this quote and it really stood out to me. He said, "Apollo succeeded at critical moments like this because the bosses had no hesitation about assigning crucial tasks to one individual, trusting their judgment and getting out of their way." Much like the subject matter experts and the incident commander, you need to find that person, you need to empower them, and then let them solve the problem and get out of their way. And from the movie Apollo 13, just a short clip here, Ed Harris playing Gene Kranz. I'll just share this real quick.
I want you guys to find every engineer who designed every switch, every circuit, every transistor, and every light bulb that's up there. Then I want you to talk to the guy in the assembly line who actually built the thing. Find out how to squeeze every amp out of both of these goddamn machines. I want this mark all the way back to Earth with time to spare. We never lost an American in space. We're sure as hell not going to lose one on my watch. Failure is not an option.
So once again, failure is not an option. It was not up to Gene Kranz or Ed Harris playing him in Apollo 13 to actually be the person that finds the solution. It was his job to empower the person to find that solution. And I'm glad that it's October and I can do a little bit of Gene Kranz cosplay here.
I want you guys to find every engineer who designed every switch
today. Thanks for letting us be in virtual mission control. So when it comes up, just like in Apollo 13, the astronauts, they radioed down and said, "Houston, we have a problem." Problems may come up. And you just want to be prepared so that when those problems happen, you can find solutions and empower the people to find the solutions. One of the sites that I launched one time, we were moving and migrating this large multi-site network that had hundreds of sites with lots and lots of traffic. And one of the testing steps that we missed was in the beginning was we did not realize that we were migrating from WordPress 4.4 to WordPress 5.4. And it turns out that there are a lot of things that are different between WordPress 5.4 and WordPress 4.4. 10 major versions of WordPress, lots of things change. Notably, something that changed was how that file uploads were handled. If there's any WordPress multi-site people on the call, you might remember blogs.dir. And there was kind of like this magic file that handled all of the image placement for the multi-site image uploads. So one of the problems that we came up with, or that we came up against, was all of the files. We did the database migration, we did the image migration, but none of the images were being served. They were all at the wrong location. And so we went to our subject matter expert. We found one of our engineers who was able to put together a quick WP CLI script that went through and did all of the site migration, and it carried through and handled all of the image path migrations to ensure that we could go from that old file path to that new file path without having any issues. And just to be clear, this was caught in QA, not in launching the site live, but it's those kind of things that do pop up. At another magazine that I used to work at, we had a real high standard for the design. And the front end of the website was incredibly important to the stakeholders at the organization. The editor-in-chief came up through the design department, and he was very keen to make to get lots of awards for website design and for the interactives that we put together and different stuff like that. And so as we were going through our migration and through our redesign process, we implemented Percy, which is a tool chain that does visual regression testing. Just behind this, when you write CSS, ideally the CSS stands for cascading style sheets. And in theory, those designs are going to cascade well and just be limited to a certain thing. But as it goes with design, sometimes when you change one thing over here, it changes something over here at the same time. And so what Percy will do is it will go through, and every time you do a pull request, it'll generate the page, do the mockups, and ensure that how the page looked before the pull request is opened, it'll look that same way after. Or unless you're fixing something, and then you would say, okay, this is actually a fix, and you can flag it. And so we had a way to ensure that through our launch process, we could find problems, address them, and then move on and feel comfortable with how we were launching that or how we were handling that process. Now, building kind of all of the testing protocols, ensuring that everything is working, lots of testing, lots of QA, following that launch playbook. The goal there obviously is to land safely. And when you do that, you want to ensure that you can celebrate at the end. But generally launching a website, it doesn't end with the launch. That's kind of just the start of the rest of the process for the website. Liz, what do we think we should do after that? Liz, you are muted, my friend.
How could I not be? Wants to do a blameless retrospective. Everyone thinks that it's going to be all about them and every step they missed or every mistake they made. But really, unless you want to get better, there is no better tool. If you should be doing a blameless retrospective. You should be talking openly with your teams about how to make sure that what went well and what didn't go well and what could be done in the future gets documented. So Automatic has a very strong incident for blameless retrospectives. And I mean, I'm not saying that every launch needs a blameless retrospective too. I mean, if you're launching 2,000 websites a year, which many of our launch team members are, and they go off without a hitch and there's no new teams, no new technologies they're using, there's not really a reason. But anytime anything goes excessively wrong or excessively right or needs to be documented in some way, please do rely on a blameless retrospective. So one of the tools that we use internally for blameless retrospectives is, I think it's called Team Retro. And this really helps with our async team, right? So Jake and I can both log in at the same time and we can document what went well and what did not go well. And then use those as a catalyst for jumping off our in-person meeting. So a lot of the tough decisions or tough work has been done in advance. So, examples, what went well? I QA'd with my host files. That went really well. What did not go well? When the marketing team or communications team sent out a press release before we had finished QAing the website. You just want to make sure that those things get documented and that you're able to iterate for a successful launch. Next, look, if you have enjoyed any portion of this talk, if you feel like you've had similar experiences or you really like enterprise WordPress websites, please do apply for a job with WordPress VIP. We are hiring engineers, technical account managers, support engineers. We have openings and we would really love more applicants who are strong advocates for WordPress. I think that wraps it up. Thank you so much for joining us today. This was a lot of fun. I think we're going to take QA now.
Yeah, thanks, Jake and Liz. That was a great session. Yeah, this is the QA now. The first question is, Do you have a preferred tool you use for monitoring site performance at launch?
I'm a big fan of New Relic. That for me, I really like to use New Relic because I like to kind of trace slow queries and just see how the site is performing, especially if we're changing themes in any way. But we've also used this for launches of like smaller subsections of websites as well. Jake, anything?
I would definitely agree with Liz. Yeah, New Relic is fantastic. We also have a lot of other internal tools like Grafana and different things for logging. But yeah, New Relic is definitely probably the go-to tool for slow queries, error tracing, different things like that.
Mm-hmm. Second question: what day or time do your customers like to launch their sites?
I can tell you my favorite time. My favorite time is about 9 o'clock UTC, which is like middle of the night for me, and my European colleagues handle the launch. And maybe that's a cop-out saying that I don't like it, saying that I would rather my coworkers do it than me, but I think that's generally for America-based companies, that's probably a really good time to do it. It's about 8 hours, probably 6 to 8 hours, ideally 5 hours before Eastern time, 8 hours ahead of Pacific time. But you do the launch. Everything is kind of done in Q8 in the middle of the night for, America's-based people. Let me be clear, inclusive of all of the Americas, for which there are many countries in those time zones. But yeah, getting that launch done ahead of time so that if you do need to hand it off to American-based colleagues, you can then have all of you've got a full day there, and you catch anything ahead of US or Canada or Mexico or Brazil-based traffic.
I mean, oftentimes with kind of timing a launch, it's like the steps at launch are really the least exciting part of a launch, right? And so who's going to run the WP CLI commands? Who's going to point the DNS? Like those are kind of the least technical bits, but they are by far the most thrilling. So anything you can do to like pass off those bits and then be there for the meatier part, it's really what you want to do as an individual. My preference.
Final question. What was your most gripping launch situation?
So I can start here. I kind of alluded to it, but I used to work at Wired Magazine, and I was hired and spent about 9 months working on a redesign, and it was under heavy scrutiny for a lot of people at our parent company, Condé Nast, and it was just heavy scrutiny for our design director and our editor-in-chief. It was very important. We were doing, this is circa 2014-ish, and so we were kind of late to the game, but it was responsive first, mobile first design, and we were just doing a lot of really cool things. And it was one of those, they wanted to launch it like January 1st or something, and we're like, come on, let's give us a holiday at least. And so we ended up pushing it a couple days to like January 6th. But yeah, we came in, after the holidays, and had a big launch at midnight one night. And so it was just kind of a long day into a big launch. And it was just a very exciting thing at the end of the day to see your project that you worked on for months and months and months to go live. And so I love those kind of projects. I love redesigns. I love replatforms. I love those kind of big engineering feats where, you're rebuilding and redesigning and kind of taking something from scratch. It's one of my favorite things to do. So that's probably one of my favorites that will live on forever for me.
And I really like platform migrations, right? So if you come to WordPress VIP, working with you closely on making sure that, when you're migrating your database and your code over, that it all works seamlessly is by far the most gripping for me. And I think the most gripping has probably been migrating 1,800 multi-sites in one day. That was really just a cool experience. I mean, you don't really get to do that a lot. And that took a bit of preparation, a bit of thought, and it was a really neat team. So, but I will say that by far the worst situation I've had has been launching on Friday evenings, and I have had to work early into the Saturday morning hours when I thought I'd be celebrating with my team. So we'll never do it.
Yeah, I've had my fair share of Friday deployments as well. But I guess that wraps up our QA session. Any last words?
No. I guess just thank you for having the opportunity to speak today. We're both really excited about it. It's kind of exciting to be part of a WordCamp talk again. I feel like this was never going to happen on account of the world. And so it's nice to be participating in a WordCamp, if digital only right now.
I have two thank yous I want to give. I want to give one thanks to our internal enterprise launch team. We learned so much from them, and they really are kind of the masters of the playbook. And it's great when Jake and I have an opportunity to work with our team. It really, teamwork does make the dream work. And then also, Jake, we should be thanking our partners who are watching our children right now.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jake and Liz. Everyone, please give them a round of applause. Okay, so you can stay right here for our last live show of the weekend and wrap up live show at 4 p.m. Or continue the conversation with Jake and Liz in our unofficial hallway until 6 p.m. Enter the hallway on our website at la.wordcamp.org/2020. Thank you for joining us.
Welcome, everyone. We made it. I am joined by... Wrong, but there we go. I'm joined by everyone. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi, Joey.
Hey.
Hi, Joey.
Hi, Joey.
Hi, Joey.
So this is it. This is the end. We just wanted to, do a wrap up. I'm gonna kick it over to Christiana. Hey, Chris. Sorry,
Good start.
Brain's fried. Floor is yours. You can wrap up and close and start closing us out.
I'm going to unwrap first, and then we will wrap it up. Thank you everyone for attending. I'm so happy you were with us. It's been a really wild ride. And this project took a long time. We wanted to make sure that it was the best thing we could put out there. For those of you who don't know, we started planning in January. We penciled in venues in February. In March, we switched to virtual. And since then, we have grown as a team. Each of us has put forth a lot of effort, a lot of time, and a lot of love. A lot of us did what we already know how to do, but we got better doing it. And some of us learned brand new skills based on what we needed. We worked within 6 or 7 squads. I think it was 7 squads. And we worked independently. We worked together. We checked in. We kept our planning transparent. We and safe and welcoming and inclusive. And within our own team, I'm so honored that we were able to work together and share this amazing event with you. So thank you so much for attending. All of my organizers are going to be saying their own thanks. And we're going to start with Joey, who will be thanking attendees and other folks.
Thanks, Chris. I just want to thank everyone, attendees. Obviously this would not be possible, or there really wouldn't be much of a point if you weren't here and if you didn't show up and stick around all weekend long and really make the event what it is. I talked about it with Chris before, where, the talks, they're going to be online. You can catch the content of the talks, but what makes the camps special and what makes them a unique event, that just happens on this weekend is your interaction, your participation, your sharing, your sharing of knowledge. So thank you for that. Thank you for showing up and being active on the camp and having an excellent camp. And thank you to everyone who did send in your tweets and share in your tricks of the trade. Are the theme of the conference was tricks of the trade. So, contributing to that really did help make this another special event and another special moment. So thank you all for your tweets and for joining us today in the WordCamp.
Thanks, Joey. Next is Sarah. She's going to be thanking all the people who gave us money and who supported us.
Hey everybody, I'm Sarah Weefald. I had the pleasure and honor of being the budget and sponsor wrangler for this year of WordCamp Los Angeles. So I just want to give a huge heartfelt thanks to all of our sponsors as well as our micro sponsors. I'm just going to call everybody out in alphabetical order. So thank you so much to Bluehost, EasyWP by Namecheap, GoDaddy Pro, Green Geeks, Ionos, Nexus, SiteGround, WP Buffs, WP Engine, and Yoast. And then thank you so much as well to our micro sponsors who are Lucky Cat Creative, Moss Webworks, Inside Bedroom, James Peterson, Connie Nasios Webworks, Gutenberg Times, Flatsite, Web Ventures, One Team Software, Yothon Frakes, I apologize for if I have mangled your name, and Victor Capillero. So thank you guys so much for being sponsors with us. I know that it's been a wild year for WordCamps. Everyone's been trying to figure out, how do we keep our community together, even though we all have to be apart for our own safety. And all of our sponsors help make it possible. So thank you so much for being with us.
Hey, Sarah, thank you so much. All right, now we've got our speaker team, which is Saeed, Sumner, and Tiffany.
Hello. I want to thank all the wonderful speakers that came to our camp and volunteered their time, knowledge, and expertise. With all the online camps that, there's high demand, but it was very fun to see people from local communities like the OC communities, Santa Clarita, Long Beach, Santa Barbara, as well as abroad in Spain and the Netherlands and Nicaragua. So thank you for taking your time. I also want to thank all the organizers for helping to make this possible, and in particular my team, or our team, the co-speaker wranglers, Tiffany and Sumner. It was a very special camp, and thank you for being a part of it. And Sumner and Tiffany, if you guys want to also say your words. Sumner's coming up next, Joe.
Hey there. I don't know if you can see me. I think you still see Saeed at this point.
You're up.
I wanted to say thank you to all the speakers. Awesome group of people. So awesome. Loved them all. But I also want to be able to share some of the feedback that we received, because that's important for us to be able to have that. And I'm old school, so I have this written down. Some of the things that we read in the comments were very well spoken and a thoughtful presentation on a topic that could be hard to navigate. We had someone that said, very creative. I learned something fun. Didn't know the history of WAPUs. This is great. I also read, having learned about captioning or craptioning, I will be making myself more aware of how I caption my videos from now on. Someone said, accessibility doesn't seem so scary now. And I love when someone wrote, I'm really an old dog, but this weekend I learned some new tricks. And then someone wrote, change your permalink to something besides the default ugly. So we had some great feedback because we had some great speakers who gave us an opportunity to be reminded of what we know and learn something new. So thank you very much to all the speakers for the time that you donated this weekend and your expertise that you so graciously shared. And now we turn it over to Tiffany.
Hello. Hi. I just want to say it has been a pleasure and privilege being the tickets wrangler and the speaker and part of the speaker team. It has been a really fun experience. I also want to thank the speakers, honestly. Thank you for sharing your expertise and your talent to the WordCamp. It would not be the same without you.
I think you're still muted, Chris.
I am muted. So anyway, thanks, speaker team. You did a great job. Next, we've got Sally, and she's going to be thanking volunteers.
Hello. I just really want to thank so much the incredible volunteers that we had. This was my first WordCamp and duties as a volunteer wrangler, and you guys just made it so super easy, so thank you. We had a total of 21 volunteers. Of those, 6 were speakers, 4 were international. Got some great feedback as well, how they felt inclusive, they felt appreciated, great experience. They want to come back, so we'll certainly welcome you with open arms. So a big shout out and thank you with the sincerest appreciation to first names only, Ahmad, Alicia, Bez, Christina, Darlene, DJ, Elizabeth, Jason, Joseph, Leandro, Mark, Mauricio, Meryl, Michael, Mike, Paula, Scott, Sean, and Shanta. Thank you guys for making my first experience so memorable and just being so conscientious about your duties and caring and working as a team, because that's what we are. And I just want to thank our organizing committee for WordCamp 2020. Thank you for making me feel so welcome.
Oh, I'm probably gonna cry. Thank you, Sally. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody who's been mentioned so far. Next, we have Christina, and she's our gratitude wrangler.
Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Christina Hills, and I'm the Gratitude Wrangler. And what we decided to do this year was support a local Los Angeles business. So we are sending as gratitude gifts to our speakers and volunteers a gift from Skylight Books. So we are very thrilled that we were able to do that. And also, I wanted to give a big thank you to Christiana. As a gratitude wrangler, I would like to send out gratitude to you, Christiana, for pulling us all together, managing all these different personalities and technologies, and just making everything run smoothly in this calm, beautiful way. We could not have done this camp without you. We're all clapping.
Thank you.
I will clap.
Joey's really stiff clap.
Right.
I don't know if I
This
clap
is
too
sign
loud. It's going to
language
be like,
clap.
I'm going to...
Sign language clapping.
Thank you, Christina. All right, so Amber, James, and Tracy, if you have anything you want to say, now is the time to say it.
It's Amber first, right?
Yep, alphabetical.
Well, I just want to give my thanks to all my fellow organizers, and I want to single out Tracy for the wonderful design that she came up with for the camp, the WAPUs, the theme and everything. The colors were fantastic, and coming in and helping out with the website. It's just a really marvelous job, and I just want to give a shout out to her. So, thank you. Clap for her. And also, I want to thank everybody who out there yes, that's my dog, sorry. A shout out to everybody out there in social media, participating, retweeting, making their comments, that sort of thing. It does happen with you out there too, so thank you.
All right, James.
Right. Yeah, Amber said all the stuff I was going to say. So, no, this is a wonderful team to work with. And I think the biggest thing that I took away was being impressed by how readily people stepped in and, delivered some really incredible work on short notice quite frequently. I think everybody pitched in a pinch, and it's very gratifying to see how it all came together.
Thanks, James. All right, Tracy, you're last only because we're going in alphabetical order.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Amber, for singling me out. I appreciate that, but I want to throw it back to everyone here. I'm super honored to have worked with all of you. Everyone's extremely professional and amazing, gracious, friendly, really inspiring. So it's great to be on a team with all of you. And my second thank you is I need to thank my partner, Greg Katz, who wrote some of our music that played today. So
Killer theme song.
It's hard. It's a lot of pressure to be last here because I feel like I need to wrap it up, but everyone already said everything that I wanted to say. Thank you. It's amazing.
Thank you, Tracy. All right, now this is my favorite part where I get to thank each of you. I know some of you are going to get super embarrassed, so let's see what happens. All right, Amber, you're first. Amber is a really amazing person. She doesn't use that many words to say exactly what she wants to say. She's super straightforward. She's super professional. I can throw anything at her. Like if I mess up a page and the title has disappeared, I will tell her and she just gets it done. She stepped in to finish our website and she did a great job. It's so beautiful. And yes, of course, a lot of that is Tracy's graphics, but Amber is such a good website wrangler. And she's maintained her social media, which is not so easy because that's a lot of stuff in real time and a lot of planning and a lot of scheduling. And she's done a phenomenal job. So Also, sometimes when we come to meetings, she brings her dog, and sometimes she sprays with her hose, and the dog will chase the water and eat it, and that is just one of the most fun meetings we've ever had. So, thank you, Amber, and thank your family, including your dog, for lending us to you for so many hours. So, round of applause for Amber. All right, so next it would be Christina Hills. So Christina Hills is a friend of mine. We've been friends for a few years, and she was on the WordCamp San Diego team, which canceled their camp. Before they canceled fully, they were postponing it because of everything that's happened this year. And Christina's always struck me as somebody who is really direct and straightforward, and I can really, really appreciate that. It's hard to lead if my team is not direct, and she's a direct person, and she's adaptable. She started out wrangling speakers with Sarah and then switched over to handle gratitude, which was really good because it was a bit rough for us to find a gift card at a local bookstore that could be sent digitally. That was a hard time, and she did it. So thank you for that. And then she also did something that she was reluctant to do, but I knew she'd do a good job, and that was host our game night, and she did a great job. And for the people who won at game night, all those gift cards that they won are going to be redistributed throughout the LA community through an organization called LA Care. So if you need books and you're in LA and you're partnered with LA Care, then you get books. So thank you, Christina. All right, next is James. James is a phenomenal content wrangler. Oh my goodness, he's such a good writer. He's such a good managing editor. He even helped me write the script that I said every morning during this camp for the welcome. When I first threw out the retrofuturism idea a long time ago, James and Tracy and I were the three who really dug into it. We really wanted to explore it. And then we were trying to figure out taglines. Brainstorming with them is how we ended up with the tagline, Tricks of the Trade. And James has really owned this theme, and it has influenced everything we've done in content, thinking about how to make WordPress accessible to people who aren't internet professionals, and also creating content and offering programming to people who are definitely skilled developers. Like, how do you reach the whole audience of Los Angeles? Like, we are a very diverse community of people who use WordPress. And James has done a phenomenal job with everything that he's pushed out content-wise, and I'm so inspired by all the work that he does. He's super busy, and he's carved out so much time for us, and I'm so thrilled. So let's give a round of applause to James. All right, next is Joey. Joey, are you here? Can we even see you? No, you're hiding.
Oh, wait, that's not me.
That's not you. That's me, actually. I know, it's hard. We look so identical. So
I mean, my hair eventually will match yours.
That's true. You know, actually, everyone's so super funny. We had 4 Joes on our crew. There was one Joe who was a speaker and volunteer, and 2 Josephs who were volunteers, and there was Joey, and we were all talking, and one of them was like, do we all have goatees? And I was like, well, yes, but one of you has enough hair for the rest of you. And so that's Joey. But Joey,
did he say all the Joes shaved heads or something?
Yeah, do all the Joes have shaved heads? And I said, well, one of you is enough hair for the rest of you. That's exactly what it was. Thanks. So Joey and I, when we first started planning this, we knew that he was a professional filmmaker and specialized in virtual events, and that would be perfect if we had an in-person camp, because we could have somebody who knew cameras. And then this turned into something completely different. And what Joey has created with the live show, and the live show is really complicated, and there were many, many segments that we aired before the event, getting ready for this event, having sponsors on, having organizers on, and he's always been so professional and so prepared, and I'm completely awestruck and thrilled by everything you've done this weekend. I'm like beyond grateful, and I think we all are. So I don't know. I love working with you. So thank you for being who you are. What?
I said it's been great working with you. Thank you. And thanks for the team.
You're
I mean, so many of these designs too, they're all from Tracy, and this was like a team effort to put this together. So thank you.
You're welcome. Let's see. Amber, Christiana, James, right? This is what I have to do in my head. Saeed! All right! Saeed! It's your turn. So Saeed, when he first came on, I didn't know him from Adam, didn't know who he was. And he seemed kind and laid back and very, very thoughtful. And that was really important with the speaker wrangling, because he came on after we became virtual, and we were having a really hard time getting enough applications to really be able to look through them, right? We didn't want to just pick who applied. We wanted to have enough to really be able to have some to compare to others. And we knew that quite a few speaker applicants had submitted more than one at a time. So when Saeed came in and he reached out into his network of people to apply, and he was really thoughtful with how to wrangle the speakers, like how to take care of them and how to respond to them and how to make them feel comfortable. And I'm really glad that he was in on the speaker selection. Speaker selection was not done by everybody on our team, but he was one of the main people. And I've been really impressed by how he's taking care of other people, and that makes me really grateful for him. So thank you so much, Saeed. Next is Sally. So Sally came on just last month and she totally saved us, because we really needed somebody to manage volunteers, and we needed somebody to put together speaker bios and organizer bios and all that. And Sally did a phenomenal job with writing a lot of content very quickly, copy editing, and then managing volunteers. We had accrued so many volunteer applicants, but one of the questions was, are they really going to show up? Are the people who said they'd volunteer 2 months ago actually going to show up the camp weekend, right? We don't know. People change, their lives change. This year is a lot of turmoil. So once Sally joined, we started to look at who would volunteer. Joey, that is you.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay, all right.
I'm just trying to appear in the Zoom, so just keep going.
Oh, okay. So Sally was able to work with all of the volunteers, create a guide for them to understand all the technical things, because this was pretty technical, much more technical than normal. And we scheduled them, and she's been phenomenal at making sure that they feel comfortable and that they feel empowered. So thank you, Sally. Next, we've got Sarah. So Sarah and I worked together last year on WordCamp Long Beach. So we have a pretty long WordCamp organizing relationship together. But Sarah, when she joined my team last year for WordCamp Long Beach, which is sort of like semi-replacing WordCamp LA, she had a lot of experience in doing this. She'd been leading her OCWP design meetup for a while. She'd been on several WordCamp organizing teams. She's spoken at WordCamps. And last year, she was super integral. And when we were talking about this year, I said, do you want to join my team? Maybe you can replace me after if you're like down for that. And she jumped right on. I remember it was a text message, and I thought she'd like hem and haw, but she didn't. Right away, she was like, yeah. And I said, well, what do you want to do this year? And she talked about how she wanted to learn hospitality. So I was like, cool. All right. You can be in charge of our venue and all that stuff. And then, of course, everything happened. So she pivoted from doing budget and venue to doing budget and sponsors. And she's done a phenomenal job with our sponsors, advocating for their needs, taking care of them this weekend when things would come up. She was there for them. And I love working with Sarah because she's super straightforward. She asks challenging questions. She gets you answers quickly, and she knows her limits, and she respects other people's limits. And I really, really respect that, because she's so good with boundaries. And I've learned a lot from her personally and professionally. And I'm really honored to have worked with her again. And I'm so honored that she is like the heiress to all this. And if she wants to do this next year, she's absolutely the right person to do it. So whatever location, Long Beach, LA, should be perfect for either. So thank you so much, Sarah. It's been a pleasure. All right. Sumner, that's you. So when Sumner came on, she came on a few months after we'd started planning, and she is a professional speaker, and she's worked with many professional speakers at many different events, in person, virtual. And she brought on so much expertise, and she has gravitas, which I really admire. And she's just a very genuine person, and she's really good at understanding speakers and understanding people. And that is so necessary to have. She was able to expand our speaker applicant pool, and she reached out to people who were specifically specialized in accessibility topics, which is really important. And she brought people I've never heard of who are amazing experts. And so I'm really grateful for everything that she's done and all of her network. And I'm really glad that she's been a part of the team. So Sumner, thank you so much. All right, Tiffany, I met Tiffany at my first WordCamp LA ever in 2018, and she and I were both volunteering at the swag table, and I remember her, and we spent hours and hours talking at the swag table, because that's what happens at WordCamps. You make friends, you make connections, and I'm delighted to have worked with her on this. It's a lot different than we thought it would be. She said, Chris, I want something where I can be at a desk and just kind of like do admin stuff and, be low key and like learn slowly. And I was like, oh, sure, you can do tickets and registration. That's no problem, right? Like, just show up, sit at the desk, you're fine. And then this turned into what it was. And so I said, can you help out with speakers? And she said, okay. And she hopped right in, and she's the one she does a lot of communication with speakers, and I'm so thrilled by everything she does. And she works really well with Saeed and Sumner. They have a really strong speaker team, and she also manages tickets, and that's a lot. So Tiffany, unfortunately, is barely able to ever meet go to any of our weekly meetings as a team because she has to work. And so every time I see her face, it's a delight. And Tiffany, you're a gem, and I am so happy to have worked with you. So thank you. And last but not least, it's Tracy. So Tracy went above and beyond with any design expectations I ever had. She is an amazing artist. She's very good to work with, super smooth communication, so reasonable, and she's so open-minded. We can throw ideas out at her, and she just kind of catches them and says, oh yeah, what about this too? So typically a WordCamp has one WAPU, and she's designed enough WAPUs that each of us has one, and then we have extra. And it's amazing. It's amazing. The stuff she comes up with is beautiful, and she and Joey worked really hard to make the live show what it is, and she worked really hard with our third-party vendor, Blaze Streaming Media, to make sure that the live stream looks pretty. And everything she makes is excellent, and communicating with her is wonderful, and I love how professional she's been, and working with her has been a true joy. So Tracy, thank you so much. You have made this experience really, really, really special, so thank you. And I think that's all the organizers. I think I hit us all, so thank you so much, organizers, and thank you attendees, thank you speakers, thank you sponsors and micro-sponsors, thank you partners, thank you for everything you've done. And I hope that all of this chaos can someday wind down. I told Joey a couple weeks ago, I said, it's kind of like we're all getting to know each other in the subways during the World War II bombings in London. And we're just hunkered down together, getting to know each other. And hopefully we can look back at this and smile and remember the relationships that we've nurtured and grown here together. So I'm honored to have led you all, and I'm so happy that you all came and were a part of this camp. So thank you very much, and goodbye.
Thank you, Chris.
Bye. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Oh, hold on.
Bye.
Cool. Thank you, Chris. And thanks, everyone.
Thank you,
Thank
This
you,
is a
Chris.
highlight for 2020. And that's a wrap. So we will see you 2021.
Yay!
Yay.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, everybody.